Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. 1. San Francisco, California, May 15. It wouldn't stop, ever. She couldn't breathe. She was dying. She sat upright in her bed, wheezing, trying to control the terror. She turned on the lamp beside her bed. There was nothing there. No, just shadows that kept the corners dark and frightening. But the door was closed. She always closed her bedroom door at night and locked it, then tilted a chair against it so that its back was snug against the doorknob, just for good measure. She stared at that door. It didn't move. It didn't so much as rattle in its frame. The knob did not turn. No one was on the other side trying to get in. No one this time. She made herself look over toward the window. She'd wanted to put bars on all the windows when she moved in 7 months before, but at the last minute she decided that if she did, she would have made herself a prisoner forever. Instead, she'd switched to the 4th floor apartment. There were 2 floors above her, and no balconies. No one could come in through the window, and no one would think she was crazy because she lived on the 4th floor. It was a good move. There was no way she could continue living at home, where Belinda had lived, where Douglas had lived. The images were in her mind, always faded, always blurred, but still there and still menacing. Bloody, but just beyond her ability to put them in focus. She was in a large, dark space, huge. She couldn't see the beginning or the end of it. But there was a light, a narrow, focused light, and she heard screams. And the screams, loud, right there on her. And there was Belinda. Always Belinda. She was still choking on the fear. She didn't want to get up, but she made herself. She had to go to the bathroom. Thank God the bathroom was off the bedroom. Thank God she didn't have to unlock the bedroom door, pull the chair back from beneath the knob, and open it onto the dark hallway. She flipped the bathroom light on before she went into the room, then blinked rapidly at the harsh light. She saw movement from the corner of her eye. Her throat clogged with terror. She whirled around. It was only herself in the mirror. She stared at her reflection. She didn't recognize the wild woman before her. All she saw was fear. The twitching eyes, the sheen of sweat on her forehead, her hair ratty, her sleep shirt damp with perspiration. She leaned close to the mirror. She stared at the pathetic woman whose face was still tense with fear. She realized in that moment that if she didn't make some serious changes, the woman in the mirror would die. To the woman staring back at her, she said, "7 months ago, I was supposed to go study music at Berkeley. I was the best. I loved making music, all the way from Mozart to John Lennon. I wanted to win the Fletcher competition and go to Juilliard, but I didn't. Now I'm afraid of everything, including the dark." She turned slowly away from the mirror and walked back into her bedroom. She walked to the window, turned the 3 locks that held it firmly in place, and pulled it up. It was difficult. The window hadn't been opened since she'd moved in. She looked out into the night. There was a quarter moon. There were stars flooding the sky. The air was cool and fresh. She could see Alcatraz, Angel Island beyond it. She could see the few lights in Sausalito, just across the bay. The Transamerica building was brightly lit, a beacon in downtown San Francisco. She turned away and walked to the bedroom door. She stood there a very long time. Finally, she pulled the chair away and set it where it belonged, in the corner beside a reading light. She unlocked the door. No more, she thought, staring at that door. No more. She flung it open. She stepped out into the hallway and stopped. Every burgeoning whisper of courage in her freezing as she couldn't help but hear the sound of a creaking board not more than 20 feet away. The sound came again. No, it wasn't a creak. It was a lighter sound. It seemed to be coming from the small foyer by the front door. Who could be toying with her this way? Her own breath whooshed out. She was shaking, so frightened she could taste copper in her mouth. Copper? She'd bitten her lip, drawn blood. How much longer could she live like this? She dashed forward, turning on every light as she went. There was the sound again, this time like something lightly bumping against a piece of furniture. Something that was a lot smaller than she was. Something that was afraid of her. Then she saw it scurry into the kitchen. She burst out laughing, then slowly sank to the floor, her hands over her face as she sobbed. 7 years later. FBI Academy, Quantico, Virginia. She would get to the top of that rope if it killed her. And it just might. She could actually feel each individual muscle in her arms pulling, stretching, feel the burning pain, the rippling cramps that were very close to knotting up on her. If that happened, she'd go sprawling to the mat below. Her brain already felt numb, but that was okay. Her brain wasn't climbing. It had just gotten her into this fix. And this was only the second round. It seemed as if she'd been climbing this rope since she was born. Just 2 more feet. She could do it. She heard MacDougall's steady, unhurried breathing beside her. From the corner of her eye, she saw his huge fists cover that rope, methodically clamping down one fist over the other, not consuming that rope as he usually did. No, he was keeping pace with her. He wasn't going to leave her. She owed him. This was an important test. This one really mattered. I see that pathetic look, Sherlock. You're whining, even though you're not saying anything. Get those twerpy arms working. Pull. She grabbed that rope just 3 inches above her left hand and pulled with all her strength. "Come on, Sherlock," MacDougall said, hanging beside her, grinning at her, the bastard. "Don't wimp out on me now. I've worked with you for 2 months. You're up to 12-pound weights. All right, so you can only do 10 reps on your biceps, but you can do 25 on your triceps. Come on now, do it. Don't just hang there like a girl." Whine? She didn't have enough breath to whine. He was goading her, doing a good job of it, actually. She tried to get annoyed. There wasn't a pissed bone in her body, just pain, deep and burning. 8 more inches. No, more like 9 inches. It would take her 2 years to get those 9 inches. She saw her right hand pull free of the rope, grab the bar at the very top of the knotted rope that was surely too far for her to make in one haul. But her right hand closed over that bar, and she knew she'd either do it or she wouldn't. You can do it, Sherlock. Remember just last week in Hogan's Alley when that guy pissed you off, tried to handcuff you and haul you off as a hostage? You nearly killed him. You wound up having to apologize to him.
That took more strength than this. Think mean, think dead meat thoughts. Kill the rope, pull. She didn't think of the guy in Hogan's Alley. No, she thought of that monster. Focused on a face she'd never seen. Focused on the soul-deep misery he'd heaped upon her for 7 years. She wasn't even aware when she hauled herself up those final inches. She hung there, breathing hard, clearing her mind of that horrible time. MacDougall was laughing beside her, not even out of breath. But he was all brute strength, she'd told him many times. He'd been born in a gym, under a pile of free weights. She'd done it. Mr. Petterson, their instructor, was standing below them. He was at least 2 stories below them. She would have sworn to that. He yelled up, "Good going!"
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. You have gotten stronger. Thinking mean thoughts helped too. Let's get down and let 2 other mean dudes climb this sucker. She needed no encouragement. She loved going down. The pain disappeared when her body knew it was almost over. She was down nearly as fast as MacDougall. Mr. Petterson waved a pencil at them, then scribbled something on his pad. He looked up and nodded. "That was it, Sherlock. You made it within the time limit. As for you, Mac, you were way too slow, but the sheet says you pass, so you pass. Next." "Piece of cake," MacDougall said, as he handed her a towel to wipe off her face. "Look at all that sweat on you." If she'd had the energy, she would have slugged him. She was in Hogan's Alley, the highest crime rate city in the United States. She knew just about every inch of every building in this town, certainly better than the actors who were paid $8 an hour to play bad guys. Better than many of the Bureau employees who were witnesses and robbers alike. Hogan's Alley looked like a real town. It even had a mayor and a postmistress. But they didn't live here. Nobody really lived here or really worked here. It was the FBI's own American town, rife with criminals to be caught, situations to be resolved, preferably without killing anyone. Instructors didn't like innocent bystanders to be shot. Today, she and 3 other trainees were going to catch a bank robber, she hoped. They were told to keep their eyes open, nothing else. It was a parade day in Hogan's Alley, a festive occasion, and that made it all the more dangerous. There was a crowd of people drinking sodas and eating hot dogs. It wasn't going to be easy. Chances were that the guy was going to be one of the people trying to blend in with the crowd, trying to look as innocent as an everyday guy. She'd stake a claim on that. She would have given anything if they'd gotten just a brief glance at the robber, but they hadn't. It was a critical situation, lots of innocent civilians milling about, and a bank robber who would probably run out of the bank, a bank robber who was probably very dangerous. She saw Buzz Alport, an all-night waiter at a truck stop off 195. He was whistling, looking as if he didn't have a care in the world. No, Buzz wasn't the bad guy today. She knew him too well. His face flushed scarlet when he played the bad guy. She tried to memorize every face so she'd be able to spot the robber if he suddenly appeared. She slowly worked the crowd, calm and unhurried, the way she'd been trained. She saw some visitors from the Hill, standing on the sidelines, watching the agents' role-playing simulations. The trainees would have to be careful. It wouldn't look good for the Bureau if any of them killed a visiting congressman. It began.
She and Porter Forge, a Southerner from Birmingham who spoke beautiful French without a hint of a drawl, saw a bank employee lurch out of the front doors, yelling at the top of his lungs, waving frantically at a man who had just fled through a side door. They got no more than a brief glimpse. They went after him. The perp dove into the crowd and disappeared. Because there were civilians around, they kept their guns holstered. If any one of them hurt a civilian, there'd be hell to pay. 3 minutes later, they'd lost him. It was then that she saw Dillon Savich, an FBI agent and computer genius who taught occasional classes here at Quantico, standing next to a man she'd never seen before. Both were wearing sunglasses and blue suits and blue-gray ties. She'd know Savich anywhere. She wondered what he was doing here at this particular time. Had he just taught a class? She'd never heard about his being at Hogan's Alley. She stared hard at him. Was it possible that he was the suspect the bank employee had been waving at as he dashed into the crowd? Maybe. She tried to place him in that brief instant of memory. It was possible. Only thing was that he didn't look at all out of breath, and the bank robber had run out of the bank like a bat out of hell. Savich looked cool and disinterested. Nah, it couldn't be Savich. Savich wouldn't join in the exercise, would he? Suddenly, she saw a man some distance away from her slowly slip his hand into his jacket. Dear God, he was going for a gun. She yelled to Porter. While the other trainees were distracted, Savich suddenly moved away from the man he'd been talking to and ducked behind 3 civilians. 3 other civilians who were close to the other guy were yelling and shoving, trying to get out of the way. What was going on here? Sherlock, where'd he go? She began to smile, even as other agents were pushing and shoving, trying desperately to sort out who was who. She never lost sight of Savich. She slipped into the crowd. It took her under a minute to come around him from behind. There was a woman next to him. It was very possibly about to become a hostage situation. She saw Savich slowly reach out his hand toward the woman. She couldn't take the chance. She drew her gun, came right up behind him, and whispered in his ear as she pressed the nose of the 9mm SIG pistol into the small of his back, "Freeze. FBI. Miss Sherlock, I presume." She felt a moment of uncertainty, then quashed it. She had the robber. He was just trying to rattle her. "Listen to me, buddy. That's not part of the script. You're not supposed to know me. Now, get your hands behind your back or you're going to be in big trouble." "I don't think so," he said, and began to turn. The woman next to them saw the gun, screamed and yelled, "Oh my God, the robber's a woman! Here she is! She's going to kill a man! She's got a gun! Help! Get your hands behind your back!" But how was she going to get cuffs on him? The woman was still yelling. Other people were looking now, not knowing what to do. She didn't have much time. "Do it, or I'll shoot you." He moved so quickly she didn't have a chance. He knocked the pistol out of her hand with a chop of his right hand, numbing her entire arm, bulled his head into her stomach, and sent her flying backward, wheezing for breath, landing in a mass of petunias in the flower bed beside the Hogan's Alley post office. He was laughing. The bastard was laughing at her. She was sucking in air as hard and fast as she could. Her stomach was on fire. He stuck out his hand to pull her up. "You're under arrest," she said, and slipped a small Lady Colt .38 from her ankle holster. She gave him a big grin. "Don't move, or I guarantee you'll regret it. After I climbed that rope, I know I'm capable of just about anything." His laughter died. He looked at the gun, then at her, up on her elbows in the petunia bed. There were 6 men and women standing there, watching, holding their breath. She yelled out, "Stay back, all of you! This man's dangerous! He just robbed the bank! I didn't do it, he did! I'm FBI! Stay back! That Colt isn't bureau issue! Shut up! No, you so much as twitch and I'll shoot you!" He'd made a very small movement toward her, but she wasn't going to let him this time. He was into martial arts, was he? She knew she was smashing the petunias, but she didn't see any way around it. Mrs. Shaw would come after her because the flower beds were her pride and joy, but she was only doing her job. She couldn't let him get the better of her again. She kept inching away from him, that Colt steady on his chest. She came up slowly, keeping her distance. "Turn around and put your hands behind you." "I don't think so," he said again. She didn't even see his leg, but she did hear the rip of his pants. The Colt went flying onto the sidewalk. She was caught off guard. Surely an escaping crook would turn tail and run, not stand there looking at her. He wasn't behaving the way he should. How'd you do that? Where were her partners? Where was Mrs. Shaw, the postmistress? She'd once caught the designated bank robber by threatening him with a frying pan. Then he was on her.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. This time she moved as quickly as he did. She knew he wouldn't hurt her, just disable her, jerk her onto her face and humiliate her in front of everyone, which would be infinitely worse than being actually hurt. She rolled to the side, came up, saw Porter Forge from the corner of her eye, caught the cig from him, turned and fired. She got him in mid-leap. The red paint spread all over the front of his white shirt, his conservative tie, and his dark blue suit. He flailed about, managing to keep his balance. He straightened, stared down at her, stared down at his shirt, grunted, and fell onto his back into the flower bed, his arms flung out. "Sherlock, you idiot! You just shot the new coach of Hogan's Alley High School's football team." It was the mayor of Hogan's Alley, and he wasn't happy. He stood over her, yelling, "Didn't you read the paper? Didn't you see his picture? You live here and you don't know what's going on? Coach Savich was hired just last week. You just killed an innocent man." "She also made me rip my pants," Savich said, coming up in a graceful motion. He shook himself, wiping dirt off his hands onto his filthy pants. "He tried to kill me," she said, rising slowly, still pointing the cig at him. "Also, he shouldn't be talking. He should be acting dead." "She's right." Savich sprawled onto his back again, his arms flung out, his eyes closed. "He was only defending himself," said the woman who'd yelled her head off. "He's the new coach, and you killed him." She knew she wasn't wrong. "I don't know about that," Porter Forge said, that drawl of his so slow she could have said the same thing at least 3 times before he'd gotten it out. "Sir," he continued to the mayor who was standing at his elbow, "I believe I saw a wanted poster on this big fella. He's gone and robbed banks all over the South." "Yep, that's where I saw his picture, on one of the Atlanta PD posters, sir. Sherlock here did well. She brought down a really bad guy." It was an excellent lie, one to give her time to do something, anything, to save her hide. Then she realized what had bothered her about him. His clothes didn't fit him right. She leaned over, reached her hands into Savich's pockets, and pulled out wads of fake $100 bills. I believe you'll find the bank serial numbers on the bills, sir. Don't you think so, Sherlock?" "Oh, yes, I surely do, Agent Forge." "Take me away, Miss Sherlock," Dillon Savich said, came to his feet, and stuck out his hands. She handed Porter back his cig. She faced Savich with her hands on her hips, a grin on her face. "Why would I handcuff you now, sir? You're dead. I'll get a body bag." Savich was laughing when she walked away to the waiting paramedic ambulance. He said to the mayor of Hogan's Alley, "That was well done. She has a nose for crooks. She sniffed me out and came after me. She didn't try to second-guess herself. I wondered if she'd have guts. She does. Sorry I turned the exercise into a comedy at the end, but the look on her face, I just couldn't help it." "I don't blame you, but I doubt we can use you again. I have a feeling this story will pass through training classes for a good long while. No future trainees will believe you're both a new coach and a crook." "It worked once, and we saw an excellent result. I'll come up with another totally different exercise." Savich walked away, unaware that his royal blue boxer shorts were on display to a crowd of a good 50 people. The mayor began to laugh, then the people around him joined in. Soon there was rolling laughter, people pointing. Even a crook who was holding a hostage around the throat, a gun to his ear, at the other end of town, looked over at the sudden noise to see what was going on. It was his downfall. Agent Wallace thunked him over the head and laid him flat. It was a good day for taking a bite out of crime in Hogan's Alley. 3. She met with Colin Petty, a supervisor in the Personnel Division, known in the Bureau as the Bald Eagle. He was thin, sported a thick black mustache, and had a very shiny head. He told her up front that she'd impressed some important people, but that was at Quantico. No one working here in headquarters was impressed yet. She was going to have to work her butt off. She nodded, knowing where she'd been assigned. It was tough, but she managed to pull out a bit of enthusiasm. "I'm pleased to be going to the Los Angeles field office," she said, and thought, "I don't want anything to do with any bank robberies." She knew they dealt with more bank robberies than any field office in the Bureau. She guessed it was better than Montana, but at least there she could go skiing. How long was a usual tour of duty? She had to get back here somehow. L.A. is considered a plum assignment for a new agent right out of the academy, Mr. Petty said as he flipped through her personnel file. "You originally requested headquarters, I see here, the Criminal Investigative Division, but they decided to send you to Los Angeles." He looked up at her over his bifocals. "You have a B.S. in forensic science and a master's degree in criminal psychology from Berkeley," he continued. "Seems you've got a real interest here. Why didn't you request the Investigative Services Unit? With your background, you would probably have been escorted through the door. I take it you changed your mind." She knew there were notes about that in her file. Why was he acting as if he didn't know anything? Of course, he wanted her to talk, get her slant on things, get her innermost thoughts. Good luck to him, I thought. It was true that it was her own fault that she was being assigned to Los Angeles, and there was no secret as to why. She forced a smile and shrugged. "The fact is that I just don't have the guts to do what those people do every day of their lives, and probably in their dreams as well. You're right that I prepared myself for this career, that I believed it was what I wanted to do with my life, but—" She shrugged again, and swallowed. She'd spent all these years preparing herself, and she'd failed.
It all boils down to no guts. You always wanted to be a profiler? Yes. I read John Douglas's book Mindhunter and thought that's what I wanted to do. Actually, I've been interested in law enforcement for a very long time, thus my major in college and graduate school. It was a lie, but that didn't matter. She told it easily, with no hesitation. She had practically come to believe it herself over the past several years. I wanted to help get those monsters out of society. But after the lectures by people from ISU, after seeing what they see on a day-to-day basis for just a week, I knew I wouldn't be able to deal with the horror of it. The profilers see unspeakable butchery. They live with the results of it. Every one of those monsters leaves a deep mark on them. And the victims. She drew a deep breath. I knew I couldn't do it. So now she'd go after bank robbers, and he would remain free, and she wanted to cry. All this time and commitment and incredibly hard work, and she was going to go after bank robbers. She should have just quit, but the truth of the matter was that she just didn't have the energy to redefine herself again, and that's what it would mean. Mr. Petty said only, "I couldn't either. Most folks couldn't. The burnout rate is incredible in the unit. Marriages don't do well either. Now, you did excellently at the academy. You handle firearms well, particularly in mid-distances. You excel at self-defense. You ran the 2 miles in under 16 minutes, and your situation judgment was well above average. There's a little footnote here that says you managed to take down Dillon Savich in a Hogan's Alley exercise, something never before done by a trainee." He looked up, his eyebrows raised. "Is that true?" She remembered her rage when he disarmed her twice.
Then, just as suddenly, she remembered her laughter when he'd walked away, his boxer shorts showing through the big rip in his pants. "Yes," she said, "but it was my partner, Porter Forge, who threw me his cig so I could shoot him. Otherwise, I would have died in the line of duty." "But it was Dillon who bought the big one," Petty said. "I wish I could have seen it." He gave her the most gleeful grin she'd ever seen. Even that bushy mustache of his couldn't hide it. It was irresistible. It made him suddenly very human. "It also says that you pulled a Lady Colt .38 on him after he'd knocked the cig out of your hand. Do you still have this gun?" "Yes, sir. I learned to use it when I was 19. I'm very comfortable with it." "I suppose we can all live with that." "Ah, I know everyone must comment on your name, Agent Sherlock." "Oh, yes, sir. No stone left unturned, so to speak, over the years. I'm used to it now." "Then I won't say anything about offering you a pipe." "Thank you, sir." "Let me tell you about your new assignment, Agent Sherlock," Petty said, and she thought, because I don't have any guts, I'm going to be catching jerks who rob banks. He continued, "The criminal you brought down in Hogan's Alley, namely Dillon Savich, has asked that you be reassigned to his unit." Her heart started pounding. "Here in Washington?" "Yes." "In one of those huge rooms filled with computers? Oh, God, no. She'd rather have bank robbers. She didn't want to play with computers. She was competent with computer programming, but she was far from an intuitive genius like Savich. The stories about what he could do with a computer were told and retold at the academy. He was a legend. She couldn't imagine working for a legend. On the other hand, wouldn't he have access to everything? Just maybe. What is his unit? It's the Criminal Apprehension Unit, or CAU for short. They work with the Investigative Services Unit for background and profiles, get their take on things, that sort of thing. Then they deal directly with local authorities when a criminal takes his show on the road, in other words, when a criminal goes from one state to another. Agent Savich has developed a different approach for apprehending criminals. I'll let him tell you about it. You will be using your academic qualifications, Agent Sherlock. We do try to match up agents' interests and areas of expertise with their assignments, although you might have seriously doubted that if you'd gotten sent to Los Angeles. She wanted to leap over the desk and hug Mr. Petty. She couldn't speak for a moment. She'd thought she'd doomed herself after she'd realized she simply couldn't survive in the ISU as a profiler. The week she'd spent there had left her so ill she'd endured the old nightmares in blazing, hideous color for well over a week, replete with all the terror as fresh as it had been 7 years before. She just knew deep down that she could have never gotten used to it. And the ISU people did admit that many folks just couldn't ever deal with it, no matter how hard they tried. No, she wouldn't have been able to survive it, not with the horror of the job combined with the horror of the nightmares. But now she felt an incredible surge of excitement. She hadn't known about Savich's unit, which was strange because there was always gossip about everything and everyone at the academy. And this sort of unit would provide her with an ideal vantage point. At the very least, she would be able to access all the files, all the collected data, impossible for her to see otherwise. And no one would wonder at her curiosity, not if she was careful. Oh yes, and she would have free time. She closed her eyes with relief. She'd never felt as though anyone was looking after her before. It was frightening because she hadn't believed in much of anything since that long-ago night 7 years ago. She'd had a goal, nothing more, just that goal. And now she had a real chance at realizing it. "Now it's 2:20, Mr. Petty said. Agent Savich wants to see you in 10 minutes. I hope you can deal with this work. It's not profiling, but I don't doubt that it will be difficult at times, depending on the case and how intimately involved you have to become in it. At least you won't be 6 floors down at Quantico working in a bomb shelter with no windows. The people in the ISU deserve a big raise. And lots more help as well, which is one of the reasons Agent Savich's unit was formed. Now, I'll let him tell you all about it. Then you can make a decision. May I ask, sir, why Agent Savich requested me?" There was that unholy grin again. "I think he really can't believe that you beat him, Agent Sherlock. Actually, you will have to ask him that." He rose and walked her to the door of his small office. "I'm joking, of course. The unit is 3 turns down this hallway and to the right. Turn left after another 4 doors and 2 conference rooms. It's just there on the left. Are you getting used to the Puzzle Palace?" "No, sir. This place is a maze." "It's got more than 2 million square feet. It boggles a normal mind. I still get lost, and my wife tells me I'm not all that normal. Give yourself another 10 years, Agent Sherlock." Mr. Petty shook her hand. "Welcome to the Bureau. I hope you find your work rewarding. Ah, did anyone ever refer to a tweed hat?" "Yes, sir." "Sorry, Agent Sherlock." It was hard not to run out the door of his office. She didn't even stop at the women's room. Savich looked up. "You found me in 10 minutes, he said, looking down at his Mickey Mouse wristwatch. "That's good, Sherlock. I understand from Colin Petty that you're wondering why I had you reassigned to my unit." He was wearing a white shirt rolled up to his elbows, a navy blue tie, and navy slacks. A navy blazer was hanging on a coat rack in the corner of his office. He rose slowly from behind his desk as he spoke. He was big, at least 6'2", dark, and very muscular. In addition to the martial arts, he clearly worked out regularly. She'd heard some of the trainees call him a regular He-Man, not a G-Man.
She knew just how strong and fast he was, since he'd worked her over in that Hogan's Alley exercise. Her stomach had hurt for 3 days after that headbutt. If she didn't know he was an agent, she would have been terrified of him. He looked hard as nails, except for his eyes, which were a very soft summer sky blue. Dreamy eyes, her mother would have called them. Her mother would have been wrong. There was nothing soft about this guy. He was patiently looking at her. What had he been talking about? Oh yes, why he'd wanted her reassigned to this unit. She smiled and said, "Yes, sir." Dillon Savich came around his desk and shook her hand. "Sit down, and we can discuss it." There were 2 chairs facing his desk, clearly FBI issue. On top of the desk was an FBI issue computer. Beside it was a laptop that was open and humming, definitely not FBI issue. It was slightly slanted toward her, and she could see the green print on the black background, a graph of some kind. Was this little computer the one she'd heard everyone say that Savich made dance? Coffee? She shook her head. "Do you know much about computers, Sherlock?" Just Sherlock, no agent in front of it. It sounded fine to her. He was looking at her expectantly. She hated to disappoint him, but there was no choice. "Not all that much, sir. Just enough so I can write reports and hook into the databases I will need to do my job." To her unspeakable relief, he smiled. "Good. I wouldn't want any real competition in my own unit. I hear you had wanted to be a profiler, but ultimately felt you couldn't deal with the atrocities that flood the unit every moment of every day and well into the night." "That's right. How did you know that? I just left Mr. Petty less than 15 minutes ago." "No telepathy." He pointed to the phone. "It comes in handy, though. I much prefer email. I agree with you, actually."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. "I couldn't do it either. The burnout rate for profilers is pretty high, as I'm sure you've heard. Since they spend so much time focusing on the worst in humanity, they wind up having a difficult time relating to regular folks. They lose perspective on normal life. They don't know their kids. Their marriages go under." She sat forward a bit in her seat, smoothing her navy blue skirt as she said, "I spent a week with them. I know I saw only a small part of what they do. That's when I knew I didn't have what it took. I felt as if I'd failed." What any endeavor takes, Sherlock, is a whole lot of different talents. Just because you don't end up profiling doesn't mean you failed. Actually, I think what we do leaves us more on the normal side of things than not. Now, I asked to have you assigned to me because academically you appear to have what I need. Your academic credentials are impressive. I did wonder, though, why did you take off a year between your sophomore and junior years of college? "I was sick, mononucleosis." "Okay, yes. Here's an entry about that. I don't know why I missed it." She watched him flip through more pages. He hadn't missed it. She couldn't imagine that he'd ever miss a thing. She would have to be careful around him. He read quickly. He frowned once. He looked up at her. "I didn't think mono took a person out for a whole year." "I don't know about that. I just wasn't worth much for about 9 or 10 months. Run down, really tired." He looked down at a page of paper that was face up on his desktop. "You just turned 27, I see. And you came directly to the bureau after completing your master's degree." "Yes." "This is your first job." "Yes." She knew he wanted more from her in the way of answers, but she wasn't about to comply. Direct question, direct answer. That's all she'd give him. She'd heard about his reputation. He wasn't only smart, he was very good at reading people. She didn't want him reading anything about her that she didn't want read. She was very used to being careful. She wouldn't stop now. She couldn't afford to. He was frowning at her. He tossed her file onto the desktop. She was wearing a no-nonsense dark blue business suit with a white blouse. Her hair, a deep auburn color, was pulled severely back, held at the base of her neck with a gold clamp. He saw her for a moment after he'd butted her into the petunias in Hogan's Alley. Her hair had been drawn back then. She was on the point of being too thin, her cheekbones too prominent. But she'd taken him, not lost her composure, her training. He said, "Do you know what this unit does, Sherlock?" Mr. Petty said that when a criminal took his show on the road, we're many times called in by the local police to help catch him. Yes, we don't deal in kidnappings. Other folk do that brilliantly. No, primarily we stick to the kinds of monsters who don't stop killing until we stop them. Also, like the ISU, we do deal with local agencies who think an outside eye just might see something they missed on a local crime, usually homicide. He paused and sat back, just looking at her, seeing her yet again on her back in the petunia bed. Also, like the ISU, we only go in when we're asked. It's our job to be very mental, intuitive, objective. We don't do profiling like the ISU. We are computer-based. We use special programs to help us look at crimes from many different angles. The programs correlate all the data from 2 or more crimes that seem to have been committed by the same person, in order to bring everything possibly relevant, possibly important, into focus. We call the main program the PAP, the Predictive Analog Program. You wrote the programs, didn't you, sir? And that's why you're the head of the unit? He grinned at her. Yeah, I'd been working on prototypes a long time before the unit got started. I like catching the guys who prey on society. And truth be told, the computer, as far as I'm concerned, is the best tool to take them out. But that's all it is, Sherlock, a tool. It can turn up patterns, weird correlations, but we have to put the data in there in order to get the patterns. Then, of course, we have to see the patterns and read them correctly. It comes down to how we look at the possible outcomes and alternatives the computer gives us. It's how we decide what data we plug into it. You'll see that PAP has an amazing number of protocols. One of my people will teach you the program. With luck, your academic background in forensics and psychology will enable you to come up with more parameters, more protocols, more ways of sniffing out pertinent data and correlating information to look at crimes in different ways, all with the goal of catching the criminals. She wanted to sign on the dotted line right that minute. She wanted to learn everything in the next 5 minutes. She wanted, most of all, to ask him when she could have access to everything he did. She managed to keep her mouth shut. We do a lot of traveling, Sherlock, often at a moment's notice. It's gotten heavier as more and more cops hear about us and want to see what our analysis has to offer. What kind of home life do you have? I see you're not married, but do you have a boyfriend, someone you are used to spending time with? No. He felt as if he were trying to open a can with his fingernails. Would you like to have your lawyer present? She blinked at that. I don't understand, sir. You are short on words, Sherlock. I was being facetious. I'm sorry if you don't think I'm talking enough, sir. He wanted to tell her she'd talk all he wanted her to soon enough. He was good. Actually, he was better with a computer, but he could also loosen a tongue with the best of them in the bureau. But for now, he'd play it her way. Nothing but the facts. He said, "You don't live with anyone." "No, sir." "Where do you live, Agent Sherlock?" "Nowhere at the moment, sir. I thought I was being assigned to Los Angeles. Since I'll be staying in Washington, I'll have to find an apartment."
3 sentences. She was getting positively chatty. We'll be able to help you on that. Do you have stuff in storage? Not much, sir. There was a faint beep. Just a moment, Savich said, and looked at the computer screen on his laptop. He rubbed his jaw as he read. Then he typed quickly, looked at the screen, tapped his fingertips on the desktop, then nodded. He looked up at her. He was grinning like a maniac. Email. Finally, we're going to have a chance to catch the toaster. 4. Savich looked as if he wanted to jump on his desk and dance. He couldn't stop grinning and rubbing his hands together. The toaster, sir? Oh yes, on this one I had feelers out with everyone. Excuse me, Agent Sherlock. He lifted the receiver on his phone and began to punch in numbers. He put it down and cursed softly. I forgot. Ellis's wife is having their baby. She just went into the hospital an hour ago, and so he's not available. No, I won't ask him. He'll insist on coming, but he needs to be with his wife. It's their first kid. But he's going to be really pissed to miss this. No, I just can't. He's gotta be there. He looked down at his hands a moment, then back up at her. He looked just a bit worried. What do you think of trial by fire? Her heartbeat speeded up. She was so new, she still squeaked. But he was going to take a chance on her. I'm ready, sir. She looked ready to leap out of her chair. He didn't remember being this eager on his first day. He rose. Good. We're leaving this afternoon for Chicago. Bottom line, we've got a guy who killed a family of 4 in Des Moines. He did the same thing in St. Louis 3 months later. After St. Louis, the media dubbed him the Toaster. I'll tell you about it when we're in the air. That was Captain Brady in the Chicago Police Department, homicide, and he believes we might be able to help him. Actually, he's praying that we can do something.
Lower the pitch slightly, and he can't even give them a dancing bear. But we can. He looked at his watch. I'll meet you at Dulles in 2 hours. We should be there no more than 3 days. He rolled down the sleeves of his white shirt and grabbed his jacket. I really want this guy, Sherlock. The Toaster. She knew about him as well. She scoured all the major newspapers for monsters like this one. Yes, she already knew the details, at least the ones that had made the papers. He opened the office door for her. Her eyes were positively glistening, as if she were high on drugs. You mean you know how to catch him? Yes, we're going to get him this time. Captain Brady said he had some leads, but he needs us to come out. You go ahead and pack. I've got to update some people in the unit. Ollie Hamish is in charge when I'm unavailable. They flew on United in business class. I didn't think the Bureau let its agents fly anything other than tourist class. Savich stowed his briefcase beneath the seat in front of him and sat down. I upgraded us. You don't mind that I have the aisle. You're the boss, sir. Yeah, but now you can call me Dillon or Savich. I answer to either one. What do most people call you? Sherlock, sir. Just plain Sherlock. I met your daddy once about 5 years ago, just after he was appointed to the bench. Everyone in law enforcement was tickled to have him named, because he rarely cut a convicted criminal any slack. I remember his selection didn't go over too well with liberals in your home state. No, she said, looking out the window as the 767 began to taxi down the runway. It didn't. There were 2 serious efforts to have him recall. Neither succeeded, of course. The first try was after he upheld the death penalty for a man who'd raped and tortured 2 little boys, then dumped their bodies in a dumpster in Palo Alto. The second was when he wouldn't grant bail to an illegal Mexican alien who'd kidnapped and murdered a local businessman. Hard to believe there are people who'd want to rally behind those kinds of killers. Oh, there are. Their rationale in the first case was that my father showed no compassion. After all, the man's wife had died of cancer. His little boy had been killed by a drunk driver. He deserved another chance. He'd been pushed to torture those little boys. He had shown remorse, claimed grief had sent him out of his mind, but Dad said bullshit and upheld the death penalty. As for the illegal Mexican, they claimed Dad was a racist, that there was no proof the man would flee the U.S. Also, they claimed that the man had kidnapped the businessman because he had refused to give him a job, had threatened to call immigration if the guy didn't leave the premises. They claimed the man hadn't been treated fairly, that he'd been discriminated against. It didn't matter that the businessman was an immigrant, a legal one. I also seriously doubt that he made that threat. They didn't succeed in recalling him. No, but it was close. You could say that the Bay Area is a fascinating place to grow up. If there's any other possible take on something, some group of locals will latch onto it. What does your dad think of your joining the FBI? The flight attendant spoke over the PA system, telling them about their seatbelts and the oxygen masks. He saw it in her eyes, the wariness, the relief that now she could concentrate on her flotation cushion instead of his questions. She was proving to be a puzzle. He very much appreciated puzzles. A good one fascinated him. He'd get her again with that question. Maybe when she was tired or distracted. He sat back in his seat and said nothing more. Once in the air, he opened his briefcase and gave her a thick file. I hope you read quickly. This is everything on the 3 different crimes. I knew you didn't have a laptop, so I had it downloaded and printed out for you. Read everything and absorb as much as you can. If you have questions, write them down and ask me later. He gently lifted his laptop onto the fold-down tray and got to work. He waited until they were served dinner before he spoke again. Have you finished reading everything? Yes. You're fast. Questions? Ideas? Anything that doesn't seem kosher? Yes. This time he didn't say anything. He just chewed and waited. She watched her cut a small piece of lettuce from her salad. She didn't eat it, just played with it. I already knew about this man from the papers, but there's so much more here. She sounded elated, as if she'd made the Insiders Club. He frowned at her. She suddenly cleared her throat, and her voice was nearly expressionless. I can understand that he has low self-esteem, that he probably isn't very bright, that he probably works at a low-paying job, that he's a loner and doesn't relate well to people. He waited, something he was excellent at. I always wondered why it killed families. Families of 4, exactly. You called him it. That's interesting. She hadn't meant to. She forked down her lettuce and took her time chewing. She had to be more careful. It was just a slip of the tongue. No, it wasn't, but we'll let that go for now, Sherlock. This family thing. The people in the ISU, as you've read in their profile, believe he lived on the same block of the first family he killed in Des Moines. Knew them, hated them, wanted to obliterate them, which he did. However, they couldn't find anyone in the nearby area of the first murders in Des Moines to fit that description. Everyone just figured that the profile wasn't correct in this particular case. When he killed again in St. Louis, everyone was flummoxed. When I spoke to Captain Brady in Chicago, I asked him if the St. Louis police had canvassed the area for a possible suspect. They had, but they still didn't find anybody who looked promising. But you had already talked to the police in St. Louis, hadn't you? Oh, yes. You know a lot, don't you? I've thought about this case, Sherlock. Thought, and recreated it as best I could. Unlike the cops, I firmly believe the profile is right on target. Even though they didn't find anyone in Des Moines or St. Louis to fit the profile? Yeah, that's right. You're stringing me along, sir. Yes, but I'd like to see what you come up with. Let's just see if you're as fast with your brain as with that lady Colt of yours.
She splayed her fingers, long, slender fingers, short, buffed nails. "You still kicked it out of my hand. It didn't matter. But you're a good catch. I wasn't expecting that move from Porter." She grinned at him then, momentarily disarmed. "We practiced it. In another exercise, he got taken as a hostage. I threw a gun to him, but he missed it. The robber was so angry, he shot Porter. As you can imagine, we got yelled at by the instructors for winging it." She said again, still grinning, "Practice." He said slowly, shutting down his laptop, "I got creamed once when I was a trainee at the academy. I wish I'd learned that move. My partner, James Quinlan, was playing a bank robber in a Hogan's Alley exercise, and the FBI got the drop on him. I had to stand there and watch him get taken away. If I'd thrown him a gun, he might have had a chance. Although God knows what happened then." He sighed. "Quinlan turned me in under questioning. I think he expected me to break him out of lockup, and when I didn't, he sang. Although how he expected me to do it, I have no idea. Anyway, they caught me an hour later, heading out of town in a stolen car. The mayor's blue Buick." "Quinlan?" "Yes." Nothing more, just the yes. Let her chew on nothing for a bit. "Who is this Quinlan?" "An agent and longtime friend. Now, Sherlock, what do you think we're going to find in Chicago?" "You said the Chicago police believed they were close. How close?" "You read it. A witness said he saw a man running from the victim's house. They've got a description."
We'll see just how accurate it is. What do you know, sir, that's not in the reports? Most of it's surmise, he said, and some excellent stuff from my computer program. He nodded to the flight attendant to remove his cup of coffee. He gently closed his laptop and slipped it into its hard case. "We're nearly at O'Hare," he said, leaned back and closed his eyes. She leaned back as well. He hadn't shown her the computer analysis on the case. Maybe he'd thought she already had enough on her plate, and maybe she did. She hadn't wanted to look at the photos from the crime scenes, but she had. It had been difficult. There hadn't been any photos in the newspapers. The actual photos brought the horror of it right in her face. She couldn't help it. She spoke aloud. In all three cases, the father and mother were in their late 30s. Their two children, always a boy and a girl, were 10 and 12. In each case, the father had been shot through the chest, then in his stomach. The second shot delivered after he was dead, the autopsy reports read. The mother was tied down on the kitchen table, her face beaten. Then she was strangled with the cord of the toaster, thus the name, the toaster. The children were tied up, knocked out, their heads stuck in the oven, like Hansel and Gretel. It's more than creepy. This guy is incredibly sick. I've wondered what he would do if the family didn't have a toaster. "Yeah, I wondered about that too, at first," he said, not opening his eyes. "Makes you think he must have visited each of the homes to make sure there was one right there in the kitchen before the murders. That, or he brought the toasters with him. That's possible, but I doubt it. Too conspicuous. He brought his seat back into its upright position. Someone could have seen him carrying something. Another thing, in a lot of houses, kitchen ovens are set up high and built in. In a situation like that, how would he kill the children? In the photos, all of these are the big old-fashioned ovens. He had a lot of checking out to do when he visited the families, didn't he?" She looked at his profile. He didn't say anything. She slowly slid all the photos back into the envelope, each of them marked. She slowly lined up all the pages and carefully placed them back into their folders. He'd given this a whole lot of thought. On the other hand, so had she. She still wanted to see the computer analysis. Then again, she hadn't demanded to see it either. The flight attendant announced that they were beginning their descent into Chicago, and for everyone to put away any electronic equipment. Savich fastened his seatbelt. "Oh yes, our guy did a lot of checking." How did you even remember my question? It's been 5 minutes since I asked it. I'm FBI. I'm good. He closed his eyes again. She wanted to kick him. She turned to look out the window. Lights were thick and bright below. Her heart speeded up. Her first assignment. She wanted to do things right. You're FBI now too, Sherlock. It was a bone, not a meaty bone, but a bone nonetheless, and she smiled, accepting that bone gladly. She fastened her own seatbelt. She never once stopped looking down at the lights of Chicago. Hallelujah! She wasn't going after bank robbers. 5. Chicago was overcast, and a cool 50 degrees on October 18th. Lacey hadn't been to Chicago since she'd turned 21, following a lead that hadn't gone anywhere, one of the many police departments she'd visited during her year of mono. As for Savich, he wasn't even particularly aware that he was in Chicago. He was thinking about the sick little bastard who had brutally murdered 3 families. Officer Alfonso Ponce picked them up and ushered them to an unmarked light blue Ford Crown Victoria. Captain Brady didn't think you'd want to be escorted to the station in a squad car. This one belongs to the captain. After a 45-minute ride weaving in and out of thick traffic, everyone in the radius of 5 miles honking his horn, he let them off at the Jefferson Park Station House, the precinct for what was clearly a nice middle-class neighborhood. The station house was a boxy single-story building on West Gale, at the intersection of 2 major streets, Milwaukee and Higgins. It had a basement, Officer Ponce told them, and that was because it had been built in 1936 and was one of those WPA projects. When there'd been a twister 7 years before, everyone had piled into the basement, prisoners and all. One nutcase had tried to escape. There had been little updating since the 70s. There was a small box out front holding a few wilted flowers and a naked flagpole. Inside, it was as familiar as any station house Savich had ever been in. A beige linoleum floor that had been redone, probably in the last 10 years, but who knew? It still looked 40 years old. He smelled urine wearing an overcoat of floral room spray. There were a dozen or so people shuffling around or sitting on the long bench against the wall, since it was 8 o'clock at night. At least half of them were teenage boys. He wondered what they'd done. Drugs, probably. Savich asked the sergeant on duty where he could find Captain Brady. They were escorted by an officer, turned wary after he'd seen their FBI badges, to a squad room with several offices in the back with glass windows. The room was divided off into modular units, a new addition that nobody liked, the officer told them. There wasn't much noise this time of night, just an occasional ring of the phone. There were about a dozen people in the squad room, all plainclothes. Captain Brady was a black man of about 45, with a thick southern drawl. Even though there wasn't a single white hair on his head, he looked older than his years, very tired. Lines scored deeply around his mouth. When he saw them, his mouth split into a big smile. He came out from behind his cluttered desk, his hand out. "Agent Savich?" "Yes, Captain." The 2 men shook hands. "And this is Agent Lacey Sherlock." Captain Brady shook her hand, gave her a lopsided grin, and said, "You're a long way from London, aren't you?" She grinned back at him. "Yes, sir. I forgot my hat, but my pipe's in my purse." She hadn't realized that Savich even knew her first name. Savich was studying the computer on the captain's desk. Captain Brady waved them into 2 chairs that sat opposite a sofa. The chairs were surprisingly comfortable. Captain Brady took the sofa. He sat forward, his hands clasped between his knees. "Bud Hollis in St. Louis said you had followed this case since the guy killed the first family in Des Moines, and the DMPD had asked the FBI to do a profile. He said I should get you here, and that's why I emailed you. He appreciated your ideas, even though they didn't get him anywhere. But you already know that. The guy's a mystery. Nothing seems to nail him." Captain Brady coughed into his hand, a hacking low cough. "Sorry, I guess I'm getting run down. My wife chewed me out good this morning." He shrugged. "But what can we do? We've been putting in long hours since the guy killed the family 3.5 days ago. He did it right at 6 o'clock, right at dinner time, right at the same time he killed the other 2 families. Sorry, but you already know that.
You got all the police reports I sent you yesterday? Oh, yes, Savich said. I was hoping you'd contact me. The captain nodded. Bud Hollis also said you had a brain and weren't a glory hound and did your investigating with a computer. I don't understand that, but I'm willing to give it a try. I still wasn't sure bringing you here was such a good idea until 5 minutes before I emailed you. Thank you for coming so quickly. I thought I should talk to both of you for a few minutes before I introduce you to the detectives on the case. They're a bit unhappy that I called you in. No problem, Savich said and crossed his legs. You're right, Captain.
Neither Sherlock nor I am into glory. We just want this guy off the streets. Actually, Lacey wanted him really badly. She wanted him dead. Unfortunately, we don't have anything more than we did when I emailed you this afternoon. The pressure from the mayor's office is pretty intense. Everyone's hiding in the men's room because the media's been on a tear since the first night it happened. They haven't let up. Do you know that one station got hold of the crime scene photos and they splashed them all over the 10 p.m. news? Bloody vultures! They know all about Des Moines and St. Louis and that the media there had called the guy the Toaster. Got everyone scared to death. The joke in the squad room is that everyone is throwing out their kitchen appliances. You've read all the files from all the murders, haven't you? Yes, every one. They were very complete. I guess it's time to cut to the chase, Agent Savich. Can you help us? Both Agent Sherlock and I have just a few questions. Perhaps we can meet with your people and get the answers. Yes, Captain, there's not a doubt in my mind that we can help you. Captain Brady gave Savich a dubious smile, but there was a gleam of hope in his tired eyes. Let's get to it, he said, grabbed a huge folder from his desk and walked to the door of his office. He yelled out, "Dabrowski, Mason, get in the conference room on the double." He turned back to them and said, "I hate these modular things. They just put them in last year. You can't see a soul, and chances are the guy you want is in the John." He glanced at her. "Well, or the girl, female officer you want is in the women's room." Evidently, neither Dabrowski nor Mason had gone to the John. They were already in the conference room, standing stiff and hostile, waiting for the FBI agents. Captain Brady was right about one thing. They weren't happy campers. This was their turf, and the last thing they wanted was to have the FBI stick their noses into their business. Savich was polite and matter-of-fact. They looked at Sherlock, and she could see that they weren't holding out for much help from her. Dabrowski said, "You don't expect us to be your Watsons, do you, Sherlock?" "Not at all, Detective Dabrowski, unless either of you is a physician." That brought her a grudging smile. She wanted to tell all of them, Savich included, that she now knew as much about this guy as they did, maybe even more than the Chicago cops, and she'd thought about him for as long as Savich had, but she kept her mouth closed. She wondered what Savich had up his sleeve. She'd only known him for 7 hours, and she would have bet her last buck that he had a whole lot up that sleeve of his. It wouldn't have surprised her if he had the guy's name and address. They sat in the small conference room, all the files and photos spread over the top of the table. There was a photo of the crime scene face up at her elbow. It was of Mrs. Lansky, the toaster cord still around her neck. She turned it face down and looked over at Savich. He had what she already thought of as the FBI look. He was studying Dabrowski in a still, thoughtful way. She wondered if he saw more than she did. Poor Dabrowski. He looked so tired he was beyond exhaustion. A man who wasn't smiling, a man who looked as if he'd just lost his best friend. He was wired, probably on too much coffee. He couldn't sit still. His brown suit was rumpled, his brown tie looked like a hangman's noose. He had a thick 5 o'clock shadow. Savich put his elbows on the table, looked directly at the man, and said, "Detective, were there any repairmen in the Lansky household within the past 2 months?" Dabrowski reared back, then rocked forward again, banging his fist on the table. "Do you think we're fucking idiots? Of course we checked all that. There was a phone repair guy there 3 weeks ago, but we talked to him and it was legit. Anyway, the guy was at least 50 years old and had 7 kids. Savich just continued in that same calm voice. "How do you know there weren't other repairmen?" There were no records of any expenditures for any repairs in the Lansky's checkbook, no receipts of any kind, and none of the neighbors knew of anything needing repairs. We spoke to the family members, even the ones who live out of town. None of them knew anything about the Lanskys having any repairs on anything. And there were no strangers in the area the week before the murder, the day of the murder? Oh, sure, there were pizza deliveries, a couple of Seventh-day Adventists, a guy canvassing for a local political campaign, said Mason, a younger man who was dressed in a very expensive blue suit and looked as tired as his partner. Savich imagined that when they took roles, Mason was the good cop and Dabrowski the bad cop. Mason looked guileless and naive, which he probably hadn't been for a very long time. Mason gave a defeated sigh, spreading his hands on the tabletop. But nobody saw anyone at the Lansky house except a woman and her daughter going door to door selling Girl Scout cookies. That was 1 day before the murders. That doesn't mean that UPS guys didn't stop there a week ago, but no one will even admit that's possible. It's a small, close-knit neighborhood. You know, one of those neighborhoods where everybody minds everybody else's business. The old lady who lives across the street from the Lanskys could even describe the woman and the little girl selling the cookies. I can't imagine any stranger getting in there without that old gal noticing. I wanted to ask her if she kept a diary of all the comings and goings in the neighborhood, but Dabrowski said she might not be so happy if I did, and she just might close right up on us. Captain Brady said, "You know, Agent Savich, this whole business about the guy coming to the house, getting in under false pretenses, actually coming into the kitchen, checking before he whacked the families to make sure they had a toaster and a low-set big gas oven, didn't really occur to anyone until you told Bud Hollis in St. Louis to check into it. He's the one who got us talking to every neighbor within a 2-block radius. Like Mason said, there wasn't any stranger, even a florist's delivery to the Lansky house. Everyone is positive, and none of the neighbors seem weird, and we did look for weird when we interviewed, just in case." Savich knew this, of course, and Captain Brady knew that he knew it, but he wanted the detectives to think along with him. He accepted a cup of coffee from Mason that was thicker than Saudi oil. "You are all familiar with the profile done by the FBI after the first murders in Des Moines. It said that the killer was a young man between the ages of 20 and 30, a loner, and that he lived in the neighborhood or not too far away, probably with his parents or with a sibling. Also, he had a long-standing hatred or grudge or both toward the family in Des Moines, very possibly unknown by the family or friends of the family. Unfortunately, this didn't seem to pan out." "No shit," Dabrowski said as he tapped a pen on the wooden tabletop. "The Des Moines cops wasted hours and hours going off on that tangent. They dragged in every man in a 3-block radius of the house, but there wasn't a single dweeb who could possibly fit the profile. Then it turned out that the toaster wasn't just a little time killer, he's now a serial killer. Thank God we didn't waste our time going through that exercise. You people aren't infallible." Dabrowski liked that. He looked jovial now.
No, this time you were so far off track that you couldn't even see the train. Like the captain said, we did talk to all the neighbors, not a weirdo in the bunch. Actually, on this case, we're not off track at all, Savich said. Believe me, it's astounding how often the profiles are right on the money. He was silent a moment, then said, Now, everyone agrees that the same guy murdered all 3 families.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. It makes sense that he had to visit each of the houses to ensure that there were both a toaster and a classic full-size stove-oven combo that sat on the kitchen floor, and not an electric stove, a gas one. There were delivery people all over the neighborhoods in both Des Moines and in St. Louis, but the truth is, no one is really certain of anything. By the time they acted on the profile theory of the killer living in the neighborhood, there wasn't much certainty anymore about any repairs or deliveries. Nobody remembered seeing anybody. "Good summary, Savich," said Dubrowski. "Bear with me, detective." He took another drink of coffee. "This stuff is so potent, I bet it breeds little cups of coffee." There was one small smile from Sherlock. Savich said, "You guys have done hours of legwork here, and you did it immediately. You've proven that there wasn't a repair person or a salesman or even a guy whose car broke down and wanted to phone a garage near the Lansky house. So then we come back to the basic question. How then did he get into the Lansky house, into the kitchen specifically, so he could make certain they had all the props he needed?" Dubrowski made a big show of looking at his watch. "Look, Savich, we thought of all that. We found out that all the houses were older, not just here, but also in Des Moines and in St. Louis. To me, it means the chances are excellent that you'd have a big, low gas oven in the kitchens. And who the hell wouldn't have a toaster? This is all nonsense. Our perp is a transient. He's nuts. None of the shrinks agree on why he did this. Maybe God told him to strangle every mother with the toaster cord. Maybe God told him that kids are evil, that he was the evil witch out of Hansel and Gretel. Who the hell knows why he's whacking families? Like I said, the fucker's crazy, and he's traveling across the U.S., probably killing at whim, no rhyme or reason." Mason said, "Buck's right. We don't know why no one saw him in the Lansky neighborhood, why a single dog didn't bark. But maybe he disguised himself as the postman or as that old woman who lives across the street from the Lanskys. In any case, he got lucky. But we'll find him. We've got to. Of course, with our luck, the bastard's long gone from Chicago. We'll hear about him again when he murders someone in Kansas." And that was truly what they believed, Sherlock thought. It was clear on all their faces. They believed the guy was long gone from Chicago, that they didn't have a prayer of ever getting him. "Let me tell you about the magic of computers, gentlemen," Savich said and smiled. "They do things a whole lot faster than we can. But what's important is what you put into them. It's a matter of picking the right data to go into the mixer before you turn it on to do its thing." He leaned down and picked up his laptop and turned it on. He hit buttons, made the little machine bleep, all in all, ignored the rest of them. "I've got to go home, Captain," Dubrowski said. "I've got gas. I need a shower, or my wife won't even kiss me, and my kids have forgotten what I look like." "We're all bushed, Buck. Just be patient. Let's see what Agent Savich's got." Lacey realized then that Savich was just putting on a little show for them. He had the pages he wanted to show them in his briefcase. But he was going to call up neat-looking stuff on the screen and make them all look at it before he gave them any hard copy. In the next minute, Savich turned the computer around and said, "Take a look at this, detectives. Captain Brady." 6. The 3 men crowded around the small laptop. It was Detective Dubrowski who said suddenly, "Nah, I don't believe this. It doesn't make any sense." "Yes, it does." Savich handed out a piece of paper to each of them. Sherlock didn't even glance at the paper. She knew what was on it. In that moment, Savich looked over at her. He grinned. He didn't know how she knew, but he knew that she'd figured it out. "You tell them, Sherlock." They were all staring at her now. He'd put her on the spot, but he'd seen the knowledge in her eyes. How? She didn't know. He was giving her a chance to shine. Lacey cleared her throat. The FBI profilers were right. It's a local neighborhood guy who hated the Lansky family. He killed the families in Des Moines and St. Louis because he wanted to practice before he killed the people he hated. He wanted to get it perfect when it most mattered to him. So the families in Des Moines and St. Louis were random choices. He undoubtedly drove around until he found the family that met his requirements. Then he killed them. Captain Brady whistled. "My God, you think the profile is correct, but it was meant only for the Lanskys." "That's right," Savich said. "The other two families were his dress rehearsal." He turned to Dubrowski and Mason. "I wanted you to be completely certain that there was no stranger around the Lansky household before the killings. Are you both certain?" "Yes," Mason said, "as certain as we can be." "Then we go to the Lansky neighborhood and pick up the guy who will fit the profile. He screwed up, and now we'll nail him." The computer hit on 3 possibles, all within walking distance of the Lansky's house. "My money's on Russell Bent. He fits the profile better than the others. Given how well the profile fits this guy, and given no strangers, the chances are really good that this wasn't just another dress rehearsal. Also, Russell Bent lives with his sister and her husband. She is exactly 2 years older than he is." "I don't understand, Agent Savich," Captain Brady said, sitting forward. "What do you mean she's 2 years older?" "The boy and girl in all 3 families," Lacey said. "The girl was 12 and the boy was 10. "Jesus," Captain Brady said. "Why didn't you just tell us?" Dubrowski was mad. He felt that Savich had made him look like a fool. "As I said as he rose from his chair, I wanted you to be certain that no stranger had been near the Lansky home. It was always possible that the guy was having a 3rd dress rehearsal, but he wasn't. This time it was the real thing for him. I wasn't really holding out on you. I just got everything in the computer this morning once Captain Brady had sent me all your reports. Without the reports, I wouldn't have gotten a thing. You would have come back to this. It's just that I always believed the profile, and I had the computer." Russell Bent lived 6 houses away from the Lanskys with his sister and her husband and 1 young son. Bent was 27 years old, didn't date, didn't have many friends, but was pleasant to everyone. He worked as a maintenance man at a large office on Milwaukee Avenue. His only passion was coaching Little League. The detectives had already spoken to Russell Bent, his sister, and her husband as part of their neighborhood canvassing. They'd never considered him a possible suspect. They were looking for a transient, a serial killer, some hot-eyed madman, not a local, certainly not a shy young guy who was really polite to them. $100, Sherlock says they'll break him in 20 minutes, Savich said. "It's for certain that none of them looks the least bit tired now," she said. "Do we watch them?" "No, let's go to Captain Brady's office. I don't want to cramp their style. You know, I bet you that Bent would have killed 1 more family in another state just to confuse everyone thoroughly. Then he wouldn't have killed again. You know, I've been wondering why he had to kill the kids like that. Well, I've given it a lot of thought, talked to the profilers and a couple of shrinks. Why did Bent murder these families with 2 kids, specifically a boy and a girl? And in each case, the kids were 2 years apart, no more, no less. I guess he was killing himself and his sister." She stared at him, shivering.
But why? No, don't tell me. You did some checking on Mr. Bent. Yup.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. I told Dabrusky and Mason all about it in the John. They're going to show off now in front of Captain Brady. I wish I could have been there. Well, probably not. Mason got so excited that he puked. He hadn't eaten anything all day, and he'd drunk a gallon of that atomic bomb coffee. She raised her hand. No, don't tell me. Let me think about this, sir. She followed him down the hall and into Captain Brady's office. He lay down on the sofa. It was too short and hard as a rock, but he wouldn't have traded it for anything at the moment. He was coming down. He closed his eyes and saw that pathetic Russell Bent. They'd gotten him. They'd won this time. For the moment, it made him forget about the monsters who were still out there killing, the monsters that he and his people had spent hours trying to find and had failed. But this time, they'd gotten the monster. They'd won. The mother must have done something. He cocked open an eye. Sherlock was standing over him, a shock of her red hair falling over to cover the side of her face. He watched her tuck the swatch of hair behind her ear. Nice hair, and lots of it. Her eyes were green, a pretty color, kind of mossy and soft. No, her hair wasn't really red, but more red than anything else. There was some brown and a dash of cinnamon color as well. He guessed it was auburn. That's what he'd thought the first time he'd seen her. Yes, he said, Mrs. Bent definitely did something. I don't think Mr. Bent did anything. The 3 fathers Russell Bent shot were clean kills. No, wait, after they were dead, Bent shot them in the stomach. The quick death was probably because to Bent the father didn't count. He wasn't an object of the bone-deep hatred. The belly shot was probably because he thought the father was weak. He was ineffectual. He wasn't a man. What did Mrs. Bent do to Russell and his sister? To punish Russell and his sister, or, more likely, just for the kicks it gave her, Mrs. Bent gagged them both, tied their arms behind them, and locked them in the trunk of the car, or in a closet, or other terrifying closed-in places. Once they nearly died from carbon monoxide poisoning. The mother didn't take care of them, obviously. She left them to scrounge food for themselves. Social services didn't get them away from her until they were 10 and 12 years old. Some timing, huh? How did you find out this stuff so quickly? I got on the phone before we left to pick up Russell Bent. I even got social services down to check their files. It was all there. So the toaster cord is a sort of a payback for what she didn't do? Beating her face was retribution? Yeah, maybe. A payback for all eternity. And he must have come to believe that even though his mother was a dreadful person, he and his sister still deserved death, only they hadn't died, they'd survived, so it had to be other children just like them. That doesn't make much sense, does it? But it's got to have something to do with Russell Bent feeling worthless, like he didn't deserve to live. But why did he pick the Lansky family? I don't know. No one reported any gossip about the family, nothing about physical abuse or the mother neglecting the children, no unexplained injuries with the kids winding up in the emergency room. But you can take it to the bank that Russell Bent thought the 2 Lansky kids were enough like him and his sister to merit dying. He thought the mother was enough like his own mother to deserve death. Why exactly did he have to gas the children? God only knows. Your explanation is as good as any. Brady will find out, though, with the help of the psychiatrists. Russell Bent coached Little League. The Lansky boy was in Little League. Maybe the Lansky boy got close to Bent. Just maybe the Lansky boy told Russell that his mother was horrible. She shrugged. It really won't matter. You know what they'll do, sir. They'll dress it all up in psychobabble. Do you know what happened to the Bent's parents? Yes, he said, I know. Sherlock, call me anything but sir. I'm only 34. I just turned 34 last month on the 6th. Sir makes me feel ancient. The three cops erupted into the office. Captain Brady was rubbing his hands together. There was a bounce to his step. There would be a press conference at midnight. Mason and Dobrusky kept giving each other high fives. Brady had to call the mayor, the police commissioner. The list went on and on. He had to get busy. It took the CPD only 2 hours to prove that Bent had traveled to Des Moines and to St. Louis exactly a week before each of those murders had been committed there, and back on the exact dates of the murders. Unfortunately, at least in Lacey's view, Bent was so crazy he wouldn't even go to trial. He wouldn't get the death penalty. He would be committed. Would he ever be let out? The last thing she heard as they were leaving the Jefferson Park precinct station was his sobs and the soft, soothing voice of his sister, telling him over and over that it would be all right, that they were in this together. She would take care of him. She had been 2 years older, and she hadn't protected him from their mother. She wondered if the sister was really lucky that her brother hadn't gassed her. They took a late morning flight back to Washington, D.C. It didn't occur to Savich until they were already in the air that Sherlock might not have a place to stay. I'm staying at the Watergate, she said. I'm comfortable. I'll stay there until I find an apartment. She smiled at him. You did very well. You got him. You didn't even need the police. Why didn't you just call Captain Brady and tell him about Bent? Why did you want to go to Chicago? I lied to Brady. I'm a glory hound. Even if it's just a crumb, I'm happy. I love praise. Who doesn't? But that's not even part of why you went. All right, Sherlock. I wanted to be in at the kill. I wanted to see this guy. If I hadn't seen him, then it would never be finished in my mind. 2. This was your first day. It was important for you to see how I work, how I deal with local cops. Okay, it was a bit of a show. I think I deserved it. You're new. You haven't seen any disappointments yet. You haven't lived through the endless frustration, the wrong turns our unit has suffered since the first murders in Des Moines. You didn't hear all the crap we got about the profile being wrong. All you saw was the victory dance. This has been only the 3rd real score I've gotten since the FBI started the unit up. But I can't ever forget that there was Des Moines and St. Louis, and 12 people died because we didn't figure things out quickly enough. Of course, Chicago was the key, since that was his focus. As soon as I realized that the neighbors knew one another and watched out for one another, and there hadn't been any strangers at the Lansky house, then I knew our guy lived there. He had to. There wasn't any other answer. Savich added in a tired voice, You did just fine, Sherlock. For the first time in years, she felt something positive, something that made her feel really good wash through her. Thanks, she said, and stretched out in her seat. What if I hadn't known the answer when you asked me to explain it? Oh, it was easy to see that you did know. You were about to burst out of your skin. You looked about ready to fly. Yeah, you really did fine. Will you tell me about your first big score sometime? Maybe even the second one? She thought he must be asleep. Then he said in a slow, slurred voice, Her name was Joyce Hendricks. She was 17, and I was 15. I'd never seen real live breasts before. She was something.
All the guys thought I was the stud of the high school for at least 3 days. She laughed. Where is Joyce now? She's a big-time tax accountant in New York. We exchange Christmas cards, he mumbled, just before he drifted off to sleep.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. 7. Lacey moved a week later into a quite lovely 2-bedroom townhouse in Georgetown on the corner of Cranford Street and Madison. She had 4 glasses, 2 cups, a bed, 1 set of white sheets, 3 towels, all different, a microwave, and half a dozen hangers. It was all she'd brought with her from California. She'd given the rest of her stuff to a homeless shelter in San Francisco. When she'd told Savich she didn't have much in storage, she hadn't been exaggerating. No matter. The first thing she did was change the locks and install deadbolts and chains. Then she hung up her 2 dresses, 2 pairs of jeans, and 2 pairs of slacks on her hangers. She was whistling, thinking about MacDougal and how she'd miss him. He was on the 5th floor, working in the National Security Division. He was big time into counter-terrorism. It had been his goal, he'd told her, since a close friend of his had been blown out of the sky on the doomed Pan Am Flight 103 that exploded over Lockerbie in the late 80s. He'd just gotten his first big assignment. He would go to Saudi Arabia because of a terrorist bombing that had killed at least 15 American soldiers the previous week. "I'm out of here, Sherlock," he'd said, grabbed her, and given her a big hug. "They're giving me a chance, just like Savich gave you. Hey, you really did well with that guy in Chicago." The toaster. Yeah, what a moniker. Trust the media to trivialize murder by making it funny. Anything big since then? No, but it's been less than a week. Savich made me take 3 days off to find an apartment. Listen, no impulsive stuff out of you, okay? You take care of yourself, Mac. Don't go off on a tear just because you're FBI now and think you're invincible. This is just training for me, Sherlock, nothing more. Hey, you're good little sister material. We're the same age. Nah, with those skinny little arms of yours, you're a little sister. He was anxious to be gone. He was bouncing his foot and shifting from one leg to the other. She gave him one more hug. "Send me a postcard with lots of sand on it." He gave her a salute and was off, whistling just as she was now, his footsteps fast and solid down the short drive in front of her townhouse. He turned suddenly and called back. "I hear that Savich is big into country and western music. I hear he loves to sing the stuff, that he knows all the words to every song ever written. It can't hurt to brown nose." Goodness, she thought, country and western music. She knew what it was, but that was about it. It was twangy stuff that was on radio stations she always turned off immediately. It hadn't ever been in her repertoire, not that she'd had much of a repertoire the past 7 years. The last time she'd played the piano was in the bar at the Watergate a week and a half before. The drunks had loved her. She'd played some Gershwin, then quit when she forgot the next line. She was standing in the middle of her empty living room, hands on hips, wondering where she was going to buy furniture when the doorbell rang. No one knew she was here. She froze, hating herself, even as she felt her heart begin to pound. She had been safe at Quantico, but here, in Washington, D.C., where she was utterly alone? Her lady Colt was in the bedroom. No, she wasn't about to dash in there and get it. She drew in a deep breath. It was the paper boy. It was someone selling subscriptions.
The only people she knew were the 8 people in the Criminal Apprehension Unit and Savich, and she hadn't given them her address yet. Just personnel. Would they tell anyone? The doorbell rang again. She walked to her front door, immediately moving to stand beside it. No one would shoot through the front door and hit her. Who is it? There was a pause, then, "It's me, Lacey, Douglas." She closed her eyes a moment. Douglas Madigan. She hadn't seen him for 4 months, nearly 5 months. The last time had been at her father's house in Pacific Heights, the night before she'd left for Quantico. He'd been cold and distant with her. Her mother had wept, then ranted at her for being an ungrateful girl. Douglas had said very little, just sat there on the plush leather couch in her father's library and sipped at very expensive brandy from a very old Waterford snifter. It wasn't an evening she liked to remember. "Lacey, are you there, honey?" She'd called her father the day before. Douglas must have found out where she was from him. She watched her hand unfasten the 2 chains. She slowly clicked off the deadbolt and opened the door. "I've got a bottle of champagne, just for us." He waved it in her face. "I don't have any silverware." "Who cares? I don't usually drink champagne from a spoon, anyway." "You nervous to see me, Lacey?" "Come, honey, all you need is a glass or 2. "Sorry, my brain's a bit scattered. I wasn't expecting you, Douglas. Yes, I've got some cheap glasses. Come in." He followed her to the empty kitchen. She pulled 2 glasses from the cupboard. He said, as he gently twisted the champagne cork, "I read about you in the Chronicle. You just graduated from the academy, and you already nailed a serial killer." She thought about that pathetic scrap, Russell Bent, who'd murdered 12 people. She hoped the inmates would kill him. He had murdered 6 children, and she knew that prisoners hate child abusers and child killers. She shrugged. "I was just along for the ride, Douglas. It was my boss, Dillon Savich, who had already figured out who the guy was, even before we went. It was amazing the way Savich handled everything, all low-key, not really saying anything to anybody. He wanted the local cops to buy into everything he'd done, then give them the credit. He says it's the best PR for the unit. Actually, I'm surprised my name was even mentioned." She smiled, remembering that the very next day Assistant Director Jimmy Maitland came around to congratulate everyone. It had been quite a party. "Savich told me that I had arrived just in time for the victory dance. Everyone else had done all the hard work. His main person on the case was with his wife in the hospital, having a baby, the wife, that is. And so I went in his place. Savich was right. I didn't do a thing, just watched, listened. I've never seen so many happy people. It was a Captain Brady of the Chicago Police who thanked the FBI on TV for all their valuable assistance. Oh dear, I bet Savich wasn't very happy about that. Oh well, it's still very good press for the FBI. Now everyone knows about his unit. Why the hell shouldn't the 2 of you get the credit? He caught a serial killer, for God's sake. You don't understand. The FBI is a group, not an individual. Loyalty is to the Bureau, not any single person. You're already brainwashed. Well, here's to you, Lacey. I hope this works out the way you want it to." Douglas raised his glass and lightly clicked it against hers. She merely nodded, then took a sip. It was delicious. "Thank you for bringing the champagne." "You're welcome." "His wife had the baby at about midnight." "Whose wife?" "Oh, the agent who'd done all the work." "Yeah, I thought he'd cry that he'd missed it, but he was a good sport about it." "Why are you here, Douglas? I only called my father yesterday with my new address." He poured himself some more champagne, sipped it, then said with a shrug and a smile, "It was good timing. I had to come to Washington to see a client and decided to put you up front on my itinerary." He moved into the living room. "I like your living room. It'll have lots of afternoon sunlight. It's good-sized. Why don't you have any furniture?" "It wasn't worth it to have all my old stuff trucked across the country. I'll get some new stuff." They were standing facing each other in the empty living room.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Douglas Madden downed the rest of his champagne and set his empty glass on the oak floor. He straightened, took her glass, and set it next to his. "Lacey," he said, taking her upper arms in his hands, "I've missed you. I wish you had come home for a visit, but you didn't. You didn't write me or call. You left a hole in my life. You're beautiful, you know that. I'll bet all the guys are always telling you that, or just staring at you, even with your hair all frizzy around your face, even with those baggy jeans you're wearing, and that ridiculous sweatshirt. What does it say across the back? Dizzy Dan's Pizza? What the hell is that all about?" "Nothing, Douglas, just a local place. And no one seems to have noticed my soul-crushing beauty at all, but you're kind to say so." Actually, she'd gone out of her way at the academy and now at headquarters to dress very conservatively, even severely. As for her hair, she'd always worn it pulled back and clipped at the base of her neck. But this was Saturday. She was in jeans and a sweatshirt, her hair loose around her face. Since it wasn't raining, and there was next to no humidity, Douglas obviously didn't know what frizzy was. "You're looking good, Douglas, but you never change. Maybe you just get better." It was true. He was 6 feet tall, had a lean runner's body, and a thin face with soulful brown eyes. Women loved him, always had. Even her mother had never said a word against Douglas. He charmed easily. He dominated just as easily. "Thank you." He touched her hair, then sifted it through his fingers. "Beautiful. It's auburn, but not really. Perhaps more Titian, but there's some blonde in there too, and some brown. Ah, you know I didn't want you doing this silly FBI thing. Why? Why did you leave me and do this?" "Leave him," she said in her low, calm voice, the one she'd practiced and practiced at the academy when she took courses in interviewing. "I always wanted to be in law enforcement, you know that. The FBI is the best, the very best. It's the heart of the whole system." "The heart? I doubt it. As to your always wanting to be in law enforcement, I don't remember that. You started out as a music major. You play the piano beautifully. You were playing Beethoven sonatas since you were 11 years old. You wanted to go to Juilliard. I remember you dropped out of the Fletcher competition. I always believed you weren't quite of this world. You seemed to live for your music. Of course, we all changed after Belinda. It's been a very long time now, 7 long years. Your father didn't appreciate your talent, didn't understand it, since he didn't have any at all. But everyone else did. Everyone was worried about you when you sold your Steinway years ago, when you stopped even playing at parties. Hell, you even stopped going to parties. That was a long time ago, Douglas. Dad isn't particularly disappointed in me now. He hoped I'd finally do something worthwhile. He hoped this was my first step to growing up. He only acted cold to me because I hadn't asked him to help me. He was dying to use his pull, and I didn't let him. Actually, she had blackmailed him. When the FBI agents interviewed him after she'd applied, he'd not said much of anything about Belinda or how Lacey had changed. She'd told him straight out that she'd never speak to him again if he did. He'd evidently glossed over everything, and very smoothly. She'd gotten into the FBI after all. She still missed her piano, but that missing was buried deep down, so deep she scarcely ever thought of it now. Yes, I did sell it.
It just didn't seem important anymore. A piano was nothing compared to what Belinda had lost. Still, though, she would still find herself playing a song on the arm of a chair, playing along with the music in a movie or on the car radio. She could remember when she was 19, playing on the arm of a young man she was dating. Douglas said, "I don't remember much from that time, to tell you the truth. It's blurred now, distant, and I'm grateful for it." Yes, she said, but she remembered. She had lived it and held it deep and raw inside her since that awful night. He moved closer to her, and she knew he would kiss her. She wasn't sure she wanted him to. Douglas had always fascinated her. 7 years, a long time, but still it didn't seem quite right. He did kiss her, just a light kiss, a touch of his to hers, a brief remembrance, a coming back. His mouth was firm and dry. The kiss was so brief she didn't get the taste of him, just a whisper of the tart champagne. He immediately dropped his hands and stepped back. "I've missed you. I had to listen to your father yell and curse that you'd lost it and gone off the deep end when you told him you were changing your major to forensic science. Fingerprinting, for God's sake, he told me. She'll be wasting herself lifting some goon's damned fingerprints from a dead body. You know there's lots more to it than that. There are a good dozen specialties in forensics. Yes, I know. He wanted you to go to law school, of course. He still thought there was hope after you finished your master's degree in criminal psychology. He said it would be helpful in nailing scum. Your dad, the judge, is always forgetting that I'm a defense attorney. I just changed my mind, that's all. That's what I told the FBI guy who came doing a background check on you. I figured if you wanted to go into the FBI, then I wasn't going to stand in your way." What did Douglas mean by that? That he could have told the FBI that she was unstable? That she'd gone around the bend 7 years ago? Yes, he could have said that. She wondered if anyone had told the FBI that. No, if they had, then she wouldn't have been accepted, would she? "I know my father was positive when the agents came to interview him. Yes, he told me. You'd given him no choice. I said, good for you. It was your life, and he should keep his mouth shut if he ever wanted to see you again. He was pissed at me for a good month. Thank you for standing up for me, Douglas." She had assumed at the time that the people doing the check on her background just hadn't considered it all that important. But they had, evidently, and they'd asked questions. "I had no idea, but I am grateful. No one dredged up anything about that time. Do you know that you haven't changed? You really are looking good." He was 38 now. There were just a few white strands woven into his black hair. He was very probably more handsome now than he had been 7 years ago. She remembered that Belinda had loved him more than anything. Anything. Lacey felt the familiar hollowing pain and quickly picked up the champagne bottle. She poured each of them another glass. "You've changed. You're a woman now, Lacey. You're no longer a silent kid. You still have a dozen locks on your door, but hey, this is DC. I'd probably have a submachine gun sitting next to the front door. What does the FBI use? A Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun. It's powerful and reliable. I have trouble imagining you even near something like that, much less holding it and firing it." Ah, that sounded sexist, didn't it? You spoke of change. As for me, perhaps I haven't changed all that much on the outside, but, well, life changes one, regardless, doesn't it? Oh, yes. She was the perfect example of what life could do to a person. "You're on the thin side. Did they work you that hard at the academy?" "Yes, but it was a classmate of mine, MacDougall, who worked me the hardest. He swore he'd put some muscle on my skinny little arms. Let me see." He was squeezing her upper arm. "Flex. She did. Not bad. My boss works out. Don't picture him as a muscle-bound, no-neck bodybuilder. He's very strong and muscular, but he's also into karate, and he's very good. I was on the receiving end of his technique once at the academy.
Just the other day I saw him eyeing me. I don't think he liked what he saw.
I'll bet he'll have me in the gym by next Tuesday. Boss, you mean this Savich character? I suppose we're all characters in our own way. Savich is a genius with computers. One of his programs helped nail Russell Bent. He's the chief of the unit I'm in now. I was very lucky that he asked for me. Otherwise, I would have ended up in L.A. chasing bank robbers. So, may I take you out to lunch to celebrate your first case? How about we have lunch at one of the excellent restaurants you've got in this neighborhood? She nodded. How long will you be here, Douglas? I'm not certain. Perhaps a week. Did you miss me, Lacey? Yes, and I do miss Dad. How is his health? You write him every week, and I know for a fact that he writes you back every week. He told me that you don't like the telephone, so he has to write letters. So you know he's just fine. Of course, Douglas knew very well why she hated phones. That was how she'd been told about Belinda. Soon I'll probably be into email full-time. My boss is really big on email, and so is everyone else in the unit. It's weird, you don't hear all that many phones ringing. I'll write my email address down for you before I leave. Let's go eat, Lacey. You look like a prince, and I look like a peasant. Let me change. It'll take me just a minute. Oh yeah, everybody calls me Sherlock. I don't like that. I never did. And everybody has to make a stupid remark when they meet you. It doesn't suit you. It's very masculine. Is that what the FBI is all about? Turning you into a man? I hope not. If they did try, I'd flunk the muscle mass tests. Actually, she thought, as she changed into a dress in her bedroom, she liked being called Sherlock. Just Sherlock. It just moved her one step further from the woman she had been 7 years ago. It was at lunch that he told her about this woman who claimed he'd gotten her pregnant. 8. Savich stopped by her desk Monday morning and said, "Ollie just told me that you still didn't have any stuff for your apartment. I thought you were going to take care of it this weekend. What happened?" She looked over at Ollie Hamish and cocked her elbow at him, tapping it with her other hand. He waved back at her, shrugging. Why should Savich care if she slept in a tent? A friend from California came into town. I didn't have a chance. Okay, take off today and shop yourself to death. Then he frowned. You don't know where to shop, do you? Listen, I'll call a friend of mine. She knows where to find anything you could possibly invent. Her name's Sally Quinlan. Lacey had heard all about James Quinlan, presumably this woman's husband. She'd heard about some of his cases, but none of the real details. Maybe when she met Sally Quinlan, she'd find out all the good stuff. It turned out that Sally Quinlan wasn't free until the following Saturday. They made a date. Lacey spent the day learning about PAP, the Predictive Analog Program, and all the procedures in the unit. That Monday evening, Lacey found 2 lovely but small prints at Bentrell's in Georgetown, which would probably look insignificant against that long expanse of white wall in her living room. She bought some clothes at another Georgetown boutique. When she got back to her apartment, there was Douglas waiting for her. He'd been busy, hadn't even had time to phone her. She said, "I'm starving, let's go eat." He nodded and took her to Antonio's, a northern Italian restaurant that wasn't trendy. Over a glass of wine and medallions of veal, he said, "I guess you want to know about this woman, huh?" "Yeah, you dropped that bomb and then took off." She fingered a breadstick. "If you don't want to tell me, Douglas, that's all right." "No, you should know. Her name is Candace Adams. She's about your age, so beautiful that men stop in mid-stride to stare at her. Smarter than just about anyone I know." He sighed and pushed away his plate.
She claims I got her pregnant, and I suppose that I could have, but I've always been so careful. Living in San Francisco, you're probably the most careful of any American. Do you want to marry her?" Odd how it hurt to say the words, but they had to be said. Although she didn't know what she wanted from Douglas, she did realize that she valued him, that he attracted her, that he amused her, that he stood up for her, at least most of the time. And he'd been there for her through it all. She'd been closer to him during those awful months than to her father. Of course, no one was really close to her mother. That was impossible. No, of course not. She's a local TV reporter. I can't imagine that she wants to have a baby now. She felt suddenly impatient with him. Haven't you spoken about all this with her? Does she want to have the baby? An abortion? Does she want to get married? What, Douglas? Yeah, she says she wants to marry me. You said she's smart and beautiful. You said you always wanted to have kids, so marry her. Yeah, I guess maybe I'll have to. I wanted to tell you about it in person, Lacey. I don't want to marry her. I'm not lying about that. I'd hoped that someday you and I could... Well, that would probably never have happened, would it? I don't know, she said finally, setting down her fork. The medallions of veal looked about as appetizing as buffalo chips. There's been so much, Douglas, too much. I'm very grateful to you, you know that. I wish I could say that I wanted to be with you. Yeah, I know. What will you do? I'd turn her down flat if you'd have me, Lacey. She wondered in that moment just what he'd do if she said yes. She'd thought several times in the last few years that she was a habit to him, someone she was fond of, someone he would protect, but not as a woman, not as a wife. No, she was Belinda's little sister, and she probably always would be in his mind. She dredged up a smile for him. I hope she hasn't given you an ultimatum. Oh no, Candace is far too intelligent to do that. I'm hooked, but she isn't pulling at all on the line. It was his life. He had to forget and move on. It had been 7 years. And as for her, well, she would move on as well, toward the goal she always had, toward the goal she would pursue until the monster was caught and dead, or she was. She'd heard that Russell Bent had gotten himself a hotshot lawyer who was claiming police brutality and coercion. The press was speculating that the lawyer might get him off. She wouldn't let that happen to him. Never. On Thursday, Savich said, I don't want you to flab out on me, Sherlock. You don't live more than a mile from me. My gym is right in between. I'll see you there at 6 o'clock. Flab out? I've only been out of the academy for 2 weeks, and I've walked every square inch of Georgetown since Monday, shopping until I dropped, just as you ordered me to do. Flab out? Yeah, you haven't been lying around, but your deltoids are losing tone. I'm an expert. I can tell these things. 6 o'clock. He strolled away, singing, Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me. He walked into his glass-enclosed office. That wasn't country and western. That was a commercial. Was it Chevrolet? She couldn't remember. She watched him sit down at his desk and turned immediately to his laptop. Flabby deltoids, huh? She grinned towards his office. He was just being a good boss, that was it. She was new in town, and he didn't want her to get lonesome. She shook her head and went back to work. She jumped a good 6 inches when a woman's voice said from behind her, Don't even consider going after him. Lacey blinked up at Hannah Paisley, an agent who'd started with the unit some 6 months before. She'd been in the bureau 5 years. She was very tall, beautifully shaped, and was very smart. Lacey had seen her do her dumb blonde act on a witness at the academy, on video. She'd made the guy feel like the stud of the universe. Then he'd spilled his guts.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. She was very good, which was why she was loaned out on sting operations. She also seemed to have a sixth sense about killers, which was why she joined this unit. Lacey envied her this ability. Hannah wanted Dillon Savich? She was jealous because Savich thought Lacey was flabby? What was all this about? I wasn't going after him, Hannah. Actually, I was just thinking that he was a jerk, criticizing my deltoids. I know, I was joking. Are you doing work on the Radnich case? Lacey nodded. Was Hannah joking? She didn't think so. She didn't need this. Hannah gave her a small salute and went back to her desk and computer. Lacey was working with Ollie Hamish on the Radnich case. It had flummoxed everyone, including Savich. It wasn't the who of it that was driving everybody nuts, it was the how. Lacey was feeding in more data they'd just gotten from the various local police reports and the autopsies and the forensic evidence. And in the back of her mind, she was also trying to figure out how this weirdo guy could have gotten into 4 nursing homes, the count as of today, and strangled old women with no one seeing a single thing. The first nursing home was in Richmond, Virginia, 8 months ago. Then, 4 months ago, it happened again in northern Florida, home of the nonagenarian. Norma Radnich was the old woman strangled at the South Banyan nursing home in St. Petersburg, Florida. They'd been called in by the SPPD only after this last murder. To date, there were no leads, no clues, no guesses that were helpful. The profilers were working on it now as well. Ollie was committed to this one. He was the lead agent on it, and Lacey wanted it that way. She wanted to go digging. She'd figured out how to access everything she needed. Perhaps tonight, after Dillon let her leave the gym, she would come back here and work. If he didn't kill all her body parts, if she'd still be able to walk once he was through with her. No one would know. She'd be very careful, do her work for the unit during the day, and search at night. She felt her heart speed up at the thought. She'd get him. She had to get him. But he'd lain low for nearly 7 years. It would be 7 years in 3 days, an anniversary. Just as the past 6 years had each been an anniversary. Had he died? Had he simply stopped? She didn't think so. He was a classic psychopath. He would never stop until he was dead or locked away. Cycles, she'd thought many times. He was into cycles, and so far it hadn't triggered yet, for whatever reason. The weekly update meeting was at 2 o'clock. There were 9 agents in the conference room, 6 men, including Savich, 3 women, 1 secretary, Claudia, a gum-chewing grandmother with bright red hair and a brain like a razor, and 1 clerk, Edgar, who would bet on just about anything, and won the pool on the birth weight of Ellis's baby. Everyone presented what he was doing, the status, what he or she needed. The status meeting went quickly, no wasted time. All the agents felt free to speak up when another agent wanted advice. Savich moderated. When it was Ollie's turn, he said, "I'm working the Radnich case with Sherlock. She's up to speed on it now. We just got the last pile of stuff today from the Florida cops. Sherlock, you just finished inputting all the data just a while ago, didn't you?" At her nod, he said, "Then we'll push the magic button this afternoon." Savich turned to her. "Sherlock, you got anything to add?" She sat forward, clasping her hands together. "It's like a locked-room murder mystery. How can this guy just saunter into these 3 nursing homes in Florida and the one in Richmond at 10 o'clock at night and kill these poor old women with nobody seeing or hearing a thing? Naturally, all the old women killed were in single rooms or suites, but that shouldn't matter. This whole thing is nuts." "Obviously," said Hannah, "but we'll get there. We usually do." Savich said,
Actually, Ollie and I are going to St. Petersburg tomorrow morning. I just got another call from Captain Samuels. There's been another murder. That means that our guy is going into overdrive. The profilers don't like it. It means he's losing control. 5 murders in 8 months, the last 2 in the past week and a half. Captain Samuels really wants us to go down there and poke around, look at everything with new eyes. So that's where we'll be for the weekend. Ollie nearly leaped out of his chair in excitement. When, Chief? 8 a.m. United flight from Dulles. Suddenly, Ollie blanched and raised his eyes heavenward. I won't get too up for this. No, I'm a fatalist. If I really want to go, then my future mother-in-law will tell Maria that I'm a workaholic and lousy husband material, and Maria will dump me. It's the way my life works. Don't worry, Ollie, Savich said, closing his folder. It's no big deal. We'll just go down there to see if there's anything they haven't seen. I think it's time to look the situation over firsthand. Do you already know who did it? Sherlock asked, sitting forward, her hands clasped on the conference table. Savich heard that utterly serious voice, looked at that too intense face, at that thick, curling auburn hair trying to break free of the gold clasp at the back of her neck. Not this time, sorry. Now, Ollie, don't panic. Nothing to it. Still, Ollie looked doubtful. Lacey had heard that he'd already wagered with at least a dozen other agents that his wedding wouldn't come off because either a terrorist would blow up the church or the preacher would be arrested for stealing out of the collection plates. I sure want to catch this creep, Ollie said. I do too, Savich said. Like you and Sherlock and every cop in Florida, I want to know how he keeps pulling off this ghost act. He stood. Okay. Everyone is cooking along just fine. No big problems or breakthroughs. Kogan, see me for a minute. I've got an idea about those murders in Las Vegas. At 6 o'clock, Lacey walked into the World Gym on Juniper Street, wearing shorts, a baggy top, and running shoes, her hair pulled back and up high in a ponytail. She paid her $10 and went into the huge mirror-lined room. There was the usual complement of bodybuilders who watched every move they made in the mirrors. She got a kick out of watching them. They were overbulked and couldn't really get around normally. They moved like hulks. There were beautiful young women who were 6 feet tall, professional women on the Stairmasters looking at their watches every few minutes, probably thinking about their kids and what they were going to cook for dinner, and did they have enough time if they did just 5 more minutes. And there were quite a few professional men, all ages, all working hard. She didn't see a single slacker. Then she saw Savich. He was wearing shorts, running shoes, and a sleeveless white cotton tank. He was doing lat pull-downs. He was slick with sweat, his dark hair plastered to his head. He looked good. Actually, he looked better than good. He looked beautiful. Then she saw him glance over at a clock, do 2 more slow pull-downs, then release the bar and slowly stand up. He turned, saw her immediately, and waved. Seeing him from the front made her realize that she hadn't seen any male as a man in a very long time. She let herself appreciate the clean definition of his muscles, the smooth contours of sinew, then she set him away from her, back into his proper role. He looked her over as he approached. I've decided your delts are okay. What you need is karate. I didn't like the fact that, despite the SIG and your Lady Colt, I still disarmed you with no sweat. You need to know how to protect yourself, and guns are dangerous. What do you say? What could she say? She'd begun karate and then had to stop it because she'd broken her leg skiing. 2 years before. She'd gotten pretty good.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. But 2 years was a long time to be away from an art like karate. He was offering her another chance. She nodded. What followed was a warm-up, then stretching, then the most grueling hour of her life. Savich realized quickly enough that she'd already had some training. He threw her, hurled her, smashed her, and encouraged her endlessly. After one particularly bouncing toss, she lay on her back, staring up at him. "I'm not getting up. I'm not that much of a masochist. You'll just do it again. I'm tired of hearing how great I am at falling and rolling." He grinned down at her. "You're doing very well. Don't whine. You took karate before, so it's not at all new to you. You know learning how to fall is very important." "I'm still not going to get up. It's been 2 years." He sighed, then offered her his hand. "All right, it can be your turn now. But I didn't do all that just to torture you. If you don't know how to fall properly, you might as well hang it up. Now it's your turn. You get to toss me around." She grabbed his hand, leaped to her feet, and took the position. He grinned at her. Her look was intense, as grim as could be. She wanted to kill him. "Never stop thinking, Sherlock. Never stop looking at my eyes. Get your muscles ready, but don't tense. You know how to do it, okay? Let's go." He let her throw him, using his own momentum to help her. But she was hooting and shouting that she'd finally gotten him on the mat. "Not bad," he said as he got back to his feet. They went through that single routine for another half hour. She finally stepped back, bent over, her chest heaving, so exhausted she could barely breathe. "Enough. I'm nearly dead. I've nearly sweated off my eyebrows." He tossed her a towel. It was perfectly dry. He wasn't even sweating. "Now that you've gotten a renewed taste, what do you think?" She threw the towel at him. "I've never had so much fun in my life." He laughed and tossed the towel back to her. "I've never worked so hard in my life." "Yeah, but on the other hand, it's you in control and not a gun." "You can't smack someone from 20 feet, sir. Even I could have blown you away if you hadn't been so close to me." "True, but I was, and if it had been the real thing, then you'd be dead. I don't want that to happen. I'll be spending a lot of time training you. I don't want you to go get yourself shot. Now, there's a class that would be great for you. It's both women and men, and the guy who teaches it is an old buddy of mine. His name's Chico, and he's one tough buzzard. He might let you in even if you do have skinny little arms." She laughed. It was impossible not to. They both showered and changed. He walked her home, gave her a salute, and said, "You get your apartment furnished this weekend, Sherlock. No more excuses. See you at headquarters Monday. Here's Chico's phone number. Oh, Sherlock, you might be kind of sore tomorrow, but nothing too bad. Be sure to take a long hot bath, maybe a couple of aspirin, too. You might also consider some ice packs first." He paused a moment, looking at her face, clean of any makeup, her ratty hair, strands straggling around her face. He cocked his head to one side, then just smiled at her. "You did fine, Sherlock, just fine. I plan to overlook all your whining." She eyed the sidewalk, wondering if she could possibly throw him. "I'm watching your eyes. I'm seeing right into your twisted mind. Nah, Sherlock, don't try to toss me into the flower bed. Not tonight." He waved and walked away. She stood watching him a moment before she went into the townhouse. She watched him until he turned at the corner, east. "Is that Savich?" She was so startled she nearly fell over backward. As she was flailing for balance, he came out from behind a tree. "Oh, my heavens! It's you, Douglas! You nearly stopped my heart. Is something the matter? Is everyone all right?" "Oh, yes. I've been waiting for you, Lacey. I came over hoping we could have dinner, but you weren't here."
No, I was at the gym. Savich beat the stuffing out of me. At his stare, she added, Karate. I don't know if you remember, but I began taking karate lessons 2 years ago, then stopped. I'm getting back into it, starting with learning how to fall. Why with him? I'll be taking classes with a guy named Chico after tonight. Knowing Savich, he'll want me there every night. Is the guy coming on to you, Lacey? Savich? Goodness, Douglas, he's my boss. He's the chief of the unit. It's all business. Yeah, he's got the best way to get to you. He was jealous. It was amazing to see this side of him. She smiled up at him and lightly placed her hand on his arm. Savich is a professional. He has no interest in anybody in his unit, not the kind you're worried about. She thought about Hannah Paisley. Was there something between Savich and Hannah? Douglas saw the lie in her eyes. Why? He'd never known her to lie, but on the other hand, he hadn't seen her in 5 months. The damnable FBI had had her in their clutches for 16 weeks. What more would they do to her? He breathed in deeply. Why don't we go inside? You can change, then I'll take you to dinner. I've got to go back to San Francisco in the morning. That would be nice, Douglas. When you get home, you'll be speaking to Candace Adams, won't you? Yes. She nodded and preceded him into her empty townhouse. 9. She smiled at the guard and flipped open her black FBI wallet. Her beautiful gold star shone. Your agent Sherlock? He checked the list in his hand. You're a new agent? Yes, I would like to go to my office and do some more work. Hey, you can't light your pipe here in the building, Sherlock. Thanks, I won't. But it's too bad. I've got a really nice blend. Guess you hear that lots, huh? The guard was about her age, black, his head shaved, a real hard jaw. No, she said, grinning at him. This was the very first time. How about, do you live on Baker Street? Where's that? All right, but I'll be thinking of a new one you really haven't heard before. You're clean. Just sign in here. On your way out, check with me again. Oh, my name's Nick. She waved back at the guard. She walked to the elevators, the low heels of her shoes loud on the marble floor. If anyone asked, she planned to say that she wanted to do more study on the Radnich case. She exited the elevator at the 5th floor, walked down a long hall, turned right, then left, down another hall. She unlocked the door to the CAU. It was dark. Unfortunately, she had to light up the entire area. It was different at night. The absence of people, laughing, talking, just breathing, robbed her of even an illusion of safety. She was alone in this large room. She also had her 9mm SIG in her holster. Don't be a goon and a wimp. She laughed, a ghostly sound in the room. She hated the overhead fluorescent lights. She brought up the menu on her computer and checked all the available databases. She found him after only 20 minutes. She would have found him in under 2 minutes if he'd killed any more in the past 7 years. But he hadn't. She read the profile, then read it again, then cursed. She could have written it. She'd written profiles, dozens of them, during her graduate courses in criminal psychology. She'd even written her master's thesis on the inclusive psychometry of the serial criminal. The inclusive had been her advisor's idea. She still thought it sounded obtuse and pretentious, but her advisor had patted her on the back and told her he knew what the professionals respected. She'd passed, so at least she must have sounded convincing in her defense. In fact, she'd gotten high grades on all the various protocols, tests, and measuring tools she'd developed to predict and judge the depths of contamination in the serial murderer's mind. None of it had helped.
He'd gone underground. But even the FBI profile hadn't provided a clue about where to find him. There was nothing at all that provided a different slant or perspective. Nothing new. Wait, she scrolled up again and reread 2 sentences. The subject would never vary in his execution. His mind is locked into performing this single repetitive act again and again. It made sense. As far as she knew, each of the 7 murders had been utterly identical. She slowly went through all the police reports, including Belinda's, then printed them out. She hated the autopsy reports, but through the courses she'd taken, she'd learned to remove herself from the gruesome details, most of which were couched in medicalese. But the photos were different, tougher. She didn't read Belinda's autopsy report. She knew she'd have to, but not now. No, not now, or tomorrow either. She printed out all of them, including Belinda's. She had to stop. She'd barely be able to carry out all the papers she'd already printed out. Nick was smiling, that jaw of his out there, when he saw her. "You got lots of stuff there, Agent Sherlock. You gonna take it all back to 221B Baker Street now? I just remembered the 221B part. Yep, it's all on Moriarty, you know. I'll catch that villain yet. I don't know about this Moriarty, but I did see a Sherlock Holmes movie about that hound. Boy, was that hound mean." "It was a good one," she agreed as she signed out. "You'll be working more overtime?" "Probably. They're all real hard-noses here. They never let up." When she reached her car, she clicked her security alarm before she reached her Mazda 4x4. Everything worked. Lights went on inside the Navajo. No one had broken in. When she got to her townhouse, she checked all the entries, then fastened the deadbolts and the 2 chains. She turned on the security alarm. She left her bedroom door open. She read over the reports far into the night, but not Belinda's, not just yet. "Just feast your eyes on this, Sherlock." She looked down at a map with dots on it. The computer had connected a number of lines. "It's the Star of David, Ollie. So what?" He was rubbing his hands together. "Nothing bad happened, Sherlock. Savich and I got there and we talked with everybody. You know Savich, he was cool and low-key, and then he just showed this to everyone. I thought Captain Samuels, she's with the St. Petersburg Police Department, was going to kiss him. These 4 dots are where the killers already hit. Savich just did some extrapolation, and voila! It could be anything, Ollie. A Star of David?" She studied the 3 dots that represented murder sites. They formed a nearly perfect right-side-up equilateral triangle. The other murder could very well be the beginning of an upside-down equilateral triangle, but who knew? Well, sure, it could be, but it could also be random. "We'll soon see," Ollie said. "If you go with Savich's reasoning, then the guy is going to kill right here next." He pointed to the next point. "That's pretty neat," she said. "But no ideas on how the ghost gets into the nursing homes and out again without anyone noticing?" "Not yet, but the surveillance on the next one Savich pinpointed is going to be intense. You know what? The media took up your word. All the papers and TV are screaming about the ghost murdering their grandmothers." "Surely not. How would they know about our saying that?" Ollie looked down at his black wingtips. "Well, I kind of said it to a TV woman who was really pretty and wanted something so badly." Ollie looked up at her and grinned. "I thought Savich was going to deck me." "Better you than me. He's already thrown me all over that gym of his. I'm still sore, but I don't dare say anything because he'll accuse me of whining. Ain't that the truth? He's got you into karate?" She nodded. "He told me I was one of the best basketball players in the bureau. He said I should keep myself in shape playing games with all my nieces and nephews. He said kids kept you honest and in shape out of fear of humiliation."
Ha, he just said that because he realized he couldn't throw you around, the sexist jerk. Nah, he cleaned my clock but good when I asked him about Karafi. He really flattened you, Sherlock. More times than I can count. What's this about a sexist jerk? Both she and Ollie turned to see Savich standing behind them, his laptop in one hand, a modem in the other. I don't know about any sexist jerk. Do you, Ollie? Me? I never even heard the word except from Maria, and she didn't even know what it meant. Savich grunted at them. What do you think of the Star of David angle, Sherlock? It's so weird as to have a grain of truth in it. But you know, the murder started in Virginia, not Florida. That could put a monkey wrench in the works. Agreed. We'll see soon enough. The local cops are covering the next probable nursing home. She frowned at him. I do prefer comparing all the physical evidence, but truth be told, there isn't all that much. Actually, this Star of David thing, well, I have this feeling that you're right. But I also have the feeling that it won't matter. He'll probably kill at the nursing home you picked out, but no one will see him. She said what I'm feeling, Ollie said. It's driving me nuts. I've asked the computer to compare and contrast all sorts of evidence, but we're coming up with nothing. Just nothing. We'll get him, Ollie. I sure hope so, Lacey said. She turned to Ollie. Did your future mother-in-law convince Maria that you're a workaholic since you were gone for the whole weekend? No, I blamed it on the chief. I told her that Agent Savich would kick me into the street if I didn't go with him. Then I'd be blackballed and permanently on unemployment. She backed off. Savich just laughed and walked back to his office. Lacey saw Hannah Paisley rise quickly and follow him. To her surprise, Ollie was watching Hannah, a frown on his face. What's wrong? Nothing really. I just wish Hannah would be a little more cool about Savich. Lacey didn't say a word. She didn't want to know anything personal about anybody. But Ollie didn't notice, just said thoughtfully, I heard Savich and Hannah dated before she came to the unit. Then when she joined the unit, word was that Savich called it off. I heard him say that no one in the unit should dip his bureau quill into bureau ink. Now that was sexist, Ollie. You think Hannah's still interested then? Oh yeah, just look at her. She can't keep her eyes off him. Why don't you talk to her, Sherlock? Maybe she'd listen to you. Savich isn't interested, or if he is, he still wouldn't go near a woman agent in his unit. Lacey just shook her head as she punched up one of the forensic reports. She didn't care what Savich did with his bureau quill. Goodness, thought she. She'd just made a joke to herself. It had been a long time. She saw Hannah come out of Savich's office, her face set. She wasn't about to say a word to that formidable woman. She sincerely doubted that Hannah Paisley would listen to Lacey's opinion on the time of day. She went back to work on the ghost. Lacey unfolded the Boston Globe, the last large city newspaper in her pile. She was tired of scouring the 10 largest city newspapers every day of the week, but she couldn't stop. She'd done it for nearly 7 years. It cost a fortune for all the subscriptions, but she had enough money from her trust fund so she'd never have to worry about feeding herself and buying as many subscriptions as she wanted. She knew he was out there. She would never stop. She couldn't believe it. She nearly dropped her coffee cup. It was on page 3. Not a big article, but large enough to immediately catch her eye. She read, Yesterday evening at 6:30, Hilary Ramsgate, 28, a stockbroker with Hameson Lyle Obermeyer, was found brutally murdered in an abandoned warehouse on Pier 41.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Detective Ralph Budnack of the BPD said that she had apparently been led through a bizarre game that had resulted in her death from multiple stab wounds to her chest and abdomen. A note tied around her neck said that she had lost the game and had to pay the forfeit. At this point, police say they're following leads. He was back. In Boston. He'd begun again. She prayed that this poor woman was his first victim of this new cycle, that she hadn't missed others, or that he hadn't murdered women in small towns where the AP wouldn't pick up the story. Hillary Ramsgate, poor woman. She reread the newspaper article, then rose from her kitchen table. She had died just as Belinda and 6 other women in San Francisco had 7 years ago. They'd all lost the game. What the newspaper article didn't say was that her tongue had also been cut out. The police were holding that back. But Lacey knew all about that. She'd been brutally stabbed, and her tongue had been sliced out. The bastard! She realized then that yesterday had been the 7th anniversary of the last murder. 7 years. He'd struck 7 years ago to the day. The monster was back. Lacey was pacing back and forth in front of Savich's office when he came around the corner. He watched her a moment. He said very quietly, so as not to startle her, "Sherlock? It's 7 in the morning. What are you doing here? What's wrong?" When she turned abruptly to face him, he saw more pain on her face than he'd seen in a long time. Then the hollow, despairing look was gone. She'd gotten a grip. She'd hidden the pain again, and left nothing at all. What was going on here? Sherlock? What's wrong? She smoothed out her face. What had he seen? She even managed a smile. "I'm sorry to bother you so early, but I have a favor to ask. I need to take a few days off and go to Boston." He unlocked his office door and waved her in. "Boston?" "Yes, I have a sick aunt. It's an emergency. I know I've only been in the unit a couple of weeks, but there's not anyone else to see to this situation." "Your aunt is elderly?" "Not really. Well, she's got Alzheimer's. She's gotten suddenly worse." "A relative called you?" Why was he asking all these questions? Didn't he believe her? "Yes, my cousin called me. He's not well himself, so there's no one but me here on the East Coast." "I see," he said slowly, not looking at her directly now. She looked pale, scared, and excited. An odd combination, but that's what he saw in her face. Her hair was pulled severely back, held in the same gold clasp at the nape of her neck. It looked like she'd flattened it down with hairspray. She couldn't seem to be still, her fingers now flexing against her purse, one foot tapping. She'd forgotten to put on any makeup. She looked very young. He said slowly, "How long do you think you'll need to be away?" "Not more than 3 days, just long enough to see that her care is all locked into place." "Go, Sherlock. Oh yes, I want you to call me from Boston tonight and tell me what's going on. All right?" Why did he care what she was doing away from Washington? More lies. She hated lies. She wasn't particularly good at them, but she'd rehearsed this one all the way in. Surely he believed her. Surely. "Yes, sir. I'll call you this evening." He jotted down his phone number on a piece of paper. "If it's late, call me at home." He handed her the folded paper. He said nothing until she was nearly at the outer door, then, "Good luck. Take care." He turned back to his office only after she was out the door. He listened a moment to the sound of her quick footfalls. This was odd. Why was she lying to him? It was 10:30 that night when the phone rang. Savich muted the baseball game between the Giants and the Red Sox, Giants leading 7-2 in the 7th inning. He kept looking at the screen as he answered the phone. "Sir, it's Sherlock." He grinned into the phone. "What's going on?" My aunt is just fine. I have more details to tie up, but I'll be back by Thursday if that's all right." He said easily, "I have a good friend at Boston Memorial, a doctor who specializes in geriatrics. Would you like his name so you can speak to him about your aunt?" "Oh, no, sir. Everything's under control." "That's good, Sherlock. What's the weather like in Boston?" "It's chilly and raining. Everything looks old and tired." "About the same here. I'll see you on Thursday. Oh, yes, call me again tomorrow night." There was a pause. Then, "Very well, sir, if that's what you want." "It is. You sound tired, Sherlock. Sleep well. Good night." "Thank you, sir. You too." He watched her from his office. It was nearly 1 o'clock Thursday afternoon. He'd been in meetings all morning. This was the first time he'd seen her since she'd left for Boston. She looked tired, beyond her years. No, it was more than that. She looked flattened, as if she'd lost her best friend, as if someone had pounded her, not physically, but emotionally. He wasn't at all surprised. She was typing furiously on the keyboard, completely absorbed. He waited for a few more minutes, then strolled to her workstation. He'd spoken to her 3 nights running, each night at 10:30, each night mirroring the previous one and the next, except that on Wednesday she hadn't quite been the same. He'd wished he could see her. When he looked at her, her thoughts were clear as the shine Uncle Bob put on his wingtips every Wednesday. Sherlock. She raised her face, her fingers stilling on the computer keyboard. "Good afternoon, sir. You just get here?" "Yes. Call me Savich, or Dillon." "Yes, sir. Dillon. Would you please come in my office, in, say, 10 minutes?" She nodded, nothing more, just a defeated nod that she tried to hide from him. When she walked into his office, he said immediately, "I don't like lies or liars." She just looked at him hopelessly. "Your mother's sister lives in San Diego. You have 3 cousins, none of them older than 35, all living on the West Coast. You don't even have a 3rd cousin in Boston. Also, there's nary a trace of Alzheimer's in anyone in your family." "No, I guess there isn't." "Sit down, Sherlock." She sat. He watched her pull her skirt to her calves. She sat on the edge of her chair like a child ready to be chastised, only she wasn't remotely a child. "Don't you think it's about time you leveled with me?" "Not until I call Chico and take a dozen or so lessons." Humor from her. He appreciated it. At least she had her balance, if nothing else. "I could still wipe up the floor with you. I'm an old hand at karate and other things as well. Speaking of hands, I played right into yours when I requested you from my unit, didn't I? You must have thought God was looking out for you when Petty told you you didn't have to go to L.A. It didn't matter now. He probably knew everything. At least she didn't have to lie anymore. "It's true I wasn't interested in bank robbers. I told you that the day you first interviewed me." "Oh no, that's for sure. What you wanted was the chance to track down the serial killer who murdered your sister 7 years ago. Her name was Belinda, wasn't it?" 10. She took the blow, bending slightly inward to absorb the pain of it, the unbearable nakedness of it spoken aloud. She knew she'd blown her chance to hell and gone. It was all over for her now. But maybe it wasn't. He was in Boston. She would simply resign from the FBI and move to Boston. She had no choice. She didn't stir, just looked at him and said, "They named him the String Killer. Isn't that a stupid name? String. Something hardly thicker than a thread. A piece of skinny hemp he used to torture the women, all 7 of them, psychological torture. And the media reduced it to string, to make it sexy and clever. Yes, I remember the case well. And now he's struck again, after 7 years, in Boston this time."
In fact, it's 7 years to the day. She just sat there, looking at him, and said in that flattened voice of hers that held no surprise at all, "How do you know?" I went into your computer, saw what you'd accessed, and downloaded. I saw that you'd used my password to get into a couple of specialized databanks. Odd, but I never thought one of my own people would steal my password. You just looked over my shoulder one day?" She nodded, didn't say anything, which was smart. He was very angry. He drew a deep breath, tamping down on the anger. "I checked the security log. You spent 3.5 hours here Monday night. You read the paper Tuesday morning and left for Boston the same day. I bought a Boston Globe. The story was on the 3rd page." She rose slowly, like an old woman. "I'll clean out my desk, sir, then go see Mr. Petty." "And what will you tell Petty?" "That I lied, that you discovered it, and I've been dismissed. I'm really sorry, sir, but I had no choice." "I haven't canned you. If you think I intend to let you loose on the Boston Police Department, you're mistaken, Sherlock. But you've already spoken to them, haven't you? They kissed you off, right? No matter. Don't tell me just yet. I'll call Ralph Budnack." She looked as if he'd struck her. Then she gave him the coldest smile he'd ever seen. Her chin went up. "I know how the killer got into the nursing homes in Florida to strangle those old ladies." He realized in that instant that he admired her brain. Was she trying to bargain with him, make a deal, gain some kind of leverage? "I see," he said easily, sitting back in his chair, fiddling with a pen between his fingers. "I give you something, and you give me something in return. No, I guess I want to show you that I'm not a complete fool, that I do care about something other than the man who murdered my sister. I really don't want any more old ladies to die. I just wanted to mention it before I forgot and left. You wouldn't have forgotten, just as you couldn't bring yourself to put your sister's death behind you and go on with your life. Now, I already told you, you're not leaving. Go back to your desk, Sherlock, and write out your ideas on the ghost. We'll talk later." She didn't want to talk to him. She wasn't in his league. Her very first attempt at deception, and he'd nailed her but good. She hadn't realized she'd been so obvious, but she had been. He'd seen through everything. His anger was frightening, since he didn't yell. It was cold, so very cold, that anger of his. Why hadn't he just plain fired her? She'd betrayed him. Why? He would, soon enough. She was certain of that. She'd fire herself if she were in his shoes. She would pull everything else out of the database, and then she would just slip away. He would know what she'd done quickly enough, but who cared? She couldn't continue here. He wouldn't allow it. The breach had been too great, her conduct too far beyond the line. No, he wouldn't allow her to stay, no matter what game he was playing with her now. She'd barely sat down at her desk before Hannah Paisley said from behind her, "You're stupid, Sherlock, or does he call you by your cute little first name, Lacey?" "I'm not stupid, Hannah, I'm just very tired." "Well, maybe I am stupid. Why are you so tired? Did Savich keep you up all night? How many times did he fuck you, Sherlock?" Lacey flinched at the harshness of Hannah's voice, not the naked word. That naked word conjured up some smutty, frankly silly photos in Playboy, showing contorting bodies. Now that she thought about it, they hardly ever showed the men completely naked, just the women. Really naked. "Please, Hannah, there's nothing at all between us. Savich doesn't even like me. In fact what?" Lacey just shook her head. "No, let Hannah hear it from Savich. It would happen soon enough. Just look at me, Hannah. I'm skinny and very plain. You're beautiful. Surely you must know that. I'm no threat to you. Please believe me. Besides, I don't like Savich any more than he likes me. Would you try to believe at least that? No, I spotted what you were the minute you walked into the unit. What am I? You're a manipulative bitch. You saw Savich at the academy, and you got him interested so he'd bring you into the unit. But you listen to me. You stay away from Savich, or I'll take you apart. You know I can. Do you hear me? Ollie came walking over, nearly sauntering, whistling, if Lacey wasn't mistaken, as if he didn't have a care in the world. But she saw his eyes. He recognized what he was seeing, and he didn't like it. "Hey, Hannah, what's happening with the Lazarus case? What does the guy use all those Coke bottles for?" She wasn't shaking because of what Hannah had said. No, Hannah and her ridiculous jealousy meant less than nothing to her. Lacey had seen other women in Savich's office, young women, nice-looking women. Did Hannah go after all of them as well? Who cared? Forget Hannah. She turned her back on both Hannah and Ollie and booted up her computer, tapped her fingers while she waited, then punched in Savich's password. Nothing happened. Then suddenly there appeared, "Not this time, Sherlock." The screen went black. The computer was her enemy. As long as Savich was still breathing, the computer would remain her enemy. She lifted her fingers from the keyboard and laid her hands in her lap. "Your aunt all right?" It was Ollie. He pulled up a chair and sat beside her. "You look like shit, Sherlock." "Thanks. Yes, my aunt is just fine now." "You look like you're ready to go over the edge." She'd lived on the edge for 7 years. No reason to go over now. She smiled at him. "Not really. I'm just tired, and that's what I told Hannah. Thanks for drawing her fire, Ollie. I wish she'd open her eyes and realize that I'm about as much a threat to her as a duck in the sights of a hunter." "That's an odd thing to say, Sherlock. Savich told me to tell you to come into the conference room. What's it all about?" "Tell the agents how the ghost gets into the nursing homes, Sherlock." She sat forward, her hands clasped together. "The ghost is disguised as an old woman, a nursing home resident. Ollie showed me how to mix and match report data and plug it into 2 overlapping protocols. I did it with data from what the witnesses had said after each of the murders. No one found anything unusual in any of these reports. Not the witnesses, not the cops, not us. But the computer did." She handed out a piece of paper. "These are direct quotes from the witnesses. Just the pertinent parts, naturally. Just the parts that, once tied together, pull the killer out of the bag." Savich read aloud. "No one around, Lieutenant. Not a single soul. Oh, just some patients, of course. They were scared, some of them disoriented. Perfectly natural." He raised his head. "This is from a night-floor nurse." He read down the page. "This one is from a janitor. There wasn't anybody around, just old folks, and they're everywhere. Scared they were. I helped several of them back to their rooms." Romero nearly squeaked when he read, "There was this one old lady who felt faint. I carried her into the nearest room, the recreation parlor. Poor old doll, she didn't want me to leave her, but I had to." Romero had a long, narrow face, rather like Prince Charles's. He had thick, black brows that nearly met between his eyes that were black and mirrored a formidable intelligence. He shook the paper toward Lacey. "Good going, Sherlock. That last quote was from a cop. A cop. Jesus, it was there all the time." Savich was sitting back in his chair, just looking at each of the agents, one by one. "So," he said finally, once all of them were looking at him, "do you think this is the answer? Our killer is disguised as an old woman, a patient?" "Looks good to me," replied George Hanks, a 35-year veteran of the Bureau, who had the oldest eyes Lacey had ever seen.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Savich turned to Ollie. "You're the lead on this case. What do you think?" Ollie was staring at Lacey. He looked wounded, his mouth pinched. "I didn't know anything about what Sherlock was going to do.
It seems fairly straightforward put like this. Like it's so out there that we were all fools not to catch it. Of course, they did already check this once, and we mulled it over too, but I guess none of us went deep enough. The first thing to do is call that cop and ask him who that old lady he carried into the recreation room was. Good idea, Savich replied. That could pretty well clinch it if the cop remembers. He turned to Lacey. I don't suppose you know if the killer is Jewish, Sherlock, or hates Jews? Not necessarily the residents, since only 2 of the 5 old ladies who were killed were Jews. The owners, you think? Or have you dismissed the Star of David idea? I don't know, sir, about either. Listen, this idea just came to me, that's all. It was blind luck. Yes, I rather suppose it was, Hannah said as she rose, since you're so new at this. Ollie was dogging Lacey's heels out of the conference room. Why? He said, lightly touching her arm. There honestly wasn't time, Ollie. No, of course there was time. It's just that oh damn, this sounds ridiculous, but I really wasn't even thinking about it until it popped right into my head. Surely you've done the same thing. Yes, sure, but then when I find something, the first thing I do is tell my partner. You didn't say a word, you just tromped into the conference room and showed everyone how great you were. It wasn't a very nice thing to do, Sherlock. No, you're right, it wasn't. I can only say that I honestly wasn't thinking about it. It was true. She hadn't known that Savich would put her on the spot in front of the whole unit, but he had. There'd been no time then to say anything to Ollie. No, there'd been time. She just hadn't thought about it. Listen, Ollie, what happened was this. When I was on the plane going to Boston, I was pushed into this old woman coming out of the gangway. She turned on me and blasted me with the foulest language I'd ever heard. She looked mean. She looked at me as if she wanted to kill me. She's the one who should get all the credit if this works out. How did Savich know that you'd come up with something? I can't tell you that, Ollie. I'd like to, but I can't. I'm sorry. Please, I might not be around much longer. I don't know. What's going on? Even though Ollie was a fatalist, he forgot anger very quickly. He laid his hand on her shoulder. It's something heavy, isn't it? Yes, very heavy. Sherlock, in my office, now. Ollie spun around at Savich's voice. Would you like to tell me what's wrong? No, this is just between the 2 of us, Ollie. Stop looking like a Rottweiler. I'm not going to pound her into the floor. At least, not yet, not here. Come along, Sherlock. But they didn't go to his office. He led her out of the Hoover building to a small park that was catty-corner to it. Sit. She sat on the narrow bench. Fortunately, she didn't have to wake up a homeless person and ask him to leave. It was a beautiful day, the sky clear, just a light, cool breeze. The sidewalks were crowded with a batch of fall tourists. There were 2 families with small kids eating picnic lunches on blankets. It was utterly foreign to her, this family thing. It hadn't been, a long time ago. That was before her mother had become ill. At least before Lacey had realized how very ill she was. I've given this a lot of thought. You found me out so quickly, I'm sure that you've had plenty of time to figure out everything. Look at me, Sherlock. She looked. Then suddenly she began to laugh. You look like Heathcliff. Brooding, piercing eyes, and dangerous. I remember thinking once that you had summer blue eyes, a dreamer's eyes. But not now. You could kill easily now. He wanted to smile, but he didn't. Dreamer's eyes? Jesus, that was nuts. He said, I've reviewed the 7 murders this guy did 7 years ago. I called Ralph Budnack in Boston and asked if he'd heard of any murders committed with this same M.O. other than the one they'd had just the other day.
He said they hadn't heard about other murders, but that they'd just realized they had a serial killer on their hands, a guy who'd struck in San Francisco 7 years ago. He paused a moment, turning at the unearthly cooing of a pigeon. "I finally managed to get in to see Detective Budnack," Lacey said. "He wouldn't even talk to me. He said I was a sicko and that they didn't need any help. I know. I spoke to him right after he kicked you out of his office." She wanted to hit him. "That was Tuesday afternoon. You didn't say a damned thing about it when I called you that night." "That's right. Why should I?" "Well, so you really didn't have to, but you knew. You knew all the time what I was trying to do." "Oh, yes. Tell me, Sherlock, what did you do for the other 2 days?" "Nothing that got me anywhere. The medical examiner wouldn't talk to me even when I managed to lie my way in. With my background, it wasn't that hard, but he was close-mouthed, said he didn't like outsiders poking their noses in his business. I spoke to the main reporter at the Boston Globe. His name's Jeb Stewart, of all things. He didn't know much more than was in the paper. I bought him dinner, and he spilled his guts, but there wasn't much I could use. Then I came home, to you, to get the axe for being a fool." Savich looked out over the park. He leaned back, stretching out his arms on the bench back. Horns sounded in the background. The sun slivered through the thick canopy of oak leaves. A father was shouting at his kid. "The Boston police have asked for our help. Why didn't you tell Lieutenant Budnack that you were FBI? Chances are good he would have cooperated. I knew that if I did, you'd hear about it and aim your computer toward Boston, and you'd find out everything. Of course you did that anyway. I should have shown my badge. Maybe I would have gotten something before Budnack tossed me out on my ear. I was stupid. I didn't think it through. I thought if I pretended to be a member of the Ramsgate family, it would be my best shot at getting information." A pigeon darted close to her feet, then away again. "They're used to being fed," she said, watching the pigeon begin to pace in front of her. "I hope the person who feeds them isn't dead. Old Sal usually sits here. She isn't here this afternoon, because she's picking up her Social Security check. Her health is better than yours. She has names for all the pigeons. Now, what are you planning to do?" She stood abruptly and looked down at him, hands on hips. "What do you want from me? I already told you I resign." "Then I suppose you'll hightail it up to Boston and go on a one-woman hunt for the string killer?" "Yes, I have to. I've prepared myself. I've waited a very long time for him to strike again." "Very well. I don't seem to have any choice." He stood up abruptly. He was very big. Inadvertently, she took a step back. He looked impatient. "You afraid I'll throw you here in the park?" No, she'd been afraid that he'd kill her, just as that man had killed Belinda. She tried to shrug it off. "I guess I'm just a bit nervous. Sorry. What don't you have a choice about? You have a choice about everything." "If you only knew," he said, and plowed his fingers through his hair. "I had you call me every night from Boston because I was afraid you'd get yourself into trouble. I'm a trained FBI agent. What trouble? Even if I couldn't get to my gun, I sure know how to fall." He grinned down at her, raised his hand, then lowered it. "Okay, here's what's going to happen. You know more about this guy than any other living person. Would you say that's accurate?" "Yes." Her heart began to beat in a slow cadence.
"I guess you know I printed out all the police and autopsy reports from the 7 murders in San Francisco." He nodded, looking toward an old woman who was pulling a grocery cart loaded with bags filled with old clothes, cardboard, empty cola bottles. "It's old Sal. I'll introduce you. Then we need to get back." Old Sal just looked her over with very worldly, bloodshot eyes. She could have been any age from 50 to 90. "Get your check, Sal." "Yeah, Dillon, I got it. You feed my little birdies?"
No, Sherlock here wanted to, but I wouldn't let her. The old eyes turned to her. You, Sherlock? Yes, ma'am. Nice to meet you. You be good to my boy here, you get me, young lady. I'm not a young lady, ma'am. I'm an FBI agent. Savich laughed. She's right, Sal. I rather think I'll be the one taking care of her. You get your problem solved, dear. Then you can play with my boy here. He's a good lad. I will, ma'am. I don't like this ma'am stuff. It's okay, Sal. She calls me sir, right to my face, as if I were her father or something, even worse. How old are you, Sherlock? I'm 27. That's a good age. Dillon is 34. Just turned 34 3.5 weeks ago. We had a little party for him here, me and my birdies. Is Sherlock your first or last name? It's my last name, Sal. My first name's Lacey. Huh. I like Sherlock better. It gives you distinction. I agree. You need anything, Sal? No, Dillon. I just want to sit in this lovely sun, rest my bones, and feed my birdies. I got them a pound of unsalted peanuts. I don't want to harden their little arteries. Lacey was still smiling when they went back into the Hoover building. She wasn't smiling 10 minutes later. So he's going to take you to Boston. How'd you manage that, Sherlock? Hannah Paisley was leaning over her, her voice low and furious in her ear. You shouldn't be going. You're new. You don't know anything. You don't deserve to go. It's because you're sleeping with him, isn't it? Lacey slowly turned in her chair, looking up. No, Hannah, stop this. This is all business, nothing else. Why don't you believe me? You're lying, damn you. I've seen women look at him. They all want him. Ollie told me that Savich doesn't believe in becoming involved with anyone in his unit. That includes all of us, Hannah. If you want him, then I suggest you transfer out. Listen, I just want to catch this monster in Boston. Actually, I did lie. I do want Savich's brain and his expertise. Does that count? Is that brain lust? Finally, Hannah had left. Now Lacey leaned her head back against her new sofa and grabbed one of the fat pillows to hug. She closed her eyes and thought of the woman who had just about everything and wanted more. She was sorry if Hannah loved Savich, but there was nothing either of them could do about it. Hannah had to get a grip. Lacey was the last woman on earth who was a threat to her. No matter now, she wouldn't worry about it anymore. It was Savich's problem. She leaned over and stared at the phone. She picked up the receiver, stared at it some more, then took a deep breath. She dialed the number very slowly. It rang once, twice, then, "Hello, Judge Sherlock here. Hello, Dad. Lacey. Yes, Dad. This is a surprise. You usually only write. Is something wrong?" "No, I just didn't have time to write. How are you? How is Mom?" "Your mother is the same as ever, as am I. So Douglas tells me you're in this special unit in the FBI. And then I read about you and this genius guy catching that murderer in Chicago. You happy now?" She ignored the sarcasm in his voice, but it was difficult. She'd always hated that awful, cutting tone of his that used to annihilate her when she was growing up. In letters, she usually missed it, which was one reason why she only wrote him letters. But there was no time for a letter now. "Dad, he struck again." "What? Who struck whom?" "The monster who murdered Belinda. He struck again in Boston. He killed a woman exactly the same way he killed the 7 women in San Francisco. It's been exactly 7 years since he stopped. It's a cycle. He's on a 7-year cycle." There was no sound, no breathing, nothing. "Dad, he's begun again. Didn't you understand me?" "Yes, Lacey, I understand you. I'm going to Boston tomorrow morning with my boss, Dillon Savich, who's the chief of the Criminal Apprehension Unit. I'm going to catch this monster, Dad. Finally, I'm going to get him." She was breathing hard. There was nothing but silence on the other end of the line. She drew a deep breath. She had to calm down. She didn't want to sound like some sort of obsessed nut, but she was. That monster had taken everything from her and left her with a fear she'd managed to control, but it was there still, deep inside of her. No, it wasn't just for her. She just wanted to get this scum off the streets. She wanted to shoot him herself. Lacey, what do you mean you're going to catch him? You're not involved. Leave it to the professionals. That's what I am, Dad. No, he said, angry now. No, you're not. You're a scared little girl. I think you should come home now. Listen to me. Your sister's been dead 7 years. 7 years, Lacey. Douglas told me what you were doing, but I didn't want to believe it. We all know you've given up the last 7 years of your life. It's way beyond time to let go of it. Forget it. Come home. I'll take care of you. You can play the piano again. You enjoyed that, and it sure as hell won't get you killed. I won't say a word about law school. Come home. Forget it? Forget what that butcher had done to Belinda? To her? She drew a deep breath. How is Mom? What? Oh, your mother. She had a quiet day. Her nurse, Miss Hines, told me at dinner that she ate well, and she watched television, The Price is Right, I believe it was, with seeming understanding. I'm not like my mother. No, certainly you're not, but this has got to stop, Lacey. Why? Let the police catch that madman. I am the police, the highest police in the land. He was silent for a very long time. Then he said quietly, Your mother began this way. I must be going, Dad. I had hoped you'd be pleased that I have a shot at catching this monster. Her father said nothing at all. To her shock, a soft, whispery voice came on the line. Is that you, Lacey? Hello, Mom. You sound great. How do you feel? I'm hungry, but Nurse Hines won't get me anything from the kitchen. I'd like some chocolate chip cookies. You always liked chocolate chip cookies when you were small, I remember. I remember too, Mom. Don't try to catch the man who murdered Belinda. He's too dangerous. He's insane. He'll kill you, and I couldn't bear that. The line went dead, then the familiar dial tone. The phone rang again immediately. It was her father. I'm sorry, Lacey. I was so agitated that I dropped the phone. Listen, I'm scared. I don't want anything to happen to you. I understand, but I must try to catch him. I must. He heard him sigh. I know. Be careful. I will. She looked at the receiver a moment, then gently laid it back in its cradle. She looked at the lovely ventral paintings on the stretch of white wall. Landscapes, rolling hills, some grazing cows, a small boy with a bucket on either end of a pole, carried across his back and balanced over his shoulders. She slowly lowered her face into her hands and cried. She saw her father's face from 7 years ago, silent and still, no expression at all, just the silence of the grave. And he'd leaned down and whispered very softly in her ear, just after Belinda's funeral, when she'd been so blank, so hollow, but not quite yet utterly terrified. It's over, thank the good Lord. You'll survive, Lacey. She was only your half-sister. Try to remember that. And she'd just stared at him as if he were crazier than her mother.
Only her half-sister? That was supposed to mean something? It had only been 3 days later when the first nightmare had come in the deep of the night, and her grief had become terror. When the doorbell rang, she nearly shrieked, memories from the past overlaying the present. It was the doorbell, that was all, just the doorbell. Still, where was her gun? She looked frantically around the living room. There was her purse. She always carried her lady Colt in her purse, in addition to the holster with her cig. She grabbed it, feeling its cold smoothness caress her hand like a lover, even as the doorbell sounded again. She moved to stand beside the door. Sherlock, you there? Come on, I see the lights. Open the damn door. She nearly shuddered with relief as she shucked off the 2 chains, clicked back the deadbolt, and unlocked the door. He was standing there in a short-sleeved shirt, jeans, and running shoes. A pale blue sweater was tied in a knot around his neck. She'd seen male models in magazines dressed like that, with the knotted sweater, and thought it looked ridiculous. It didn't on him. He was frowning at her. He stepped inside, still frowning. "That's quite a display of gadgets you've got on that door. A strong guy, though, could just kick it in." She hadn't thought of that. She lowered the gun to her side, still saying nothing. She would have to reinforce the door. No, she was being absurd. He closed the door behind him. "I wanted to see if you were furnished yet," he said, and walked into the living room. He looked around at the very expensive furnishings, then whistled. "The FBI must pay you too much. When did you get all this stuff, Sherlock?" He was acting as though nothing was wrong. He was acting as though she was normal. She was normal. She gently laid her lady Colt on the lamp table beside the sofa. "I'm not much of a shopper, and Sally Quinlan had to cancel out on me. I just called an interior designer in Georgetown and told him what I wanted and needed in place before my boss found out. He took care of it, really fast." He turned slowly to look at her. "As I said, we must pay you too much." "No, I have a trust fund. Normally I don't ever dip into it. I don't need to. But I wanted this place furnished, and I didn't want to take the time to do the shopping myself. I knew you'd keep after me until I at least got a sofa." "The trust is from your grandmother, right? If I remember correctly, she died 4 years ago and left you a bundle." "Yes." She wasn't at all surprised. "Please tell me you have better things to do with your time than memorize my personal history." "Yeah, I'll tell you about my better things if you tell me why you've been crying." Her hands went to her face. She'd forgotten. She stared at him, straight in the eye, and said, "I have an allergy." "Yeah, right. Just look at all the pollen floating around in the air in here. Come on, who upset you?" "It's nothing, sir, nothing at all. Now, would you like a cup of coffee? Some tea?" "Tea would be great." "Equal in it?" "Nah, only women use equal. Make mine plain." "No chemicals for you?" He just grinned at her as he followed her to the kitchen. A whole row of shiny new appliances, from a blender to a Cuisinart, were lined up on the pale yellow tiles. "No," he said, more to himself than to her. "Not all of them are unused. I see you've pushed buttons on the microwave, but nothing else." "That's right," she said coolly, as she put the teapot spout beneath the water spigot. "However, I've always believed that woman can indeed live by microwave alone," she added, trying to smile at him, which really wasn't all that difficult. She turned on the electric burner. "As for the toaster, that needs bread, and I haven't bought any yet," she said over her shoulder, as she set the kettle on the stove. "I'm not packed yet, sir, but I will be ready in time. I will meet you at the airport tomorrow morning." "I know," he said, staring at the bread maker that looked like a lonely white block at the end of the counter. "You know how to use that thing?" "No, but a recipe book came with it. The designer said that every modern kitchen needs one." "Why were you crying, Sherlock?" She just shook her head, went to the cabinet, and got down 2 teacups and saucers. "You got any cheap mugs? I don't want to get my pinky fingers near those. They look like they cost more than I make in a week." "I guess they do." The guy went overboard on some of the things. "I thought women liked to pick out their own dishes." "Actually, I thought everyone did, guys included. But I just didn't want to take the time. There's too much happening that's so much more important. I told you. Come to think of it, I did pick out my own dishes. They're microwavable. So are mine. That was the only criterion on my list. That and not too much fancy stuff." "Why were you crying?"
I would appreciate it if you would leave that alone, sir. Call me Savich, and I might. All right, Savich. Old Sal calls you Dillon. I think I like that better. What's the guy's name? What guy? The one who made you cry. She just shook her head at him. Men, you think a woman's world has to revolve around you. When I was young, I used to watch the soaps occasionally. A woman couldn't seem to exist by herself, make decisions for herself, simply enjoy being herself. Nope, she was always circling a man. I wonder if they've changed any. I hadn't thought of it quite like that before, but yeah, I guess that's about right. What's his name, Sherlock? No man. How about I pour some milk in your tea? Is that manly? Sometimes, but not in tea. Keep it straight. She wanted to smack him, but he'd made her smile, a good-sized smile. She walked to a pristine white wallboard and ostentatiously wrote equal on it with a blue washable magic marker. There, all done. You happy? Happy enough, thanks. You call Chico yet? Things have been happening a bit fast. I haven't had the time. If you don't, I'll have to take you back to the gym and throw you around. The first dozen or so falls weren't that bad. I went easy on you. Ollie told me you nearly trumped him into the floor. At least Ollie's a guy, so he didn't whine. She just grinned at him. This cup is too expensive to waste throwing at you. Good. Do you have just plain old Lipton's tea bags? Yes. He watched her pour the hot water over the tea bags. If it wasn't a guy who made you cry, then what did? I could throw a tea bag at you. All right, I'll back off, but I don't like to see my agents upset. Well, upset by something else other than me and my big mouth. Now, let's talk about our game plan in Boston. That's why I busted in on you this evening. There's a lot we need to get settled before we descend on the Boston PD. You're really not going to fire me? Not yet. I want to get everything out of you. Then, if I'm still pissed off that you lied to me, that's when I'll boot you out. I'm sorry. You got what you wanted. How sorry can you be? He was right about that. She was a hypocrite. She gave him a big smile. I'm not sorry at all. I'm so relieved, so grateful, that I'll let you say anything sexist you want, at least for tonight. You won't whine about getting up early tomorrow, will you? The flight's at 7:30 a.m. She groaned, then toasted him with her teacup. Thank you, sir. Dillon, I won't make you sorry. Somehow I can't imagine that you won't. Savich left at 10 o'clock, singing to himself as he left. It had to be a line from a country and western song, but of course she'd never heard it before. She grinned as she heard his deep voice drawl, "A good old boy redneck is what I aim to be. Nothing more, nothing less will ever do for me. All rigged out in my boots and jeans, my belt buckle wide, my belly lean." She closed the door, refastened the chains, and clicked the deadbolt into place.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly old-fashioned tone. That was the third or fourth time she thought she'd heard him singing country western words. Oddly, her classical leanings weren't offended. What could be wrong with music that made you smile? They hadn't spoken much about the case, after all. No, he'd just checked out her digs and told her she needed a CD player. It was clear what kind of music he preferred. She packed methodically. She prayed he would help her find the man who had killed her sister. 12 said to Lacey, "As I told you last night, Detective Budnack will be meeting us at the station. It's District 6 in South Boston. They found Hillary Ramsgate in an abandoned warehouse on Congress Street. Somebody called it in anonymously, either the killer or a homeless person, probably the latter. But they've got the guy's voice on tape, so when we catch him, we can make a comparison. He'll have all the police reports, the autopsy, the results of any other forensic tests they've done as of today. I'd appreciate it if you'd go over all this stuff. You got all our things?" "Yes," she said, turning in her seat to face him fully. "Also, I doubt that Detective Budnack understood the game. He knew there was a game because of the note saying Hillary Ramsgate lost and had to pay the forfeit, but he didn't understand what it meant. No, but it's his first hit with this guy. By the time we get there, he'll have spoken to the police in San Francisco and probably read most of the reports. Tell me your take on his game, Sherlock. I'm sure you've got one." They accepted coffee from the flight attendant, then settled back. The coffee was dreadful, but it was at least hot. She looked hard at her coffee. A lock of hair had come loose from its clamp and hung down along the side of her face, curving along her jawline. He watched her jerk it behind her ear, never looking away from that coffee of hers. What was going on here? She said finally, "I've pictured this in my mind over the years, refined it, changed it here and there, done many profiles on him, and now I think I've got it exactly the way he did it. He knocks the woman on the head and takes her to a deserted building. The bigger the building, the better. In 3 instances, he used abandoned and condemned houses. In one, he used a house whose owners were out of town. He's intimately familiar with the buildings and houses. He's set up all his props and arranged the sets. He's turned them into houses of horror, then, finally, into mazes. When the woman regains consciousness, she's alone and unharmed. She isn't in complete darkness, although it's late night outside. There's a faint light, just enough so she can see about a foot or two all around her. What she does first is call out. She's afraid to have an answer, and just as afraid when there's dead silence. Then she's hopeful that he's left her there alone. She yells again. Then she gets herself together and tries to find a way out of the building. But there isn't a way out. There are doors, but they're bolted. She's nearly hysterical now. She knows something is very wrong. Then she finds the string that was lying beside where she'd awakened. She doesn't understand the string, but she picks it up and begins to follow it. It leads her through convoluted turns, over obstacles, into mirrors he's set up to scare the hell out of her when she suddenly comes upon her own image. Then the string runs out, right at the narrow entrance to this set he's put into place. Then perhaps he laughs, calls out to her, tells her that she's going to fail, and when she fails, he's going to have to punish her, and she won't like that. Yes, he will have to punish her, because she will lose the game. But he doesn't tell her why he's doing it. Why should he? He's enjoying her ignorance. Maybe he even calls out to her, taunts her, before she walks into the maze. That's possible too. The note thing, he only did that with the first woman he killed in San Francisco. It's as though he's identified what he's done, and the next time and the time after that, it isn't necessary. Everyone will know who he is. He said slowly, "You are awfully certain of what he does, Sherlock." "I told you, I've thought and thought about it. The shrinks believe, as do the FBI profilers, that he watches every move she makes, memorizes every expression on her face, possibly even films her. I'm not so sure about that. But I bet he even tells her she can win the game if she runs, if she manages to reach the center of the maze. She does run, hoping, praying that he isn't lying, that she can save herself, and she runs right into this maze he's built, since there's nowhere else for her to go. There are dead ends in the maze. Finally, she finds her way to the center. She's won. She's breathing hard. She's terrified, hopeful, both at the same time. She's made it. She won't be punished. He's waiting for her there.
She had to stop trembling. She drew a deep breath, took another drink of her now cold coffee, then said with a shrug, "This much was obvious when everything was reconstructed by experts after the fact." Savich said, "So then he stabs her in the chest and in the abdomen until she's dead. Is everyone you know of certain he does this when she makes it to the center of the maze?" "Yes. Instead of winning, she loses. He's there, with a knife. He also cuts out her tongue. This fact never appeared in any publicized reports, so that any confessions could be easily verified. Why does he do that?" She didn't look at him. "Probably to shut her up forever. He killed only women. He hates them." "A game," Savich said slowly, looking down at a ragged thumbnail. "A game that leads to certain death. I don't understand why she loses if she manages to find the center of the maze. As you said, usually that means you've won. But not with this guy. You have any ideas about why he kills her when she makes it to the center of the maze?" "Not a clue. But she did, and he didn't know how she did. Do you remember the legend of Theseus and the Minotaur?" "Yes," she said. "I remember that at the center of the cave, Theseus came upon the Minotaur. But Theseus didn't lose. He killed the Minotaur. And Ariadne led him out with a string. You're thinking that maybe he sees himself as Theseus and that the women are the Minotaur? I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me." "But you know that it makes perfect sense to him. How much of a study did you do of the legend?" "Not all that much, really," she said. "Do it when we get home again." "But even if I happen to discover more parallels between what the killer does and the Theseus legend, it won't tell us anything about the man's identity, about how to find him. Do you know that he used the same abandoned building for 2 of his victims in San Francisco? It was down in the China Basin, the very same building. Then the police put a watch on it, but it was too late. He was surely laughing at them, at all of us, because we were helpless. It surprises me that no one saw anything. There are usually lots of homeless around those abandoned buildings, and cops do patrol. To set up all the props, he would have had to carry stuff in and out of the buildings, yet no one appeared to see anything. He would have had to transport his props. A truck? He had to make them himself or buy them somewhere. Yes, but only once. He took away most of his props after he killed each woman. He left just enough so the police would know what he'd done. And still no one saw anything. That boggles the mind. Evidently one old man saw him because he was found strangled near one of the abandoned buildings. It was the same kind of string used to get to the center of the maze. He wanted the cops to know it had been him. What did you mean that he was laughing at us? She had been 19 years old at the time her sister was murdered. How was she involved? He would find out later.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. She was just shaking her head at him as he said, very quietly, "You're on a cycle too, Sherlock, a 7-year cycle. He's done nothing for 7 years, just gone about his business, probably stewing inside, but not enough to make him snap. As for you, you've given the last 7 years of your life to him." She was stiff, her eyes colder than the ice frozen over her windshield the previous winter. It was what Douglas had said to her, what her father had said. "It's none of your business." "I suppose your family has told you it isn't very healthy." "It's none of your business." "I imagine you couldn't bear it, that you couldn't bear to let your sister go, not the way she was removed, like the pawn in a game that she had to lose." She swallowed. "Yes, that's close enough. There's more, isn't there? A whole lot more." She was very pale, her fingers clutched around the paper coffee cup. "No, there's nothing more." "You're lying. I wish you wouldn't, but you've lied for a very long time, haven't you?" "There's nothing more. Please stop." "All right. Do you want to shoot this guy once we nab him? You want to put your gun to his head and pull the trigger? Do you want to tell him who you are before you kill him? Do you think killing him will free you?" "Yes, but that's unlikely to happen. If I can't shoot him, then I want him to go to the gas chamber, not be committed the way Russell Bent will be. At least, that's what my brother-in-law, Douglas Madigan, told me. No one knows yet if Russell Bent will be judged incompetent to stand trial. Don't jump the gun. Life imprisonment without parole isn't good enough. No, I want him dead. I don't want to worry about him escaping and killing more women. I don't want to worry that he might be committed to an institution, then fool the shrinks and be let loose. I don't want him still breathing after he killed 7, no, 8 people. He doesn't deserve to breathe my air. He doesn't deserve to breathe any air. I've heard the opinion that since killing a murderer doesn't bring back the victim, then as a society we shouldn't impose the death penalty, that it brings us down to the murderer's level, that it's nothing but institutional revenge and destructive to our values. No, of course it doesn't bring the victim back. It's a ridiculous argument. It makes no sense at all. It should be very straightforward. If you take another human life, you don't deserve to go on living. It's society's punishment. It's society's revenge against a person who rips apart society's rules, who tries himself to destroy who we are and what we are. What sort of values do we have if we don't value a life enough to eradicate the one who wantonly takes it? We do condemn. We do imprison. We just don't necessarily believe in killing the killer. We should. It's justice for the victim and revenge as well. Both are necessary to protect a society from predators. What about the argument that capital punishment isn't a deterrent at all? Thus, why have it? It certainly wouldn't be a deterrent to me, the way the appeals process works now. The condemned murderer spends the taxpayers' money keeping himself alive for at least another 13 years. Our money, can you begin to imagine? No, I wouldn't be deterred. That monster, Richard Alien Davis in California, who killed Polly Klaas and was sentenced to death. You can bet you and I will be spending big bucks to keep him alive for a good dozen more years while they play the appeals game. Someone could save him during any appeal in those years. Tell me, if you knew that if you were caught and convicted of killing someone, you'd be put to death within, say, 2 years maximum, wouldn't it make you think about the consequences of killing? Wouldn't that be something of a deterrent? Yes, and I agree that more than a decade of appeals is absurd. Our paying for all the appeals is nuts. But revenge, Sherlock, just plain old revenge. Wouldn't you have to say that the committed pursuit of it is deadening? That's what he'd wanted to say all along. She was very still, looking out the small window down at the scattered towns in New England. "No," she said finally, "I don't think it is. Once it's over, you see, once there's justice, there can be a final goodbye to the victim. Then there's life waiting, life without fear, life without guilt, life without shame. It's all those things that are deadening." She said nothing more. He pulled a computer magazine out of his briefcase and began reading. He wondered what else had happened to her. Something bad.
He wondered if the something bad had happened to her around the time her sister had been killed. It made sense. What the hell was it? Homicide Detective Ralph Budnack was a cop's cop. He was tall, with a runner's body, a crooked nose that had seen a good half-dozen fights, intelligent, a stickler for detail, and didn't ever give up. His front teeth lapped over, making him look mischievous when he smiled. He met them at the District 6 station and took them in to see his captain, John Doherty, a man with bags under his tired eyes, bald and overweight, a man who looked like he wanted to retire yesterday. They reviewed all that they knew, viewed the body in the morgue, and met with the medical examiner. There had been 20 stab wounds in Hilary Ramsgate's body, 7 in the chest, 13 in the abdomen. No sexual assault. Her tongue had been cut out, really very neatly, and there was a bump on her head from the blow to render her unconscious. Ralph tells me the guy's on a 7-year cycle, and we lucked out that he just happened to be here when the 7 years were up. That kind of luck can kill a person. Captain Doherty chewed on his unlighted cigar. The mayor called just before you came. The governor is next. I sure hope you guys can catch this guy. There are many meanings and contexts to the number 7, Savich said, looking up from the autopsy report he was reviewing again. I don't know if we'll get much out of this, but just as soon as we've inputted all the information from Miss Ramsgate's murder into the program, I'm going to correlate it to any instances of the number 7 as working behavior in numerology. He looked over at Lacey, who was staring blankly at him. Hey, it's worth a try. There just might be something. It just might be that our guy buys into all that stuff, that it will give us some clues about him. Hell, said Captain Doherty, use a psychic if you think it might help. A trained cat if you've got one. Savich laughed, not at all insulted. I know it sounds weird, but you know as well as I do that people can be loonier than the Mad Hatter. I didn't catch your name, Ralph Budnack said, staring at Lacey, but I've seen you before. Now I've got it. You came in here claiming to be related to the victim. He turned to Savich, his jaw working. You want to tell me what the hell is going on here? Calm down, Ralph. It's all very understandable. Her sister was killed 7 years ago in San Francisco by this guy. That's why she realized so fast that he'd struck again. That's why she came up here. Thanks to her, we're on to him immediately. Now, you don't have to worry about her. She works for me. I'll have her under control. Captain Doherty was staring at her, chewing harder on the unlit cigar. I don't want any vigilante stuff here, Agent Sherlock. You got that? You even tiptoe outside the boundaries, and I'll bust you hard. I don't care if you're FBI. I wouldn't care if you were Hoover himself. It appears to me that Savich would bust you too. I wouldn't want to go in the ring with him. I understand, sir. Why did Dillon have to tell them the truth? She could have lied her way out of it. She caught his eye and realized he knew exactly what she was thinking. He didn't want her to lie anymore. Well, bully for him.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. It hadn't been his sister who'd been butchered. It hadn't been him to have nightmares horrible enough to wake you up wheezing, knowing that you were dying, that someone was close, really close, nearly close enough to kill you. She wanted to throw him through the window, although it looked as though it had been painted shut. Now Budnack would tell the other cops who she was and what she'd done, and no one would trust her as far as the corner. I hope we'll find out something about this 7-year thing, Savich said. It also occurred to me that he knows how to build sets and props. Not just build them, but he has to transport them to the buildings where he intends to commit the murders.
They must be constructed to fold pretty small to fit in a car trunk or in a van. That means he has to be proficient at least at minimal construction. Also, surely a truck would have been remarked upon. And he must do it in the middle of the night to cut way down on the chance of being seen. It's possible that the 7 business will correlate to building things. Who knows? Like a prop man in the theater, Lacey said slowly, hope soaring. Could be, Savich said. Let's get the rest of the goodies in the program, then see what we come up with. He stood. Gentlemen, anything else? Yes, Ralph Budnak said. I want to help you input into this magic program of yours. You got it, Savich said, and shook his hand. The 3 of them took turns until late in the afternoon. Savich said, There, that about takes care of it. Now let me tell Max to stretch his brain and see what he can find for us. I inputted every instance of the number 7 I could find. For example, 2 of the murders were committed on the 7th day of the week. Another murder was committed in the 7th month of the year. Sounds pretty far out, but we'll see. The real key is the 7-year cycle and the fact that he killed 7 women. Max has more to work with here than he's ever had before. Also, I gave Max another bone, the construction angle. His fingers moved quickly over the keys. Then he grinned up at Lacey and pressed Enter. That computer your kid? Ralph Budnak asked. You'd think so, Savich said. But no, Max is a partner, and by no means a silent one. He patted the keyboard very lightly. Nope, I'll have some real kids one of these days. You married? No. Ah, here we go. Max's first effort. Let me print it out. There were only 2 pages. Savich grinned at them. Take a look, guys. 13 the Pleiades? Ralph Budnak looked ready to cry. We spent 4 hours inputting stuff and we get the Pleiades? What the hell are the Pleiades? The 7 daughters of Atlas and Pleione, Lacey read. They're a group of stars put in the sky by Zeus. Orion is behind them, chasing them. This is nuts, Ralph said. Keep reading, Savich said. Just keep reading. Lacey looked up, her face shining. He's an astronomer. He's got to be. That or he's an astrologer or into numerology with astronomy as a hobby. Ralph Budnak said, maybe he's a college professor teaching mythology. He builds furniture on the side as a hobby. At least there appears to be something in the 7 scenario, Savich said, laying down page 2. We've got some leads. I've got a couple of other ideas, but Ralph, you and your guys can start checking this all out. Chances are, according to the profilers, that the guy has been here at least 6 months, but less than a year. Enough time, in other words, for him to scout out all the places he's going to take his victims. Good point, Budnak said, rubbing his hands together. My other team members are interviewing everyone they can scrape up from the Congress Street area. I'll pull them off to do this. When Lacey and Savich were alone, she said, You're having a problem with all this, aren't you? This whole business with the 7 sisters of the Pleiades, it just seems too easy, too obvious. Why? It took Max to come up with it. The SFPD didn't come up with it. The profilers didn't either. Also, it's a 7-year interval between killings. He kills 7 women at each cycle. 2 7s is a goodly number of 7s. Savich stood up and stretched. Then he scratched his stomach. You're probably right. I'm just dragged down because Max got it and we didn't. But you know, I've got this itch in my belly. Whenever I've gotten this itch in the past, there's been something I've missed. I need to go to the gym. Working out clears my brain. You want to come along? I won't trump you this time. In fact, I'll start work on your deltoids. I didn't bring any workout stuff. Besides, I plan to protect my deltoids with my life. The cops tracked down 4 possible suspects within the next 24 hours. 2 of them astrologers who'd come to Boston during the past year. 2 of them numerologists.
Both the numerologists had come during the past year from Southern California. They didn't arrest any of them. Budnack, Savich, and Lacey met later that day in Captain Doherty's office. "No big deal about that," Ralph Budnack said, frowning. "All the nuts come from Southern California." "So does Julia Roberts," Savich said. "Point taken," Budnack said, and grinned. "So, what do you think, Savich? It just doesn't feel right with any of these guys. Plus, 2 of them have pretty good alibis. We found a homeless guy, Mr. Rick, he's called, who said he saw a guy going in and out of the warehouse on Congress. He said he was all bundled up, and he wondered about that since it was really warm that night. Said it was so warm he didn't even have to sleep in his box. Said he hadn't seen him before." "Any more specifics about the man?" Lacey asked. "Anything about what he looked like?" "Just that he looked kind of scrawny," a direct quote from Mr. Rick. "Whatever that means. Mr. Rick is pretty big. Scrawny just might mean anything smaller than 6 foot. I might add that only one of the 4 guys we picked up could be called scrawny, and he's got the strongest alibi." Savich had wandered away. He was pacing, head down, seemingly staring at the linoleum floor. "He's thinking," she said, in answer to Captain Doherty's unasked question. "Your sister was really offed by this guy?" "Yes, it's been 7 years, but you never forget." "Is that why you got into the FBI?" "I didn't know what else to do. I went to school and learned a bit about all the areas in forensics. Then I focused on how the criminal mind works. Actually, I'd planned to be a profiler, but I couldn't live what they do every day. So here I am. Thank God for Savich's new unit. You even learn about blood-spattering patterns?" "Yeah, some of the examples of that were pretty gruesome. I'm not an expert, but at least I learned enough so that I'd know what to do, where to find out more, who to contact." Captain Doherty said, "Everyone thinks profiling is so sexy. Remember that show on TV about a profiler?" "Yeah, the one with ESP. Now that was something, wasn't it? Why bother with profiling? A waste of time. Just tune into the guy and you've got him." He grinned, and she distracted him with another question about one of the men they'd hauled in for questioning. It was at midnight when Savich sat up in bed, drew a very deep breath, and said softly, "I've got you, you son of a bitch." He worked at the computer until 3 o'clock in the morning. He called Ralph Budnack at 7 a.m. and told him what he needed. "You got something, Savich?" "I just might," he said slowly. "I just might. On the other hand, I might be off plucking daisies in that big flower market in the sty." "Keep doing what you're doing." He then called Lacey's room. "I need you," he said. "Come to my room and we'll order room service." The fax was humming out page after page from Budnack.
"Yeah," Savich was saying, "this will help. You won't tell me what you're homing in on." "Nope, not until I know there's a slight chance I'm on the right track." "I was thinking far into the night," she said, and although it wasn't at all cold in the room, she was rubbing her hands over her arms. She looked tired, pinched. "I couldn't get this 7 business out of my mind." She drew a deep breath. "We banked everything on 7, and so we got the Pleiades and all that numerology stuff. But what if it doesn't have anything to do with 7 at all? What if there was just the one instance of 7, and that was merely the time lag before he started killing again? What if he killed more than 7 women, 8 women, or even 9? She looked nearly desperate, standing there, rubbing her arms. "Not much of a big lead there. I think you're right. It's just too pat and too confining. But if there's nothing there, then what else is there?" "You're perfectly right. You've got a good brain, Sherlock. My brain was working in tandem with yours." She laughed, some of the tension easing out of her. "Which means that you've got a good brain, too. Me and Max together have a top-drawer brain. All right, Let me tell you where I'm heading, and if you think I'm off the wall, then you can haul me back. I've been thinking that we've gotten too fancy here. Exactly what you said. It's too complicated out there. It assumes our killer is a really deep, profound fellow with lots of esoteric, literary, or astrological underpinnings, that he probably builds designer furniture on the side. I woke up at midnight and thought, give me a break. This is nothing but a headache theory. It's time to get back to basics. I knew then that our guy isn't any of those things. I think the answer just might lie with the obvious. I've been asking Max to come up with other alternatives or new options based on new factoring data I've put in. He drew a deep breath. Remember, Sherlock, this still might not lead anywhere. What's obvious? A psychopath who knows how to build props, make them fold up small, and make them portable. I know that they checked into this in San Francisco. They went to all the theaters, interviewed a dozen prop designers and builders. I went back in to see exactly what they did find, and where they'd looked, what kind of suspects they'd turned up. Not much, as it turns out. So I'm having Max look where they didn't look. I've inputted just about everything I can think of into the program, so we've got a prayer of turning up something helpful. She didn't say anything, just looked at him. She felt hope well up, but she was afraid to nourish it. She saw that he was rubbing his neck. What's wrong with you? I worked out too hard last night after you left, and then spent too much time hunched over Max. No big deal. If you're not too macho, you might consider some aspirin. On the other hand, I hesitate to say anything at all now, given that you and Max together are such a great team, and Max has got the bit between his teeth. Yeah, he's got a great bite. That was funny, Dillon, if you spelled it right. Trust me, I did. You look like you're ready to burst out of your skin, and you can still be funny. You're not laughing. I'm too scared. And it was the truth. She was terrified he would kill again, terrified that he would escape and there would never be justice. He watched her walk away from him across to the far windows that looked down 8 floors to the street below. You want to tell me what else happened 7 years ago? She actually flinched as if he'd struck her. He rose slowly and walked to her. He reached out his hand, looked at it, then dropped his arm back to his side. He said only, "Sherlock." She didn't turn, just shook her head. Max beeped. Savich pressed the print button. After a moment, he picked out one sheet of paper from the printer. He began to laugh. "Max says our person may be in building supplies." She whipped around so fast she nearly fell. "As in a lumber yard?" "Yes. He says that odds are good that with all the building materials the killer left behind, the type of hardware the killer used, the type of nails, the wood, the kinds of corkboard, the brackets, etc., that our guy works in lumber. Of course, the cops in the SFPD looked at every prop he left behind at every murder. It turns out that the wood wasn't traceable, that all the brackets, hinges, and screws were common and sold everywhere. They came up dry. Now, they never specifically went after men who worked in lumber yards. Max thinks we should look again." Her eyes were sparkling. "Max is the greatest. It's brilliant." "We'll see. Now, in addition to a guy who works in lumber, we've also got a psychopath who hates women and cuts out their tongues. Why? Because he himself has taken grief from them or seen other men take the grief?" She said slowly, not meeting his eyes, "Just maybe he cuts out their tongues because he knows they badmouth their husbands and curse a whole lot. Maybe he doesn't believe women should curse. Maybe that's how he picks out the women to kill."
She'd known that all along, he thought, but how? It was driving him crazy, but he let it go for now. He knew she was right on the money. It felt right to his gut. No, perfect. He said easily, "That sounds really possible. Weren't there some profiles drawing that conclusion?" "Yes, certainly there were. The guy's not in the theater or anything sexy like that." "Nope. I'll call Ralph. He can check to see who's arrived during the past year in Boston who works for a lumber yard." Now that he thought about it, perhaps he had seen some speculation about that in some of the reports and profiles he'd read. Still, there was a whole lot more to all this. He looked at her. She looked away. Trust was a funny thing. It took time. Marlin Jones was the assistant manager at the Apple Tree Home Supplies and Mill Yard in Newton Center. He was in conversation with his manager, Dude Crosby, when a pretty young woman with thick, curly auburn hair came up to him, a piece of plywood in her hand. There was something familiar about her. He smiled at her, his eyes on that foot-long piece of plywood. He said before she could explain, "The problem is that the plywood's too cheap. You tried to put a nail through it and it shredded the plywood. If you'll come over here, I'll show you some better pieces that won't fall apart on you. Have we met before?" "Thank you, Mr. Jones," she said, looking at his name tag. "No, we haven't met before. I'm not very good at remembering faces, but, well, you're so pretty, maybe that's why I thought I'd met you before." She followed him out into the lumber yard. "What are you doing with the plywood, ma'am?" "I'm building props for my son's school play, and that's why I need to use plywood, not hardwood. They're doing Oklahoma, and I've got to put together a couple of rooms that can be easily disassembled then put back up, so I'll need some brackets and some screws, too." "Then why'd you pound a nail through it?" "That was just experimentation. My husband, that fucking son of a bitch, won't help me. Drinks all the time, won't take part in raising our son, won't show me any affection at all. Well, so I've got to do it all myself." Marlin Jones stared at her, as if mesmerized. He cleared his throat. "I can help you with this, Mrs. Mary Bramford." She shook his hand. "I live on Commonwealth. I had to take a bus out here because that bastard husband of mine won't fix the car. Next thing I know, that damned car will be sitting on blocks in the front yard, and the neighbors will call the cops. Mrs. Bramford, if you could maybe draw what you need to build, then I could gather all the stuff together for you." "Well, ma'am, I'm awfully busy." "No, never mind. That's my jerk husband's job, or it should be. It's not yours. But I would appreciate your advice."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional or old-fashioned tone. "I already made some drawings. Here they are." She laid them out on top of a large sheet of plywood. Marlin Jones leaned over to study them. "Not bad," he said after a few minutes. "You won't have much trouble doing this. I'll cut all the wood for you and show you how to use the brackets. You want to be able to break all the stuff down quickly, though. I know just how to do that." She left the Apple Tree Home Supplies and Mill Yard an hour later. Marlin Jones would deliver the 12 cut pieces of plywood to the grade school gymnasium, along with brackets and screws, hinges, gallons of paint, and whatever else he thought she'd need. Before she left him, she placed her hand lightly on his forearm. "Thank you, Mr. Jones." She looked at him, looking at her hand on his forearm. "I bet you're not a lazy son of a bitch like my husband is. I bet you do stuff for your wife without her begging you." "I'm not married, Mrs. Bramford." "Too bad," she said and grinned up at him. "But hey, I bet lots of ladies would like to have you around, no matter if they're married or not." When she walked away from him, she was swinging her hips outrageously. "Who knows what building props can lead to?" she called out over her shoulder and winked at him. She was whistling to herself as she walked from where she'd parked her car toward the Josephine Bentley Grade School Gymnasium. It was Ralph Budnack's car, a 1992 Honda Accord that drove like a Sherman tank. Toby, the temporary school janitor and a black cop for the 6th Division, opened the door for her. His voice carried as he said, "Just about done, Mrs. Bramford." "Oh yes, very nearly done now. You going home, Toby?" "Yep, just waiting to let you in. Don't forget to lock up now, Mrs. Bramford." "I won't." She was alone in the gymnasium, a vast room that resounded with her breathing, with every step she took, filling the empty air with echoes. All the nearly built props were neatly stacked in the corner. She'd been doing this a good 5 evenings in a row now. She unstacked all of them, laying them out side by side. Not much more to do. She began work, her right hand turning the screwdriver again and again, digging in new holes through the plywood. Some of them were L-shaped, most flat. The brackets were just to support the 2 pieces of plywood. She didn't have all the lights on. Just the corner where she worked had lighting. It wasn't much. There were deepening shadows all around her, growing blacker as the minutes passed. Soon it would be 9 o'clock, dark outside, darker inside. It was the 5th night. There wasn't much more to do now except paint. Everything he'd sent over, she'd used. She rose and dusted her hands on her jeans. She'd been to see Marlin Jones several times. He was always polite, always eager to help her, seemed to like it when she flirted with him. He had dark, dark eyes, almost opaque, as if no light ever shined behind them. He had dark brows, a thin nose, and full lips. He was good-looking, built well, if a bit on the thin side. He wasn't all that tall, so perhaps then he could be called scrawny. After each time she saw him, she thought that he was just a plain man who earned his living cutting wood. "There," she said aloud, wishing something would happen soon, praying it would happen, knowing she wasn't going to like being conked on the head, but not caring. A drop of pain behind her ear, a headache, were nothing compared to what he was going to get. Done. Now let's see how easy it is to undo all this stuff. "It's real easy, Marty." It was his voice, Marlin's voice. He was right behind her. She'd never heard him come in. She wanted to leap for joy. Finally he'd come. Her heart pounding, she whirled about, a gasp coming out of her mouth. "Oh, goodness gracious, Marlin, you scared the stuffing out of me. Oh, yeah, you scared me shitless." "Hi, Marty. I just came by to see how you were doing with the props. You know, you really shouldn't curse like that. Ladies shouldn't. It just doesn't sound right." "Everyone does, Marlin, everyone. You should hear that scumbucket husband of mine cut loose. Look at this. I'm all done. I just need to paint, but I forgot which colors go on which piece, so I'll have to go home and get the drawings." "Not bad," he said after a couple of minutes. He had run his fingers over the brackets, frowning when they weren't straight, frowning even more when the screws weren't all the way in. He turned to smile down at her. "How's your husband?" "That asshole? I left him drinking Bud in front of the television. I'm going to leave that jerk. Any time now, I'm going to tell him to haul his saggy butt out of there." It came so fast, she didn't have time to do a single thing, even be frightened, even to prepare herself for it. The lights went out. At nearly the same instant, she felt a shock of heavy pain just behind her left ear. She wanted to cry out, but there wasn't any sound in her throat, nothing at all, and she simply collapsed where she stood. She realized just before the blackness took over everything that she hadn't hit the floor. No, Marlin was holding her. Where was Toby? Well hidden, she hoped. Please, don't let him freak out and ruin the plan. No, he wouldn't. Everyone knew she had to take a hit. She'd begged for it.
14. She woke up to dull, thudding pain behind her left ear. She'd never been hit in the head before. She'd only known what to expect in theory. The reality of it was that it wasn't all that bad. Marlin knew what he was doing. He didn't want her incapacitated. He wanted her up soon, panicked, scared, and begging. He didn't want her crawling around puking up her guts from the nausea. She held perfectly still until the pain lifted. She knew this time that she was lying on the floor, a raw plank floor that smelled like old rotted wood, decades of dust and dirt embedded deep, and ancient carcasses, withered and stale, probably rats. It should have been pitch black, but it wasn't. She knew what was going to happen, and still she felt such terror she doubted she could even get enough saliva in her mouth to yell. She thought briefly of the other women, of Belinda, the terror of waking alone, head pounding, knowing something was desperately wrong, and it was made all that much worse because it was unknown. She was scared to her very soul, even though she knew what would happen. She wanted to kill Marlin Jones very badly. It seemed there were some hidden lights giving off just enough light so she could see just about a foot around her. She knew she was in a big, deserted building. She also knew she wasn't alone. Marlin Jones was here, somewhere, watching her. With infrared glasses? Maybe so. She rose slowly to her feet, rubbing the back of her head. She had a slight headache, nothing more now. Oh yes, Marlin was good at what he did. She wondered how long he'd keep quiet. She called out, her voice credibly shaky, rife with rising panic. "Is anyone there? Please, where am I? What do you want? Who are you?" Hysteria bubbled up, making her voice shrill now, raw in that silent air. "Who's there? You coward little bastard! Show yourself!" There was no answer. There was no sound of any kind, except for her hard breathing. She didn't bother checking the boundaries of the building. Let him be disappointed that she was shortening the play, shortening his fun. She looked down to see the string lying where her hand had lain. It disappeared into the distance. She leaned down and picked it up. Thin, strong string, leading her to the maze. It was fastened to something a goodly distance away. She slowly began to follow it. As she walked, the dim light behind her disappeared, and the darkness ahead of her became shadowy light. Slowly, so slowly, breathing hard, she walked. Suddenly, a light snapped on just overhead, fiercely white, blinding her momentarily.
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. Then she saw a woman staring at her, a woman whose mouth was hanging open, a wild-looking woman, pale as death, her hair tangled around her face. She screamed at her own image in the mirror staring back at her, frozen for an instant in time and terror. Slowly she backed away from the mirror, one short step, then one more. She saw that there were walls, props, really, some fastened together with hinges, others with brackets. Not amateurish like the ones she'd made. No, Marlin's props were professional all the way. Then the bright light snapped off as suddenly as it had come on, and she was left again in the narrow, dim light. It was then she heard breathing, soft, steady breathing, just to her right. She whirled to face it. Who's there? Just the breathing, no voice, no answer. An amplifier of some kind. She whimpered, just for him. Then again, making it louder, hugging herself. Then started following the string again. Suddenly, the string ran out. She was standing in front of a narrow opening that had no door. She couldn't see beyond the opening. "Hello, Marty. Come in. I've been waiting for you." His voice. Marlin Jones. "Oh God, Marlin, is it really you? How did I get here? You've come to save me?" "I don't think so, Marty. No, I'm the one who brought you here. I brought you here for me." She felt rage pour through her. She pictured Belinda standing here, not knowing what was happening or why, so frightened she could scarcely breathe, and here that maniac was talking to her in a voice as smooth and gentle as a parish priest's. "What do you want, you pathetic bastard?" He was silent. She'd taken him by surprise. He was expecting tears, pleading. She yelled, "Well, you fucking slug, what do you want? You too scared to talk to me?" She heard him actually draw in his breath. Finally, he said, his voice not quite as smooth as it had been, but calm enough now. "You were fast coming here. I expected you to search around, to check for a way out of the building, but you didn't. You looked down, saw the string, and followed it. What the hell is the damned string for? Some sick joke? Or are you the only sick joke in this silly place, Marlin?" His breath speeded up. She could hear it. His breath was wheezing with anger. Push him. She wanted to push him. Let Savich curse her. Let all of them curse her. It didn't matter. She had to push him to the edge. She had to defeat him, then obliterate him. "Well, you fucking little pervert, what is it for? Something to excite your sick little brain?" "Now, Marty, don't mouth off at me. I hate it when a woman has a foul mouth. I thought you were so sweet and helpless when you first came to me, but then you talked filth. You opened your pretty mouth and filth spewed out. And your poor husband, no wonder he drinks, anything to escape that horrible language. And you put him down. You tell the world how horrible he is, just because he was unlucky enough to marry you. I might spew out bad words, but at least I'm not a fucking psycho like you. What do you want, Marlin? What is this string bit?" His voice was now a soft sing-song, a gentle monotone, as if he were seeing himself as an omniscient god, and she as a child gone astray, to be led back to hell. "I'll tell you everything when you find the center of the maze, Marty. I build props just like you do, only I'm better because I've done it more. I want you to come in now, Marty. You'll win when you find the center of the maze. Even though you say bad things, you'll still win if you find the center. I'll be timing you, Marty. Time's always important. You can't forget about the time. Come along now. You've got to come in, or else I'll have to punish you right now. Find the center, Marty, or you won't like what I'll do to you." "How much time do I have to get to the center of the maze so you won't punish me?" The gentle monotone was now tinged with impatience. "You ask too many questions, Marty." "I'll find the center if you'll tell me why the string bit." "How else am I supposed to get you to come here? I didn't want to paint signs. That would have been too obvious. Follow the arrows. That's tacky. The string is neat. It's tantalizing. Now my patience is running out, Marty. Come into the maze." There was sudden anger now, cold and hard. "Marty, what are you doing?" "My sneaker was untied. I was just tying it. I don't want to trip over myself." "It didn't look to me like you were tying your sneaker. Come on now, or I'll have to do something you won't like at all." "I'm coming."
She walked through the narrow entrance into a narrow corridor of 6-foot-high sheets of plywood, painted green to simulate yew bushes. She came to an intersection, 4 choices. She took the far left turn. It led her to a dead end. He laughed. Wrong choice, Marty. Just maybe if you didn't curse so much, God would have let you find the right way to go. Maybe if you weren't so mean to your poor husband, God wouldn't have brought you to me. Try again. I'm getting impatient. But he wasn't at all impatient, she realized it, in that instant. He was relishing every moment. The longer it took her to get to the center, the more he enjoyed himself. You're slow, Marty. You'd best hurry. Don't forget about the time. I told you that time was important. She could hear the excitement in his voice, unleashed now. Feel the stirring of his excitement in the air around her. It nauseated her. She couldn't wait to see him. She backtracked and took another turn. This one also led to a dead end. On the 3rd try, she picked the right path. There was only a small pool of light around her, never varying, never growing brighter or dimmer. She hit another dead end off a wrong turn. She heard his breathing quicken. His excitement was peaking. She was close to the center of the maze now. She stopped and called out, "Why a maze, Marlin? Why do you want me to find the center of a maze?" His voice trembled. He was so excited. No one had asked him this before. He was bursting to tell her. It's like finding your way to your own soul, Marty. There are lots of wrong turns and dead ends, but if you're good enough, if you try hard enough, you'll eventually come to the center of your soul, and then you'll know the truth of who and what you are. That's very poetic, Marlin, for a stupid psychopath. Who let you out of the asylum? I'll have to punish you for that, Marty. I'm not your husband. You've no right to insult me. She yelled, "Why the fuck not, you puny, pathetic little bastard?" Stop it. Yes, keep quiet. That's better. Now I'm waiting, Marty. I'm waiting for you. You're running out of time. You'd better stop mouthing off at me and run. She did. No wrong turns now. Just right to the center. No hesitation at all. He was there, standing right in the center of the maze, wearing goggles. In the next moment, he'd pressed a button and a pool of light flooded down where they stood. He was dressed in camouflage fatigues with black army boots laced up to the top. He pulled off the infrared goggles. He looked as white as a death mask in the eerie light. Now he did look scrawny. He gave her a big smile. "You made it here real fast when you tried, Marty. I scared you enough so that you knew if you didn't hurry, I'd have to hurt you really bad." "Scare me? You stupid moron! You wouldn't scare a dead chicken. Did I beat your time limit, you worthless little shit?" His smile dropped away. He looked more confused than angry. "Why aren't you afraid? Why aren't you begging me to let you go now? You know it makes me crazy when you say bad words, when—" "You're already so crazy I don't have to say anything, you stupid prick. Shut up. I hate to hear a—"
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. It gleamed in that dead white light. "Why maze, Marlin? Before you punish me, tell me about why you use a maze. It's special for you, Marty, just for you." He was playing with the knife now, lightly running the pad of his thumb over the blade. "It's real sharp, Marty, real sharp." "Of course it is. It's a knife, you idiot. Not only are you pathetic, you're also a liar. You didn't build this maze just for me. Your little game isn't at all special. You aren't capable of any originality at all. Nope, the same thing over and over. Every one of the women you've killed had to find her way to the center of your maze. Why the maze, Marlin? Or are you too afraid to tell me? He took a step closer, then stopped. How do you know about all the other women? I'm psychic, you toad. I can read that miserable little brain of yours without trying. Yeah, I'm psychic, as opposed to a psychopath, which is what you are. Why the maze, Marlin? You're afraid to tell me? I knew it. You're nothing but a pathetic little coward. Damn you, shut up. I'll tell you, then I'll cut out that filthy tongue of yours, and I'll make you eat it before I slice you like a stalk of celery. He was panting. He was breathing so hard, as if he'd sprinted a good 100 yards. My father loved mazes. He said they were a work of art when done well. He taught me how to build mazes. We lived in the desert outside Yuma. There weren't any nice thick green bushes, so we had to build our own bushes. Then we had so many, we made them into mazes. He shook his head, frowned at her. You got me off track. You made me change my lines. I've never done that before. I've got to punish you for that now, Marty. I sure hope your father isn't alive. He sounds as sick as you. You said the other women didn't make you change your lines. Why did you punish them? What'd they do to you? Damn you, shut up. Don't you dare talk about my dad, and I won't tell you anything. Bad language, Marlin. You're not a very good role model. Did the women you butchered always use bad language, or was it because they insulted their husbands? Bitch, shut up! She shook her head at him. I can't believe you called me that, Marlin. I hate bad language, too. It makes me crazy. Did I tell you that? I'll have to punish you as well. Who goes first? He yelled, running at her, jerking the knife over his head. Savich yelled, "Down!" At the same instant, full lights came on. Marlin stumbled, blinded by the sudden lights. So was she, but she knew what to do. She was already rolling as she jerked her lady Colt from her ankle holster and came up onto her elbows. Marlin Jones was yelling, bringing the knife down, slicing it through the air again and again, yelling and yelling. Then he saw her, lying there, the gun pointed at him. Captain Doherty's voice came out of the darkness. "It's the police, Marlin. Throw down the knife and back away from her. Do it now or you're dead." "No!" "I want to kill you, Marlin," she whispered, aimed the gun at his belly. "But I won't if you put that knife down." Her finger was stroking the trigger. She wanted to squeeze it so badly she felt nausea rise in her belly. Marlin stopped in his tracks. He stared down at her, at that gun she was training on him. "Who are you?" "I'll tell you that in court, Marlin, or I'll wire it to you in hell. How many times did you stab all those women, Marlin? Was it always the same number of times? Didn't you ever vary anything? No, you didn't. You stabbed them and then cut out their tongues. How many times, Marlin? The same number as Hillary Ramsgate? 20 stabs? Keep coming to me now, Marlin, if you want a bullet through your gut. I want to kill you, but I won't, not unless you force me to." He was shaking his head back and forth, his jaw working madly, as he took one step back, then another.
Then suddenly, in a move so fast it blurred before her, he aimed the knife and released it. She heard Savich yell, even as she jerked to the right. She felt the knife slice through her upper arm. It didn't hit the bone. "Thanks, Marlin," she said, and fired the Lady Colt. The impact sent him staggering back, his arms clutched around his belly. Savich yelled, "He's down! Hold your fire! Don't shoot!" He wasn't in time. Sporadic rounds of fire burst from a dozen weapons, lighting up the warehouse with dim points of light. Savich yelled out again, "He's down! Stop!" The guns of the dozen police officers surrounding the maze fell silent one by one. They stared at the ripped-up, rotted flooring. Incredibly, they hadn't hit Marlin Jones. The closest shot had ricocheted off the side of one of his army boots. Then the silence was abrupt and heavy. "Sherlock, damn your eyes, I'm going to throw you from here to Buffalo." She was lying on her back, grinning up at him, even as he dropped to his knees beside her, ripping the sleeve off his own shirt. The knife was sticking obscenely out of her upper arm. "Hold still now, and don't move a muscle. This just might hurt a bit." He pulled out the knife. She didn't yell until she saw it in his hand, her blood covering the blade. "Don't whine. It barely nicked you. Hold still now." He bound her arm with his shirt sleeve. "I can't believe you did that. I'm going to kill you once you're okay again. I'm going to tromp you into the mat 3 dozen times before I even consider letting up on you. Then I'm going to work your deltoid so hard you won't be able to move for a week. Then I'll kill you again for doing this." "Is he dead, Dillon?" Savich turned to look at Ralph, who was applying pressure to Martin's stomach. "Nope, but it will be close," Ralph said. "You got him in the belly. The ambulances are real close now. You did good, Sherlock, but I agree with Savich. You nearly got yourself killed. After Savich is done with you, I think I should take you to my boat in the harbor, go a bit out into the ocean, and drown you." She smiled up at Savich. "I sure hope he bites the big one. If he doesn't die, he'll prove he's mad, which he is. And if he gets a liberal judge and easy shrinks, then he could be pronounced cured and let out to do it all again in another 7 years. And then you pulled that knife out of me. It sort of hurts really bad now. Goodness, look at all that blood." Her eyes simply drifted close, her head lolling to the side. "Damnation," Savich said, and pressed harder on the wound. He heard 2 men and a woman calling out, "Let us through! Paramedics, let us through!" Savich took the Lady Colt from her slack fingers, stared down at the little gun that could so easily kill a human being, shook his head, and pocketed it. He didn't touch the bloody knife. 15. She woke up in the ambulance, flat on her back, an IV dripping into her arm, 2 blankets pulled up to her chin. A female paramedic was sitting at her feet. Savich was sitting beside her, his face an inch from hers. He said the moment her eyes opened, "It's all right, Sherlock. Mrs. Jameson here redid the bandage on your arm, applied a little pressure, and the wound is only bleeding lightly. You're going to have to be checked for any arterial damage, then have some stitches when we get to the hospital and antibiotics. But you deserve it. I'm going to tell the doctor not to anesthetize you at all and use a big needle. The IV in your arm is just water and some salts, nothing for you to worry about. I told you, the knife just nicked you. No big deal." Her arm burned so hot, she was vaguely surprised that it didn't burst into flame. She managed to smile. "So I'm not to whine?" "Right," Mrs. Jameson said. "You've got great veins. How do you feel, Agent Sherlock?" "Really good, actually," she said, and nearly groaned. "She's lying. It hurts like hell." Listen to me, Sherlock. When Marlin threw the knife at you, if you hadn't already been moving away, it would have gone right through your heart, and none of us would have been able.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. I never should have trusted you. Never. I was sure you knew what you were doing, but you didn't. You turned those green eyes of yours on me and that super sincere FBI voice, and I bought everything you told me. I knew I shouldn't have, but I did, so it's my fault too. Damn you! You lost it with that murdering bastard, and you didn't even care. You pushed him and pushed him. He could have forgotten all about his act. He could have just killed you without following his script. That was stupid. That really pisses me off, Sherlock. It hurts, doesn't it? Said Mrs. Jameson, drawing Savich off. But I can't give you any pain medication. We'll have to let the doctor decide on that. Your blood pressure's just fine. Now just hang in there. We'll be there in just a few minutes. At that moment, when she thought her arm would burn off her body, she said, I'm sorry, Dillon, but I had to. Why did you shoot him in the gut? Why didn't you go for his chest? Her eyes were vague, filled with blurred shadows, but she knew there were no more ghosts to weave in and out of her mind, tormenting her. No, everything was all right now. His voice seemed farther away than just an instant before. What had Dillon wanted to know? Oh yes, she licked her lips and whispered, I wanted him to suffer. Through the heart would have been too easy on him. Finish it, Sherlock. All right, the truth. He hasn't told us everything. If I could have gotten all of it out of him, then I would have shot him clean. Well, maybe. Yes, we have to get him to tell us everything. Then I'll shoot him in the chest, I promise. She was utterly serious. On the other hand, she was woozy from pain and shock. He said slowly, smiling at her, Actually, if you hadn't shot him at all, if the bullet hadn't thrown him a good 3 feet backward in the same instant, he would have had at least 30 rounds pumped into him. So, Sherlock, the bottom line is that you really saved his life. Well, damn, she said, then smiled back up at him. If he pulls through, you can question him and get everything you want out of him. We'll do it together. Don't worry now. Despite the fact that I'm going to throw you across the gym when you're okay again, you still got the bastard. But it had been close, far too close, unnecessarily so. She'd totally disobeyed orders. She'd been a loose cannon. On the other hand, he doubted she'd have ever done that if it hadn't been the psycho who had killed her sister. He'd chew her up some more when she was well again. He hoped it would be soon. She could have died so easily. She said, Thank you, Dillon. Give me a while before we go to the gym and you trump me into the floor. I don't feel so good right now. She leaned up and vomited into a basin quickly put under her face by Mrs. Jameson. You'll do, Agent Sherlock. Hey, you're not related to Mohammed Sherlock, that famous Middle Eastern sleuth? She wanted to shriek at him for the ghastly pain of those 6 stitches in her upper arm, but she wasn't about to make a peep. He'd given her a pain shot before he'd ever touched her with that needle, but it hadn't helped all that much. Savich was sitting in a chair by the small cubicle door, his legs crossed, his hands folded across his chest, looking at her, daring her to wuss out on him. She said between gritted teeth, That's one of the best ones I've heard yet, Dr. Ashad. He swiftly knotted off the thread. I pride myself on not being too trite. There, all done. Now, let's pour some stuff on this. Sorry, but it'll really sting. Then give you 3 more shots in the butt. Tetanus, an antibiotic, and another pain med. Then you'll be out of here.
Do go see your doctor down in Washington in a couple of days. The stitches will resorb. You can just forget about them. A great detective like you, I don't suppose you want anything for the pain. I still have the strength to give you a good kick, doctor. If you don't give me a shot, I'll do it. I thought for sure that local would be strong enough for a big FBI agent, particularly one with such a flamboyant name. I'm a new agent. It'll take a while to get to full pain-absorbing capacity, like that guy over there who could have his head kicked in and still sing and crack jokes. Savich laughed. Yeah, go ahead and give her a shot of something to knock her out. Otherwise, she's so hyped up she won't shut up until I gag her. Dr. Ashad, thin, dark-skinned, yellowish teeth from too much smoking, said as he prepared 3 needles, "Are you really a new agent, or is that a joke? Come on, you guys have worked together for a long time, haven't you?" "No, I never saw her before in my life until a month ago. Now I'm going to kill her as soon as she's fit again, so our total acquaintance will have been very short in cosmic terms." "You're funny, Agent Savich." "No, I'm not." "Drop your pants, Agent Sherlock." "In the arm, please, Dr. Ashad." "No can do. In the butt, Agent." "Not until he leaves the room." Savich stood right outside the door. He smiled grimly when he heard her yell. Then she yelled again. 2 shots, another yell. There, that was all of them. That should fix her up. She'd nearly died. He should have known that she'd lose it and do just what she'd probably planned to do for the last 7 years. He looked up to see Ralph Budnack and Captain Doherty walking toward him. "How is she?" "Just fine, back to being mean again." "That woman likes to dance right up to the edge," Captain Doherty said. "You need to talk to her about that, Savich." Then he smiled. "Got him," he said, and rubbed his hands together. He didn't look at all old or worn out tonight. Indeed, there was a bounce to his step. As for Ralph, he couldn't hold still, just jumped from one foot to the other, his hands talking faster than his mouth moved. There was another yelp. 4 shots, Savich said, in the butt. She deserves all the jabs the doctor gives her. I wonder what that last one was for. Maybe part of her punishment. A few minutes later, Lacey came out of the small cubicle, tucking in her blouse with one hand, since her other arm was in a dark blue sling. "He's a sadist," she said to Savich before she saw the 2 cops. "He's not trite, but he is a sadist. I think I might invite him to dinner just so I can poison his food." "You look pretty fit, Agent Sherlock," Captain Doherty told her, and patted her good shoulder with a beefy hand. "We thought maybe you guys wanted to come upstairs to see about Marlin Jones's condition." "As of now, I'm officially discharged, and I wouldn't miss it," Lacey said. Then looked up at Savich. "What about you, sir? Are you feeling better too? Not quite as violent as you were 5 minutes ago?" He wanted to wrap his hands around her skinny neck and squeeze. But it would have to wait. "Allow me the courtesy of processing my violent thoughts without further comment from you, Sherlock." "Yes, sir." "You're not going to collapse or anything, are you, Agent Sherlock?" "No, Ralph, I promise. I'm just fine." She lasted until they got to the OR waiting room. No one could tell them anything. Jones was still in surgery. They settled in, Savich sitting next to Sherlock. She crashed 2 minutes later. "I think she's out," Savich said. "Tell you what, I'll take her back to the hotel. Call me in the morning with Jones's condition and when the doctors think we'll be able to talk to him. Sherlock will be mad as hell to miss anything, but I doubt the dead could rouse her right now." Ralph Budnack reached back and lightly shook her shoulder. She fell more onto Savich. "Yeah, she's out like a light. Keep an eye on her, Savich. She scared the hell out of every cop in that warehouse, but she sure got the job done. Funny thing how her shooting him saved his life." If you hadn't called a quick halt, the cops would have turned him into a pincushion. Hey, we'll call tomorrow.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly old-fashioned tone. Oh yeah, we got a lot on film. Savich carried her into the hotel over one wimpy protest. At least it was late, and only one old guy thought Savich was a pervert from the way he was licking his chops. Because Savich was worried about leaving her alone, he took her to his room, pulled off her shoes, and tucked her into his bed. He turned the light on low over by the desk by the windows. He called Assistant Director Jimmy Maitland to tell him they'd caught the string killer. He wasn't about to tell his boss just yet that Agent Sherlock had nearly gotten herself killed because she'd lost all sense and turned into a cowboy, something the Bureau ferociously discouraged. Lacey slept through the night. She came abruptly awake early the next morning. Her eyes flew open. She realized her arm felt on fire and yelped. "Good morning. You're alive, I see." She frowned up at him, trying to piece things together. "Oh, I'm in your room." "No one should croak alone," he said. "You look like hell. However, I got your clothes from your room. If you feel up to it, go bathe and change. When you come out, breakfast should be here. Lots of protein, lots of iron, lots of orange juice." "What's the orange juice for?" "To keep you from coming down with a cold." He watched her swing her legs over the side of the bed. That hair of hers had come loose from the clasp and was rioting around her face. Red hair that wasn't really a carrot red or an orange red or even the auburn he'd thought, but a mixture of this color and that. She had lots of hair. Actually, very beautiful hair. She looked totally different. He backed up a step. "I even put out some female stuff on the counter for you. If you need to shave your legs, forget it. I've only got one razor." He was distracting her from the pain in her arm. "Oh yeah, Sherlock, before you go herring off to catch another killer, hold on just a second." He disappeared into the bathroom, then came out a few moments later. "Here, take 2 pills, doctor's orders." She knew the little blue one would take the wretched cutting pain away. Then maybe she could attack that breakfast Savich was talking about. "You're eyeing those pills the way the cannibal would the sailor in the cooking pot." He handed her the pills and a glass of water. She was fast getting them down. "Why don't you just sit there until the meds kick in? I'll call room service." 45 minutes later, wrapped in a robe, bathed as well as she could with just one hand, Lacey was seated opposite Savich, a fork piled with scrambled eggs very nearly to her mouth. She sighed as she swallowed. He let her eat for 3 minutes, then said, "I didn't tell Assistant Director Maitland that you're an idiot, that in your first situation you didn't follow orders, you taunted the suspect until he threw the knife at you, that you nearly got yourself whacked because of this damned obsession you have." "Thank you, sir." "Cut the sir stuff. He'll find out soon enough. I still might kick your butt out of the Bureau. That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen, Sherlock." He'd said it all the previous night, but she might have been too dazed to get it all. He needed to pound it in. "I wanted to push him to the edge. I wanted him to tell me everything, the why of everything. I don't know if I believe that maze story he told me about his father. It's a fact easily checked. I'll bet you Ralph has already got in calls to Yuma, Arizona. Tell me, Sherlock, is the obsession gone now that you took out the monster? Was your revenge sweet? Is he still alive? Yes, they operated on him 3 straight hours. Chances are he'll make it. There's still a chance he'll croak after we get it all out of him. Do you think that's possible? I don't plan to let you near him with a weapon." She sat back in her chair and sighed. The pain medicines worked really well. The breakfast was excellent. Are you going to tell Assistant Director Maitland that I should be suspended or disciplined or cut off without pay or what? I told you, I'm still chewing on that. But it just occurred to me, this was the only reason you came into the bureau in the first place, wasn't it? She nodded, chewing on a piece of toast. And your undergraduate degree in forensic sciences and your master's degree in criminal psychology, these were all just for this one moment, the very slim chance that you'd get to confront this crazy? Yes, I never really believed I'd get him, not deep down, but I knew if I didn't try, then I couldn't live with myself. I wouldn't have even had the chance at him if it hadn't been for you. You made it possible. I thank you, sir. I don't like you very much at this moment, Sherlock, so cut the sir crap. If I had known what I was doing, I wouldn't have done it. Just what would I have done if you'd bought the farm? I guess you would have had to call my dad. That wouldn't have been much fun. Thank you. If you thank me one more time for letting you play bait, I'll wrap that sling around your throat and strangle you with it. What's going to happen now? You're going back to Washington, and I'll handle things here. She turned into a stone. No, she said at last. No, you wouldn't do that. She sat forward. Please, you've got to let me see this through to the end. You've got to let me talk to Marlin Jones. I've got to know why he killed my sister, why he killed all the other women. You told me I could talk to him. I'd be nuts to let you keep on with this case. Please, be nuts just for a little while longer. He looked at her with a good deal of dislike. Actually, he'd had no intention of pulling her out now. He tossed his napkin on the table and pushed back his chair. Oh, what the hell, why not? At least now he can't hurt you, and you can't hurt him. You won't try to shoot him, will you, Sherlock? Certainly not. I'm an idiot to believe you. Tell you what, I'll take you to the hospital. We'll just see if you can keep yourself from ripping the guy's throat out. I just want to know. No, I've got to know. Why did he kill Belinda? Did she have a salty tongue? She cursed, but nothing that would shock anybody, except my father and mother. Her husband loved her very much. Douglas will be pleased that this guy has been caught. As for my father, since he's a judge, it's one more criminal off the streets. But you know, Dad never really liked her because she wasn't his real daughter. She's my half-sister, you see. My mother's daughter from her first marriage. She was 12 years older than I. Did she ever badmouth her husband? No. Well, I don't think so, but I can't be sure. 12 years make a big difference. She married her husband when I was 16. What difference does that make? So she'd only been married 3 years when she was killed? Yes, she just had her 31st birthday. If she didn't curse or badmouth her husband in public, then Marlin wouldn't have had any reason to go after her. You remember that he wouldn't have touched you if you hadn't let loose with all those curse words. Then you added the badmouth of your mythical husband for frosting on the cake. So it only makes sense that your sister did something to make him go after her. Either she really lost it and cursed up a storm within his hearing, or she put down her husband in his hearing. One or the other, Sherlock. What's the most likely? I don't know. That's why I've got to talk to Marlin. He's got to tell me. If he refuses to talk to you at all? She was silent, staring down at a forkful of scrambled eggs that she'd sprinkled too much pepper on. It's odd. All the other women, no one admitted that they'd ever cursed a word in their lives or badmouthed their husbands, but they must have.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. You saw how Marlin came after me. You shocked my socks off when I listened to you let loose on Marlin in that hardware store. Good, because I knew you'd be the toughest to convince. As for the other women, evidently the family and friends were just trying to protect the good name of the dead. It happens all the time, and that makes it even more difficult for the cops. He's got to tell me, he said very gently. You've got to bring it to a close, Sherlock. She hated him for the gentleness, the kindness. He had no idea. He couldn't begin to understand. She jerked up to look at him across the table. Her voice was as cold as Albany in January as she said, "Would you like another bagel?" He sat back, folding his arms over his chest. "You're tough, Sherlock, but you still aren't in my league. If you put cream cheese on the bagel, I'll eat it." 16. Both Captain Dougherty and Ralph Budnack were standing outside room 423 when Savich and Lacey arrived at Boston Memorial Hospital. "You don't look too bad," Ralph said, peering down at her. "On the other hand, Savich doesn't look too good. You haven't been a pain in the butt, have you?" She rolled her eyes. "Why do you guys always stick together? I'm the one injured here, not Savich." "Yeah, but Savich had to make sure you didn't croak it at the hotel. He deserves combat pay." "I slept all the way through, didn't moan or whine or anything to disturb His Highness. He just had to order room service. How about Marlin Jones? Can we see him now?" Dr. Raymond Otherton, wearing surgical scrubs dotted with blood, said from behind her, "Not more than 3 at a time. He still isn't all that stable. You the one who shot him?" At her nod, he said, "Well, you blew a big hole in his gut. Either you're a bad shot or you didn't want to kill him." "I didn't want to kill him, not yet." "If that's true, then go easy now, all right?" Marlin Jones was pasty white, his lips bluish. His eyes were closed. She could see purple veins beneath the thin flesh under his eyes. There was an IV going in each arm, a tube in his nose, and he was hooked up to a monitor. A police officer sat in a chair beside his bed, and another officer sat in a chair outside the hospital room. He was awake. Lacey saw his eyelashes flutter, dark, thick lashes. Captain Dougherty looked at Lacey, frowned just a moment, then said quietly, "You worked him. It's only fair that you talk to him first. We've Mirandized him. He said he didn't want a lawyer yet. I really pressed him on that, even taped it, so everything's above board." She looked at Savich. He gave her a long, emotionless look, then slowly nodded. She felt her blood pound, a delicious feeling. Her arm began to throb, and that made her feel even better as she leaned down and said, "Hello, Marlin. It's me, Marty Bramford." He moaned. "Come on, Marlin, don't be a coward. Open your eyes and look at me. You'll be pleased to see that my left arm is in a sling. You did punish me. Don't you want to see it?" He opened his eyes and stared at that sling. "I've thrown a knife since I was a boy. It should have gone through your heart. You moved too fast." "Yes. You didn't kill me either." "I didn't want to. I thought that a gut shot would make you feel really bad, make you suffer for a good long time. I want you to suffer until you yell with it. Are you suffering, Marlin?" "Yeah, it hurts like bloody hell. You're not a nice woman, Marty." "Maybe not. On the other hand, you're not at all a nice man. Tell me, would you have murdered another 5 women if you'd managed to kill me?" He blinked rapidly. "I don't know what you mean." "You killed Hilary Ramsgate.
If I hadn't been a cop, then you would have killed me too. Would you have killed another 5 women and stopped again at 7? The pain seemed to bank in his eyes. He looked off into something that she couldn't see, that no one could see, or begin to fathom, his eyes tender and vague, as if he were looking at someone or something behind a veil. His voice was soft with the radiance of worship when he finally said, "Who knows? Boston has rich pickings. Lots of women here need to be punished. I knew that long before I came here. Men have let them get away with foul language, with putting them down, insulting them. I don't know if I ever would have stopped." "But you stopped your killing in San Francisco at 7. Did I? I don't remember. I don't like it that you're standing up and I'm not. I like women on their knees, begging me, or on their backs, watching that knife come down and down. You should be dead." Incredibly, he tried to spit at her, but he didn't have the strength to raise his head. His eyes closed, his head lolled to the side away from them. She felt Savich's hand on her arm. "Let him rest, Sherlock. You can see him again later. Yes, I'll let you talk to him again. I'm sure Captain Dougherty will agree as well, even though I think he'd like to pin back your ears nearly as much as I did." She didn't want to leave until she knew every single detail, but she just nodded and followed them out. The little psycho was probably faking it. She wouldn't put it past him. Marlin Jones opened his eyes as the door closed. Who was that woman? How had she known so much? Was she really a cop? No, he didn't believe that. There was more to her than that. Bunches more. There was lots of deep, wormy stuff inside her. He recognized the blackness, had felt it reaching out to him. Pain burned in his gut. He wished he had a knife, wished the cop sitting next to him were dead, wished he were strong enough, then he'd gut her, but good. He needed to think before he spoke to her again. He knew she'd come back. He knew. "That wasn't bad for a first interview, Sherlock. Thank you, Captain Dougherty, but it wasn't enough time. He was faking it." "I think you're right, but it doesn't matter." "No," Savich agreed. "It doesn't. We'll come back later, Sherlock. I wanted to go back to Washington today, but I don't dare take a chance of leaving you here alone. You'd probably smile at the captain here, wink at Ralph, cajole in your FBI voice, and they'd agree to anything you wanted." "Not true," Ralph Budnack said. "I'm the toughest cop in Boston. Nobody ever winks at me and gets away with it." She laughed, actually laughed, enjoyed the sweetness of it for a moment, then punched him in the arm. "I won't try it, I promise. As for you, sir, I really don't think you need to stay unless you really want to. Stow it, Sherlock. We'll both go home tomorrow. What I want to do now is go over those reports again and have Max correlate just how many times anyone said the murdered women might have even occasionally cursed or even badmouthed their husbands just one time. I told you that no one did. Remember about not wanting to say bad things about the dead? It was just that there couldn't have been any other reason to cut out their tongues." "Yeah, you said that, didn't you? However, somebody had to have said something sometime." "He's anal, ain't he?" Ralph said, and Lacey laughed. "Thank God the cursing was right on," Captain Dougherty said. "You nailed him good with that, Sherlock. My people told us that you really surprised him when you let out with the curses the first time at the lumber yard. They thought Savich was going to fall over with shock. Well, not really, but you didn't do badly. Thank you, I think. I'm sure glad we weren't wrong about the cursing being the red button for Marlin Jones. And talking back to the husbands, I guess we have to score a big one for the profilers. Of course it made sense, since old Marlin had cut out their tongues. She knew, Savich realized, looking at that sudden brightness in her eyes. She knew without question that was what pushed Marlin Jones into violence. But how? There was something else that had happened 7 years ago. It drove him nuts not to know what it was.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. If Max couldn't find anything in any of the interviews of the other murdered women, then that meant that Sherlock had based everything on the profiler's reports. That, or, well, something else had to have happened. But how could she have possibly known something that no one else did? It was just past lunchtime in San Francisco when Lacey got through to Douglas Madigan at his law office. "Lacey, that really you? What's happening? Are you all right? It was all over the TV on the early news about that guy being caught. You were in on it, weren't you?" "Yes, I was, and yes, I'm fine, Douglas. We've got him. I've already spoken to him once. I'll find out everything from him, Douglas, everything." "But what more is there to know?" "I want to know why he killed Belinda. You know she never cursed all that much. She worshipped you. You told me that. So she wouldn't have ever cursed you out in front of any strangers." "That's right. But so what?" She drew a deep breath. "The reason he picked each of the women is because he knew she cursed and badmouthed her husband or boyfriend. If that's not true in Belinda's case, then there has to be another reason. I just want to know, Douglas. I have to know. Were you the police decoy?" "Yes, but please don't publicize it. I was the best one for the job. I know him better than anyone else." My God, that was nuts, Lacey. It was his turn to calm down. She heard his breathing become slower. He was an excellent lawyer. "I'm going to call Dad." "No, let me do it, although I bet he already knows about it and that you were involved. He'll be relieved that you weren't injured." Her arms started throbbing. She needed another pain pill. "Oh no, I'm just fine. What have you done about Candace Adams?" "I married her last weekend. Funny thing was, she got her period on our wedding night." "She wasn't pregnant?" "She told me that she had had a miscarriage just 2 days before, but that she loved me so much she was afraid to tell me. She believed I wouldn't have married her if I'd known there wasn't a baby involved." "Would you have?" "Married her? No, of course not. I don't love her, you know that." What a mess, Douglas. She was very thankful she was 3,000 miles away at that moment. "What are you going to do?" "I haven't decided yet." "Do you think she really loves you?" "She claims she does. I don't know. I wish you were here. I wish I could see you, touch you, kiss you. I miss you, Lacey. So do your father and your sweet mother. Both of them hoped we'd marry, you know." "No, I didn't know. No one ever said a word to me about that. You were my sister's husband. Nothing could ever change that." "No, maybe not." He sighed. "Here's my lovely wife, standing here in the open doorway of my office." She heard him say to her, "How long have you been there, Candace?" She heard a woman's voice, but couldn't make out what she said, but that voice was shrill and angry. Douglas came back on the line. "I'm sorry, Lacey. I've got to go now. Will you come home now that you've gotten rid of your nightmare?" "I don't know, Douglas. I really don't know." Slowly, she placed the phone back into its cradle. She looked up to see Savich standing there, a cup of tea in each hand. How long had he been there? As long as she imagined Candace Adams Madigan had been standing in Douglas's office. He handed her the cup. "Drink your tea, then we'll go to the hospital again. I want to get this wrapped up, Sherlock." "Yes, sir." "Call me by my name, or I'll tell Chico to wrap your karate belt around your neck." "Yes, Dillon." "Here's to catching the string killer and ridding you of all your baggage." Is your brother-in-law to be considered baggage? She took a long drink of the hot tea. It was wonderful. She still needed another pain pill. She said finally, shrugging, "He's just Douglas. I never really realized the way he felt until he was here in Washington just a couple of weeks ago. But he's remarried now. Lucky for you, I'd say. I can't see that guy giving up all that easily." "How would you know that?" "I know everything. I'm a special agent." He probably did, she thought, and excused herself to take another pill. Rain splattered against the hospital window. The officer in the chair was sitting forward. Lacey leaned over the bed and said in a soft voice, "Hello, Marlin. Do you remember me? I'm the woman you bashed on the head, took to your little playhouse, and forced through your little house of horrors. But I really won, and you lost big time. What's your name?" "Lacey Sherlock." "No one's named that. That's stupid. That's out of some dumb detective story. What's your real name?" "It's Sherlock, Marlin. Didn't I track you down? Didn't I bring you in? Wouldn't you say I've earned the name?" "I don't like you, Marty." "It's Lacey. I like you even less now than I did before." "Do you mind if I turn on the tape recorder again, Marlin?" "No, go ahead. Turn it on. I like to hear myself talk. I'm a real good talker. Mr. Kane, he's the guy who owns the Appletree Home Supplies and Mill Yard. He begged me to be his assistant manager. He knew I could sell anybody anything, and he knew that I was an expert on everything to do with building." "Yeah, you're really great, Marlin. But a question. Tell me why you refused to say a word to the police. Why?" "I just want to talk to you, Marty. I'm going to kill you one of these days, and I want to get to know you better." "If it makes you feel good, you just keep holding on to that thought, Marlin. You want to talk? Tell me why you killed Hillary Ramsgate. She wasn't married. All the other women you've killed were married." "I knew her boyfriend. Well, I didn't really know him. I just saw him a bunch of times. He told a group of guys that she was a ball-buster, and once he had her married, he was going to teach her a lesson." "Where was this, Marlin?" "At a bar, the Glad Rags, in Newton Center. He was there a whole lot. He'd sleep with her, let her tell him what a jerk he was, then come to the bar and let it out. I told him he should punish her, that she deserved it." "Did you go into the Glad Rags a lot?" "Oh, yeah. I wanted to see this Hillary woman. He brought her in one night. They had a big argument right there. She even threw a beer in his face. She cursed him up one side and down the other. She even called him a motherfucker. Most women, even bad ones like you, they don't say that word. That's a word for real bad guys." "Well, all the other guys were laughing, but I wasn't. I knew she had to be punished and that he wasn't ever going to do it right. No, if anything, he'd just smack her around a little bit. You know that while she was tearing him down, that guy just laughed. He just took it. I would have sliced her up right there. Maybe her boyfriend liked exactly the way things were between them. Did you ever think of that?" "No, that's impossible. She was bad. He was just weak and stupid." "Did you go to lots of bars, Marlin?" "Oh, yes. I like bars. You can sit there in the dark and watch people. No one hassles you. I saw lots of women who needed to be punished." "How many different bars?" He shrugged, then winced, lightly touching his fingertips to his stomach. "About a half-dozen, I guess. Lots more in San Francisco. You should have been sliced up too, Marty. But you don't cuss, do you? Not really. I'll bet you're not married either. You're just a cop. You just said all those bad words to trap me." "I didn't trap you, Marlin. I just gave you a woman you could relate to. Nothing more, nothing less. I never should have believed you. You just fell into my lap. You're still wearing the sling. I like that." "Yeah, but I'm not lying flat on my back with my gut burning through my back."
He tried to lurch up. The cop beside the bed was up in an instant, his hand on his gun. Lacey just smiled at him and shook her head. Marlin doesn't have a knife now, Officer Ramblin'.
He's like an old man without his teeth. One sure would like to kill you, Marlin said, and tell back against the pillow, breathing hard. Not in this lifetime, Marlin. Now, you're so good at talking, you like to do it so much, why don't you tell me about the women you killed in San Francisco? I know each of them was married. Did you hear them all bad-mouthing their husbands? Why should I tell you anything? You don't like me. You shot me in the belly. It still hurts real bad. I just might want a lawyer now. Fine. Do you have any money, or shall I call the public defender? I can get the best, and you know it. Those guys don't care if I have a dime or not. They just want their faces in the news. Yeah, get me a phone book and let me pick out the highest-priced one of the lot. I could connect you to the ocean bottom if you like. That was funny, Marty. Lawyers and bottom feeders? Yeah, that was pretty funny. Thanks. It's Agent Sherlock. I'm with the FBI. You want to call a lawyer now, Marlin, or would you like to answer just a few more of my questions? I'll call a lawyer later. Sure, I can answer anything you ask. I can always take it back. I read all about the toaster. He'll get off because he's crazy, and it won't cost him a dime. I'll get off too, you'll see, and then I'll come after you, Marty. She felt a shock of rage, but no fear. She should have killed him right there in the warehouse to ensure there'd be justice. She was a fool to want all her questions answered. Besides, he could lie to her as easily as he could tell her the truth. Her face was flushed red with her fury. She'd been a fool. At that moment, she heard Dillon singing quietly from beside the door. I always played it cool when I was young, always swam when I wanted to sink, always laughed when I wanted to cry, always held my cards tight when I wanted to fold. He hadn't said a single word until now. She jerked, then turned to look at him. His expression was unreadable. He was just singing those words. They weren't great lyrics, but it worked. He winked at her. She grinned. She couldn't help herself. Talk about finding words to fit the situation. She thought briefly of her classical music training. Mozart would have cast her out of the classical club if he knew she was smiling over some god-awful country and western music. Her rage fell away. We'll see about that, she said, turning back to Marlin, calm as anything now. Hey, you look as if you're getting tired, Marlin. You'll want to take a nap really soon now. Why don't you just tell me why you killed 7 women in San Francisco? Not more, not less. Exactly 7. And then you stopped. 7? He fell silent. She watched him tick off his fingers. The psycho was counting on his fingers the number of women he'd butchered. She'd bet anything he remembered every name, every face. She wanted to kill him right that instant. No, Marlin said. I didn't kill no 7 women in San Francisco. So the number 7 had no relevance whatsoever. Thank God for Savich's brain. Dear God, how many more women had he butchered? How many then? 6. I killed just 6 ladies. They all deserved it big time. Then I was tired. I remember I slept for 3 days, and then I was told to go to Las Vegas. Told? Who told you to go to Las Vegas? Why, the voices, of course. The devil, sometimes his buddies, sometimes a black cat if I see one. You're making that up. You're just practicing on me so the judge will find you nuts and you won't have to stand trial. Yeah, I'm good, don't you think? But I am crazy, Marty. Real crazy. Just 6 women? You're certain? Not 7?
You think I'm stupid as well as crazy?" Then he proceeded to count them off again on his fingers, this time with their names. Lauren O'Shea, Patricia Mullins, Danielle Potts, Anne Petrini, Donna Gabrielle, and Constance Black. When he finished, he looked over at her and smiled. She felt like Lot's wife, nothing more than a pillar of salt, unmoving. He hadn't said Belinda's name. Why? Just a simple omission? He'd killed 7 women. He was lying. The little bastard was lying. She stood up, wanting to strangle him. He flinched, seeing the rage in her eyes. "You're stupid, Marlin. You can't even count right. Either that or you're a liar. That's what you are, a liar. I'll bet my next paycheck on that." He was whimpering, holding himself so stiff against the backboard of the hospital bed, he looked frozen. "You want to kill me, don't you, Marty?" "Oh, yes, Marlin. When the time comes, I'd like to throw the switch on you and watch you fry." She heard his voice from behind her, singing softly. "Take me back to my old fat mammy. She loves me better than she loved her apple pie." She felt his hand on her good arm, his blunt fingers lightly stroking her skin. "Let's go, Sherlock. I'll make you a deal. You can talk to him one last time. Tomorrow, all right?" "Yes, all right. Thank you. See you manana, Marlin. Don't choke on your soup, will you? I'll have my big-time lawyer here tomorrow, Marty. We'll just see what he has to say to a dumb cop like you. Hey, I like that guy with you. He's got a real good voice. Do you happen to know that song, 'Sing Me Home Again Before I Die'?" 17. "Yes, I'll be home for a few days, Father, when I can get away. I want to see both you and Mother." "You're satisfied now, Lacey?" The sarcasm was deep and rich in his voice. She felt the familiar churning in her stomach. She had caught the man who'd killed Belinda. Why wasn't he pleased? "Be calm, be calm. The training academy taught you that." "Yes, I truly never dreamed that I would ever catch him. I've even interviewed him twice now. But there is one thing that bothers me." "What is that?" "He claims he only killed 6 women here in San Francisco. He's a crazy little psychopath. They're liars all the way to their genes. I know, I've sentenced enough of them." "Yes, I agree. I don't know why I mentioned it, really. But it's curious. He listed the names of the women he killed. He left out Belinda. So he forgot her name? Possibly. But why didn't he forget one of the others? You know I'll be doing all sorts of checking now to make certain he did kill Belinda." She realized what she'd just said, but had no time to apologize. Her father said in his low, controlled voice, "What are you saying, young lady? You think it's possible some other man killed Belinda? Someone who copycatted this Jones guy? Who, for God's sake?" "I didn't mean that, Dad. I know Marlin Jones killed her, that he's just playing some sort of twisted game with me. But what game? Why leave out her name specifically? Why not one of the others? It doesn't make any sense at all." "Enough of this bullshit, Lacey, and that's all it is. Just plain bullshit. He could have left out any name. Who cares? Will you come home this weekend?" "I'll try, but I want to speak to Marlin Jones at least one more time. But Dad, when I come home, it will just be for a few days." She drew a deep breath and closed her eyes, exhaling slowly. "I'm going to stay in the FBI. I want to keep doing what I'm doing. I can make a real difference." There was silence. Lacey didn't like herself for it, but she couldn't help it. She started fidgeting. Finally, her father said, "Douglas has made a stupid error." He was letting it go, at least for now. "Well, he's married, if that's what you mean." "Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The woman went after him, then lied about being pregnant. Douglas has always been very careful about taking precautions. I tried to tell him to have blood tests, get positive proof that the child was his. But he said there was no reason for her to lie. He was wrong, of course. The bitch got him. He told me he wanted a kid, that it was time. She wasn't even pregnant. Douglas was a fool. Didn't Douglas want kids with Belinda? Her father gave a hoarse laugh. He didn't laugh often. It sounded strange and rusty and a bit frightening.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Her fingers tightened around the phone. Remember who her mother is, Lacey. Naturally, he wouldn't want to take the risk of any child being as crazy as Belinda's mother. I can't believe he told you that. He didn't, but I'm not stupid. She hated this. Usually he was sly in his insults to his wife, but not now. She's my mother as well. Yes, well, that's different. I am your father. There's nothing crazy in you. Hadn't he told her not 2 weeks before that her obsession reminded him of her mother's early illness? She shook her head, wanting to hang up and knowing she wouldn't. I never met Belinda's father. Her father said coolly, That's because we've never mentioned him to you. There was no need. Indeed, Belinda didn't even know what happened to him. Again, there was no reason to be cruel about it. Is he still alive? Who is he? His name's Connell Francis. I can't see that it matters now if you know the truth. He's in San Quentin, at least he was the last time I heard. He's in prison? Lacey couldn't believe it. Neither he nor her mother had ever said a thing about Belinda's father being in jail. What did he do? He tried to murder me. Instead, he killed a friend of mine, Lucas Bennett. It was a long time ago, Lacey, before you were born, before your mother and I married. He was a big Irish bully, a gambler, worked for the mob. He must be at least 60 by now. He's 4 years older than I. Which is why Belinda was cursed. Her genes ruined her. Despite the fact that I raised her, she still would have turned bad. It was already beginning even before she died. A pity, but there it is. But Belinda knew about him, didn't she? She only knew that he'd left her and her mother when she was 8 or 9 years old. We never told her anything different. There was no point. Look, Lacey, that was a long time ago. You've caught the man who killed her. Belinda's madness died with her. Now the man who killed her will die as well. Forget it. Forget all of it. She hoped he would prove to be right about that. No, she didn't want to forget Belinda. But at least now that Marlin Jones was in custody, that helpless feeling was gone. Except for the fact that he'd claimed he hadn't killed Belinda. Come home soon, Lacey. There was a pause. Then, do you want to speak to your mother? Oh, yes, please, Dad. How is she today? Much the same as always. She's downstairs with me in the library. Here she is. Her fingers tightened on the receiver. Her father had spoken about her first husband and Belinda like that in front of her. Savich had come into the room, but it was too late for her to hang up. Mom, how are you? I miss you, dearest. I'm glad you caught that bad man. Now you can come home and stay. You always were so pretty, dear, so sweet and pretty. And how well you played the piano. Everyone told me how talented you were. Why, you could teach little children in a kindergarten, couldn't you? You're so suited to something like that. Your grandmother was a pianist, you remember? Yes, Mom, I remember. I'll be home to visit you soon. Not long now, and then we'll be together for a couple of days. No, Lacey, I want you to stay here with me and your father. I have your piano tuned by Joshua Mueller every 6 months. Remember how much you admired him. Look, Mom, I've got to get back to work now. I love you. Please take care.
I always do, Lacey, since your father tried to run me down with that black BMW of his. What? Dad tried to run you down with his BMW? Lacey, it's your father. Your mother is having one of her spells. What did she mean that you tried to run her down? I haven't the foggiest idea. He sighed deeply. Your mother does have good days. This is not one of them. I have never harmed your mother or tried to harm her. Forget what she said, Lacey. But how could she? She stared at the phone as if it were a snake about to bite her. She could swear she heard her mother crying in the background. Savich was looking at her. Her face was white. She looked to be in shock. Yes, that was it. When Savich took the phone from her, she didn't resist. She heard him say in his calm, deep voice, "Judge Sherlock, my name is Dillon Savich. I'm also with the FBI. I'm the head of the Criminal Apprehension Unit. Your daughter works for me. I hope you don't mind, but Lacey is a bit overwhelmed by all that's happened." He paused, listening to her father. "Yes, I understand that her mother isn't well, but you must realize that her mother's words shocked her deeply." She walked across the room, rubbing her arms with her hands. She heard him say in that firm, calm voice, "Yes, I will see that she takes care of herself, sir. No, she'll be just fine. Goodbye." Savich turned to look at her, nothing more, just to look. Then he said very slowly, "What in the name of heaven is going on with your family?" Her laugh was on the shaky side, but it was a laugh. "I feel like Alice in Wonderland. I've just fallen down the rabbit hole. No, it's always like that, but this is the first time the hole is deeper than I am tall." He smiled. "That's good, Sherlock. You've got some color back. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't scare me again like that. You shouldn't have stayed in the room. Actually, I brought you a message from Marlin Jones. He wants to talk to you again, with his lawyer present. He got Big John Bullock, a hotshot shark from New York who does really well with insanity pleas. I recommend that you don't go. He's doubtless set this up so that his lawyer can humiliate you. He won't let you get to first base with Jones anymore. He would have wagered his next paycheck that she'd still insist on seeing Marlin Jones." To his surprise, she said, "You're right. The police and the DA can get the rest of the pertinent information from him. There's nothing more for me to say to him. Can we go home now?" He nodded slowly. He wondered what she was thinking. The taxi stopped in front of her townhouse at 10 o'clock that night. She felt more tired than she could ever remember in her life. But it wasn't the peaceful, good sort of tired she would have expected now that Belinda's killer had been caught. She hadn't said much to Savich on the flight from Boston or on the ride in the taxi from Dulles to Georgetown. He walked her to the door, saying, "Sleep late, Sherlock. I don't want to see you before noon tomorrow. You got that? You've had more happen to you in the past 3 days than in the past 5 years. Sleep. It's the best thing for you, all right?" She didn't have any words. How could he know that her brain was on meltdown? "Would you sing me just one more outrageous country and western line before you leave?" He grinned down at her, set her suitcase down on the front step of her townhouse, and sang in a soft tenor whine. "I told her I had oceanfront property in Arizona. She nodded sweetly, and I told her to buy it, that I'd throw in the Golden Gate for free. She thanked me oh so sweetly, so I told her that I loved her, and that I'd be true for all time. Sweetly, sweetly, she kissed me so sweetly, and bought every word I said. Thank you, Dillon. That was amazing. That was also very cold-hearted and cynical. Any time, Sherlock. Not until noon now. Hey, that's just a silly song, sung by a lonely man who's not going anywhere. All he can do is dream that he's a winner, which he's not, and he knows it deep down. See you tomorrow, Sherlock." She watched him until he turned the far corner. It was as it had been before, Douglas's voice coming out from behind her, low, angry. Even as he spoke, she was leaning down to pull her lady Colt from her ankle holster. She straightened back up slowly. She was so tired of angry voices. "I wish you wouldn't keep seeing that guy, Lacey. He's such a loser. What was that nonsense he was singing to you?" "You startled me, Douglas. Please don't wait for me like this again. I could have shot you." "You're a musician. You play the piano brilliantly."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. At least you used to. You wouldn't shoot anybody. What were you doing with him? She almost shouted at him that she wasn't that soft, pathetic girl anymore, hadn't been for 7 long years, that 2 days ago she'd belly shot the psychopath who'd killed her sister. She managed to hold it back. "We just got back from Boston. He just brought me home, that's all. I'd hardly call him a loser, Douglas. Because of him and his computer, we got the guy who killed your wife. It would seem to me that you'd want to give him a medal. Now, what are you doing here? I had to see you. I had to know what you thought about my marrying Candace. She lied to me, Lacey. What am I going to do?" It was then he noticed the sling on her arm. "Oh, Jesus, what happened to you? You didn't tell your father that you'd gotten hurt. Who did this? That man you were with? Come into the house and we'll talk." She placed a snifter of brandy into his hand 5 minutes later. "There, that will make you feel better." He drank slowly, looking around her living room. "This is nice. Finally, you've decorated the way you should." "Thank you. Now, what do you want to tell me about that I don't already know?" She sat opposite him on a pale yellow silk love seat. While she'd been in Boston, her designer had had soft recessed lights installed. It made the room very warm and cozy. Intimate. She didn't like that at all. She pressed herself against the sofa back. "First tell me how you got hurt." "It's just a small wound. I'll take the sling off in another couple of days. It's really no big deal, Douglas. Don't worry. Now, tell me about Candace." "I'm going to divorce her." "You've been married less than a week. What are you talking about?" "She crossed the line, Lacey. She overheard us talking on the phone. I told you that. Well, the minute I hung up, she started in on me, accused me of sleeping with you, yelled that I'd slept with both you and Belinda at the same time, that you were a slut and she'd get you. I can't take the chance that she'll hurt you, Lacey." "Douglas, calm down. She was angry. I don't blame her. You were newly married and saying things to me that shouldn't have ever been said. I would have yelled too. Forget it. Didn't you discuss everything with her?" "What was there to say? She lied to me. Your dad thinks I should divorce her. So does your mom." "My mother and father have nothing to do with you now. It's your life, Douglas. Do what you want to do, not what someone else wants." "So wise, Lacey. You were always so gentle and wise. I remember sitting on the sofa in your father's house listening to you play those Chopin preludes. Your playing moved me, made me feel more than what I was." "It's kind of you to say that, Douglas. Would you like some more brandy?" At his nod, she returned to the kitchen. She heard him moving about the living room. Then she didn't hear his footsteps. She frowned, walking slowly out of the kitchen. He wasn't in the living room. He wasn't in the bathroom. She stood in her bedroom doorway, watching him look at the framed photos on her dresser. There were 3 of them, 2 of Belinda by herself, and 1 with both of them smiling at the camera. "You were 17 when I took that picture of you and Belinda at Fisherman's Wharf. Do you remember that day? It was one of the few perfectly clear sunny days, and you guys took me to Pier 39. We bought walnut fudge and ate some horrible fast food. I believe it was Mexican. She remembered vaguely. His details astounded her. I remember everything, Lacey. So beautiful, Lacey. So full of fun. So innocent. So was Belinda, only she was always far prettier than I. She could have been a supermodel, you know that. She was very close to making it when she met you. She gave it all up because you wanted her to be there only for you. Come into the living room, Douglas. When they were seated again, she said, I can't help you with your wife. However, I do think you and Candace should discuss things thoroughly. She bores me. Lacey sighed. She was exhausted. She wanted him to leave, just leave, and go back to San Francisco. It was odd, but since they'd caught Marlin Jones, she'd felt herself withdrawing from Douglas. It was as if Belinda's murder had somehow bound them together, but not anymore. You know, one thing still disturbs me, she said slowly, lightly stroking her fingertips over the yellow silk arm of the sofa. I suppose Dad told you that Marlin Jones denied killing Belinda. Yes, he told me that. What do you think? I agree with Father. He's a psychopath. He probably skips a woman's name every time he recites them. Why did he happen not to recite Belinda's name? I don't know. Random chance? He probably doesn't know either. It has to be coincidence. There's simply no other explanation. She sat forward, clasping her hands between her knees. But you know me, Douglas. I'm going to have to check to make triple certain that he did kill Belinda. Of course he killed her, Lacey. There's absolutely no other choice. You're right, of course. It's just that... She broke off and dredged up a smile for a very nice man she'd known for nearly 12 years. I'm sorry. It's still so painful for you as well. How long are you staying in Washington? He shrugged and rose when she did. Drop it all now, Lacey. Don't do any more searching. That kook killed all those poor women. Let him rot for what he did. He walked to her, his smile deep, his eyes intent. She took a step back, turning quickly out of the living room into the small front hallway. He followed her. Will you let it all go now, Lacey? She took another step toward the front door. It is all gone. Just details now, Douglas. Nothing more than silly details. Shall we have dinner tomorrow night? Maybe you'll have made some decisions about Candace. She bores me. Lacey sighed. She was exhausted. She wanted him to leave, just leave and go back to San Francisco. It was odd, but since they'd caught Marlin Jones, she'd felt herself withdrawing from Douglas. It was as if Belinda's murder had somehow bound them together, but not anymore. You know, one thing still disturbs me, she said slowly, lightly stroking her fingertips over the yellow silk arm of the sofa. I suppose Dad told you that Marlin Jones denied killing Belinda. Yes, he told me that. What do you think? I agree with Father. He's a psychopath. He probably skips a woman's name every time he recites them. Why did he happen not to recite Belinda's name? I don't know. Random chance? He probably doesn't know either. It has to be coincidence. There's simply no other explanation. She sat forward, clasping her hands between her knees. But you know me, Douglas. I'm going to have to check to make triple certain that he did kill Belinda. Of course he killed her, Lacey. There's absolutely no other choice. You're right, of course. It's just that... She broke off and dredged up a smile for a very nice man she'd known for nearly 12 years. I'm sorry. It's still so painful for you as well. How long are you staying in Washington? He shrugged and rose when she did. Drop it all now, Lacey. Don't do any more searching.
That kook killed all those poor women. Let him rot for what he did. He walked to her, his smile deep, his eyes intent. She took a step back, turning quickly out of the living room into the small front hallway. He followed her. "Will you let it all go now, Lacey?" She took another step toward the front door. "It is all gone. Just details now, Douglas. Nothing more than silly details. Shall we have dinner tomorrow night? Maybe you'll have made some decisions about Candace." Were they going to perform this same act every couple of weeks? Would he leave after tomorrow night? She hoped so. She hoped he'd leave for good. She was exhausted. He brightened at that and took her hands between his. "It's good to see you again, Lacey. I wish I could see you all the time, but—" "Yes, but," she agreed, and stepped back. "I'll see you here about 7 tomorrow night." Assistant Director Jimmy Maitland nodded to Lacey, but said to Savich, "I heard from Captain Doherty that Sherlock here didn't do what she was told to do, that she wrote her own script. He let some of it drop, then I pried the rest of it out of him. John Doherty and I go way back. He's a good man, fair and hard." Savich didn't change expression, merely cocked his head to one side in question. "She got the job done, sir." "I don't—"
Damnation! Tell Max he's got to do better. Agreed, Savich said. I'll get Sherlock back on the Radnich case with Ollie. I'll see you later. 18, she prayed her involvement in the string killer case would be kept under wraps, and it had been, at least so far. She knew that Savich had spoken privately with Captain Doherty and Ralph Budnack. If anyone blew the whistle on her, it wouldn't be one of them. So far, no one in the media knew anything about her relationship to one of the victims of the string killer. It would be a nightmare if anyone found out. So far, the FBI had gotten lots of good publicity, always a welcome circumstance for the continually besieged bureau. Savich and his new FBI unit had brought down 2 killers in weeks. Reporters wanted to interview him, but he wasn't having any of it. No one was to speak to any reporters. Louis Freeh held a press conference praising the work of the new Criminal Apprehension Unit. Savich had asked not to attend. Freeh had wanted him there, but hadn't insisted. She avoided Hannah Paisley, working closely with Ollie to get back into the Radnich case. She wasn't looking forward to the evening with Douglas, but it couldn't be helped. Lacey dressed up that evening, wearing her hair loose, pulled back with 2 small gold combs, gold hoops in her ears that her mother had given her for her 25th birthday, a nice black dress that was classic enough to be 2 years old and still pass as current style, and 3-inch heels. She felt strange in her different plumage and a bit exposed, but good. She felt really good. She realized at the last moment that Douglas could take it wrong, but there wasn't time to change. The first thing Douglas said when he walked in was, "The sling looks awful with that dress," and grinned at her. "Don't you have several styles and colors to match different outfits?" The evening was light-hearted and amusing until near dessert, when Douglas dropped his good humor and said, "You've gotten what you wanted, Lacey. I want you to quit the FBI and come home. Surely you see that it's finally over, that it's your music that is important now. You nailed the guy who killed Belinda. Come home. Do what Belinda did. Come stay with me. I'll take care of you." She looked at him across the candle-lit table, at the pure lines and angles of his face, and said simply, "No." He drew back as if she'd punched him. "I plan to divorce Candace. It will be done quickly. Perhaps I can even get an annulment. It can be just you and me, Lacey, as I always wanted. Just give us time together, once I'm rid of Candace." He'd always wanted her? He'd never said a word to her until she joined the FBI and finished her training. Had he somehow gotten turned on because she was now a law officer? It didn't make sense to her. She was shaking her head even as she said again, "No,
"I'm sorry, Douglas, but no." He said nothing more about it. When they were once again in her living room an hour later, she held out her hand to him, desperate for him to leave. "Douglas, I had a lovely time tonight. Will I see you tomorrow?" He didn't say anything, just jerked her against him. He kissed her hard, hurting her arm. She pushed at his chest but couldn't move him. "Douglas," she said against his mouth, and felt his tongue push against her front teeth. The doorbell rang. He still didn't release her, just kept grinding his mouth into hers. Her knee was almost in motion when she managed to jerk her head back far enough to call out, "Who's there?" "Let me in, Miss Sherlock." A woman. Who could she be? Suddenly Douglas was 2 feet away from her, standing there looking bewildered, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "It's Candace," he said blankly, then walked to the door and opened it. The woman standing there was no older than Lacey, with long honey blonde hair, nearly as tall as Douglas, and endowed with very high cheekbones that had to be a cameraman's dream. But it was her eyes that riveted Lacey. Dark, dark eyes that held fury, malice, and even more fury this instant than just the moment before. She looked ready to kill. "Candace, what the hell are you doing here?" "I followed you, Douglas, and you came here just like a little trained pigeon. I knew you'd come to her, even though I prayed you wouldn't. Damn you, I'd hoped our marriage meant something to you. Just look, you let her kiss you. You've got her lipstick on your mouth. Damn you, you smell like her. Why should our marriage mean anything to me? You lied to me. You weren't pregnant. We'll have children, Douglas. I'm just not ready yet. I'm just hitting my stride with my career. I could make it to one of the nationals, but not if I take off now. In another year, we can have 12 kids if that's what you want." "That doesn't jibe with what you told me before we got married. Then you said you'd had a miscarriage, and you were so upset. Now you don't want to get pregnant. You know what? I don't think you were ever pregnant at all." Douglas turned to Lacey, waving a languid hand toward his wife. "This is Candace Adams." "I'm your wife, Douglas. I'm Candace Madigan. She is your dead wife's sister. No, half-sister, nothing more. What are you doing here with her?" He changed from one moment to the next. His bewilderment, his frustration, all were gone. He was standing tall and arrogant, a stance Lacey recognized, a stance that was second nature to him. It held power and the control was of himself and of the situation. He was in a courtroom, in front of a jury, knowing he could manipulate, knowing he could convince, knowing he will win. "Candace," he said very patiently, as if speaking to an idiot witness, "Lacey is part of my family. Just because Belinda died, I didn't cut her out of my life." "I saw you kissing her through the window, Douglas." "Yes," he said quite calmly, "I did. She's very innocent. She doesn't kiss well, and I like that. It was another damned rabbit hole, only this time she wasn't going to slide in. I didn't want you to kiss me, Douglas. I wasn't kissing you at all." Lacey turned to Candace. "Mrs. Madigan, I think that you and Douglas should go discuss your problems. I have no part in any of it. Honestly, I don't." Candace smiled at her, stepped quickly around Douglas, and slapped her hard, whipping her head back. A deep voice came from behind them. "This appears to be very interesting, but I really can't allow anyone to smack my agents, ma'am. Don't do it again, or I'll have to arrest you for hitting an officer." Lacey looked up to see Savich standing in the open doorway. This was all she needed. Did he have to show up whenever her life seemed to be flying out of control? It wasn't fair. She rubbed her hand over her face, then took a step back to stop herself from hurling herself on Candace. She was sorely tempted, even though she doubted she could take her down, not with her arm in a sling, but she wanted to try. "Sir," she said, although she wanted to say Dillon. No way was she going to use his first name in front of Douglas. It would be waving a red flag. "What are you doing here? No, don't tell me. I've been elected the Recreation Meeting Center for the evening. Do come in and close the door, sir, before a neighbor calls the cops." "I am the cops, ma'am." "Very well. Would anyone care for a cup of tea, a game of bingo?" Douglas plowed his fingers through his hair. "No, nothing, Lacey." He turned to his wife. "We have to talk, Candace. I am upset with you. I don't care at all for your behavior. Come along now." Lacey and Savich watched them leave, their voices raised before they even reached the end of the driveway. "I'll take some tea now." 10 minutes later, she and Savich were drinking tea in the now blessedly empty living room. "What are you doing here?" "I was out running when I came by here. You had a hard day. I just wanted to make sure you were all right. The front door was open, and I heard this woman yelling."
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. "How's your cheek?" Lacey massaged her jaw. "She's a strong woman. Actually, it's a good thing you came in, or else I might have jumped her. Then she might really have beaten me up with my broken wing. I'll call Chico tomorrow." "You called me sir again?" "Yes, I did, on purpose. Douglas is jealous of you. If I'd called you Dillon, it might have pushed him over the edge. Then you might have had to fight him. You could have messed up all my beautiful new furniture." That gave him pause. He grinned, toasted her with his teacup, then said finally, "This was the man who was married to Belinda?" At her nod, he said, "And this is his new wife. Tell me about this, Sherlock. I love family messes." "I'll say only that Douglas thinks he might like me a bit too much. As for Candace, his wife, she told him she was pregnant with his child. He married her, and then it turns out she wasn't pregnant. He's angry and wants a divorce. She blames me. That's all there is to it. Not a mess, really. At least it doesn't involve me." She sighed. "All right, when I was talking to Douglas on the phone, he said some things he shouldn't have said, and she overheard them. She was upset. She probably wants to kill me more than Marlin Jones does." "Do you realize you're speaking to me in nice full sentences? That I no longer have to pry basic stuff out of you? I guess maybe I was a bit on guard when I first came to you. On the other hand, you were a criminal in Hogan's Alley and kicked 2 guns out of my hand before I overcame overwhelming and vicious odds and killed you. Yes, you were wary as hell. But it didn't take too long to break you in. You've been spilling your guts for a good long time now. As for my day as the bank robber, you didn't do too badly, Sherlock. No, not badly at all." He raised his hand and lightly stroked his fingers over her cheek. "She walloped you pretty good, but I don't think you're going to bruise too much. Makeup should take care of it." Suddenly his cheekbones flushed. He dropped his hand and stood up. He was wearing gray sweatpants and a blue sweatshirt that read, "Achy Breaky Cop." He looked big, strong, and harassed. His fingers had been very warm. They'd felt good against her cheek. "Go to bed, Sherlock. Try to avoid any more trouble. I can't always guarantee to drop by when you're butt deep in trouble. I've really never had so many difficulties in such a short time before in my life. I'm sorry, but you know, I could have dealt with this all by myself." He grunted in her general direction and was gone, just plain out of there fast. She touched her own fingers to her face, saw his dark eyes staring at her with antagonism and something else, and walked slowly to the front door. She fastened the chain, clicked the deadbolt in place, and turned the key in the lock. What would have happened if Savich hadn't shown up? She shuddered. She'd caught Belinda's killer, and her life seemed messier than ever. What had her mother meant? Since your father tried to run me down. She walked out of the doctor's building the following afternoon, trying to put up her umbrella in the face of a sharp, whipping wind and swirling rain, hard, heavy rain that got you wet no matter what you did. It was cold and getting colder by the minute. She got the umbrella up finally, but it was difficult because her arm was still very sore. She stepped off the curb, trying to keep herself covered, and started toward her car, parked just down the block on the opposite side of Union Street. Suddenly, she heard a shout, then a scream. She whipped about, the wind nearly knocking her over, her umbrella sucked out of her hand. The car was right on her, a big black car with dark tinted windows, a congressman's car. No, probably a lobbyist's car, so many of them in Washington. What was the fool doing? She froze in that blank instant, then hurled herself back onto the sidewalk, her sore arm slamming into a parking meter. She felt the whoosh of hot air even as she went down, half into the street, half on the sidewalk. She twisted around to see the black car accelerate and take the next corner in a screech of tires. She just lay there staring blankly after the car. Why hadn't he stopped to see if she was all right? No, naturally, the driver wouldn't have stopped. He'd probably be arrested for drunk driving. Slowly, she pulled herself to her feet. Her pantyhose were ruined, as were her shoes and clothes. Her hair was plastered to her head and over her face. As for her healing arm, it was throbbing big time now. Her shoulder began to hurt, as did her left leg. At least she was alive. At least she hadn't been farther out into the street. If she had been, she wouldn't have stood a chance. She'd gotten 3 letters of the license plate. P.R.D. Now that she thought of it, it hadn't been a government license. People were all around her now, helping her to straighten up, holding umbrellas over her. One gray-haired woman was fussing, patting her here and there, as if she were her baby. She managed to smile at the woman. "Thank you, I'm all right." That driver was an idiot, a maniac. The man over there called the cops on his cell phone. A businessman said, "Miss, do you want an ambulance? Jesus, that guy could have killed you." She held up her hands. The rain pounded down on her. "No ambulance, please. I'm all right." The cops were coming soon. She didn't have much time. She was on the phone dialing Savich's number in under 2 minutes. He wasn't there. Hannah answered. Where was Marcy, Savich's secretary? She didn't need Hannah, not now, but there was no choice. "Hannah, listen to me. Someone just tried to run me down. Please tell me how I can get hold of Savich." Suddenly, Ollie was on the line. "What the hell happened, Sherlock? Marcy's down in the lunchroom. Hannah and I are covering Savich's phone. Someone tried to run you down? It doesn't ring all that often, because everyone knows he prefers email. What the hell happened?" "I'm all right, just really dirty and wet. I'm right in front of Dr. Pratt's building. Savich knows the location, since that's his doctor, too. Please tell Savich where I am. Oh dear, the police are here." It was nearly an hour before Savich strode up and knocked on the window of her car. He was very wet. He looked very angry, which wasn't right. He didn't have any right to be angry just yet. "I'm sorry," she said immediately, as she opened the passenger door. "I didn't know who else to call. The cops just left about 20 minutes ago. My car wouldn't start." He slid into the passenger side. "Good thing this is leather, or the cloth would stay wet for weeks. Now, tell me what happened." She did, saying finally, "It sounds pitiful. I think whoever was driving just lost it. Maybe he was drunk. When he realized he could have killed me, he didn't want to hang around. I don't like it." "Well, no, I don't either. The police are certain it was a hit and run. I did see the first 3 letters of the license plate, P.R.D. They said they'd check it out. They laughed when I showed them my FBI badge, just laughed and laughed." "Who knew you were going to see Dr. Pratt?" "Everyone in the office. It wasn't a secret.
I even met Assistant Director Maitland in the hall, 3 clerks and 2 secretaries. Oh no, sir, you don't think it was on purpose, do you? He shrugged. I don't know anything. I really like this car. I'm glad you didn't let your little designer buy it for you. Jesus, he'd have gotten you one of those dainty little Miatas. When did you buy this car? I knew what I wanted. I called a car club, and they got one and had it sent over. How's your arm? Fine. I just banged it against a parking meter. I went back up to see Dr. Pratt.
Lower the pitch slightly and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional old-fashioned tone. Pratt, and he checked it out. What did he say? Not much, just shook his head and suggested that I might consider another line of work. He said being president was a lot safer than what I did. He put the sling back on for another couple of days. Why won't my car start? It's brand new. If it stops raining, I'll take a look. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back. As I said, I don't know anything or think anything particular at the moment. If someone tried to kill you, then you've brought me into another mess. And don't call me sir again, or I'll pull off that sling and strangle you with it. She was much calmer now, her breath steady, the deadening shock nearly gone. All right, Dillon. No one would have any reason to hurt me. It was an accident, a drunk driving a big black car. What about Douglas's wife? All right, so I did think about her, but that's just plain silly. She was angry, but surely not angry enough to kill me. If she wanted to kill somebody, she would pick Douglas, not me. The cops pushed me on it, and I did give them her name, but no specific circumstances. I noticed those faint white lines on your finger pads. What are they from? I whittle. Sometimes the knife slips and you cut yourself. No big deal. Now that's really good. A jealous wife would really make them laugh. It's not raining as much. Let me see what's wrong with this very nice car that's new and shouldn't have stalled. Nothing was wrong. She'd flooded it. I should have thought of that, she said, annoyed and embarrassed. You're excused this time. So it was an accident. I was scared that you'd find the distributor cap missing or the oil line cut. It doesn't have to have been an accident. It's possible it was on purpose, and if it was, you know what the guy intended, don't you? Yes, to obliterate me. Savich tapped his fingers on the dashboard. I've always thought that trying to hit someone with a car wasn't the smartest or most efficient way of whacking your enemy. On the other hand, it's a dandy way to scare the hell out of someone. Yeah, that sounds about right. If, on the other hand, someone did want to kill you, then I wonder why the car came at you when you just stepped off the curb and into the street. Why didn't the guy wait until you were nearly to your own car? You'd have been a perfect target then. That doesn't sound too professional. All the planning was in place, but the execution was way off. He shrugged. As of this point in time, we haven't the foggiest notion. I'll run those 3 letters of the license plate through Maxine and see what she can dredge up. Maxine? You got another computer? No, Maxine used to be Max. Every 6 months or so, there's a sex change. I've had to accept the fact that my machine is a transsexual. Pretty soon, she'll start insisting that I stop swearing when I'm working with her. That's crazy. I like it. Now, back to the accident. It was an accident, Dillon. That's what the police think. On the other hand, they don't know you. Now, see if this wonderful ski-hauling 4x4 will start. She turned the key, and the Navajo fired right up. Go back to the bureau, Sherlock, and drink some of Marcy's coffee. That'll fix you up. Oh yeah, stay away from Douglas Madigan and his wife. Don't you call him. I will. Where is he staying?
She sat propped up against pillows in bed, the TV on low, just for background noise, reading the police and autopsy reports on Belinda. She didn't realize she was crying until the tears hit the back of her hand. She laid down all the pages and let herself cry. It had been so long, the tears had been clogged deep inside her, dammed up until now. Finally, the tears slowed. She sniffed, then returned to the reports. Tomorrow she would consult with Maxine to see if there were any differences, no matter how slight, between Belinda's killing and all the others. Only tiny variations, nothing at all significant. She felt better. Belinda would finally find justice if the little psycho ever made it to trial. A psychopath wasn't crazy, necessarily, even not usually. But who else knew that? Then she pictured him with Russell Bent of Chicago, both of them playing cards in the rec room of the state mental institution, both of them smiling at each other, joking about the idiot liberal judges and dumbass shrinks who believed they weren't responsible for their savagery because they'd had bad childhoods. She had to stop it. There was nothing more she could do. Her father was right. Douglas was right. It was over. It was time to get on with her life. 19. It had to be Marlin Jones. It seems likely, but you don't sound as if you're really satisfied. I'm not, but Max, oh, I forgot, he's in drag. Maxine didn't turn up a single variation in the way Belinda was murdered as opposed to the other women. Marlin killed them all. He had to have. She sighed. But why did he leave out Belinda in particular? It makes no sense. I'm glad you're not satisfied. I'm glad you have that itch in your gut, Savich said slowly, tapping his pencil on his desktop, deliberately. You've inputted all the physical data and run endless comparisons, but there are other aspects you need to take into account.
Now you've got to finish it. She was frowning ferociously. A long, curling piece of hair flopped into her face. She shoved it behind her ear, not even aware of what she was doing. He smiled as he said, "Maxine and I have been doing a little work. It's her opinion that we need to go back to the props. Okay, think now about how he killed the women. Think about what he used to kill them and where he killed them. A knife. What else? He killed them in warehouses and in a couple of houses. He obviously prefers warehouses. There aren't as many people around at night. What did he use? He built props. Just the way Marty Bramford was building props for her kids' school play in Boston. Think about what you had to do to build those props." She just stared at him, then leaped to her feet, her hands splayed on his desktop, her chair nearly falling over backward. Her face was alight with excitement. Goodness, Dillon, he had to buy lumber, but the SFPD said they couldn't trace it. It was too common. But you know a better question. Is it possible to know if the same lumber was used in all the killings? That is, was all the lumber bought in the same place? Okay, he had to screw all those boards together, right? They couldn't trace all the brackets and hinges and screws, but is there any way of knowing if someone screws in a screw differently from someone else? If the slant is different? The amount of force? Is this possible? Can you tell if some lumber matches other lumber from the same yard? The same screws? He grinned at her. I don't see why not. You've got it now, Sherlock. Now we've got to pray that the San Francisco police haven't thrown away the killer's props from each murder. Actually, I'd be willing to bet they've got it all. They're good. Say they still have everything. Unfortunately, Maxine can't help us here. Not even using the most sophisticated visual scanners would work. We've got to have the human touch. I know this guy in Los Angeles who's a genius at looking at the way, for example, a person hammers in a nail. You wondered if this was possible. It is. Not too many people know how to do it, but this guy does. You could show him a half-dozen different nails in boards, and Wild Ralph could tell you how many different people did the hammering. Now we'll test him about not only hammering nails, but screwing in the brackets and hinges. Now go find out if you've still got a match." 3 days went by. It was hard, but Savich kept his distance. He'd given her Ralph York's number, Wild Ralph, nicknamed 10 years before when a suspect in a murder case had tried to kill him for testifying, and Ralph had saved himself with a hammer. Unexpectedly, the suspect had survived. He was now serving life in San Quentin. Savich had heard there was still a dent in his head. No, he'd keep his mouth shut, at least for another day. To do anything active would be undue interference, and he knew she wouldn't appreciate it. If she had questions, she'd ask. He knew her well enough to know that she didn't have a big ego. He forced himself not to call Wild Ralph to see what was going on. He knew, of course, that the SFPD hadn't done any comparisons of this sort, simply because they'd never had any doubts that all the murders had been committed by the same person. Also, this kind of evidence wasn't yet accepted in a court of law. He found himself worrying. As for Sherlock, she didn't come near him. He knew from the security logs that she had worked until after midnight for the past 2 nights. He was really beginning to grind his teeth when she knocked on his office door 3 days later at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She just stood in his doorway, saying nothing. He arched an eyebrow, ready to wait her out. She silently handed him a piece of paper. It was a letter from Ralph. He read, "Agent Sherlock, the tests I ran included 1. Type of drill used, 2. Drilling and hammering technique, 3. Type and grade of lumber, and 4. Origin of lumber. The drill used in all the San Francisco murders except 4 was identical. However, the drill used in murder 4 was too close in particulars for me to even try to convince the DA that it wasn't identical. As to the drilling and hammering technique, it is odd, but I believe some was done by the same person and others were not. They were utterly different. No explanation for that. Perhaps it's as simple as the murderer had hurt his right hand and was having to use his left, or that he was in a different mood, or even that he couldn't see as well in this particular instance. The lumber wasn't identical, and it did not come from the Bosman lumber mill, South San Francisco. Again, it doesn't really prove anything one way or the other. It is merely of note, although again I wonder why only murder 4 had lumber from a different lumber yard. This was an interesting comparison. I've spoken to the police in San Francisco. The San Francisco DA is speaking with the Boston DA. They will doubtless have comparisons made between the props used in the San Francisco murders and the props used in Boston. I don't doubt that even though the lumber can't be identical, the technique will be, and thus perhaps the presiding judge will allow it to be used as evidence in Marlin Jones's trial, if and when the man stands trial. So, the bottom line results of my test are inconclusive. There are differences, aberrations. I must tell you that I have seen it happen before, and for no logical reason. I hope this is of assistance to you, but given the reason for your request, I doubt that you are overjoyed. My best to Savich." Savich said nothing, merely took in her pallor, the stark disappointment in her eyes, the hopelessness that seemed to be draining her. He wished it could be different, but it wasn't. He said finally, "Ralph said it himself. Inconclusive. It doesn't nail down the coffin lid, Sherlock." "I know," she said, and didn't sound as though she believed it. "He didn't write this in his letter, but Mr. York said on the phone just a few minutes ago that all the same particulars with the other murder props were completely identical. It was just with murder number 4 where there were inconsistencies." "That's something," Savich said. "Look, Sherlock, either Marlin did it or he didn't.
As to Marlin claiming he killed only 6 women in San Francisco, Belinda not included, then someone else did. You're not happy, are you? She just shook her head. I wanted to be certain once and for all, and it's still not proven. Either way. Can you think of anything else to do? But she didn't look at him, just stared down at her low-heeled navy pumps. Not at the moment, but I'll think about it some more. Now let's get back to the Radnich case. He wished he could let her mull over her sister's murder, but there were too many demands on the unit. He needed her. Yes, thank you. Thank you for giving me all this time. Ollie also said there was a new murder spree, a couple of black guys killing Asian people in Alabama and Mississippi. Yes, we'll talk about it in the meeting this afternoon. He watched her leave his office. He tapped his pen on the desktop. She'd lost weight she couldn't afford to lose. He didn't like it. Even though he saw the results of it in the families of victims, he still couldn't begin to imagine what it must feel like to have lost someone you loved in such a horrible way. He shook himself. He turned to Maxine and typed in a brief note to his friend James Quinlan, then emailed it to him. Lacey stopped outside Savich's office and leaned against the wall. It was too much, and not nearly enough. She had to go to Boston again. She had to speak to Marlin Jones one more time. She had to. She looked up to see Hannah staring at her. "Why are you so pale? You look like someone's punched you. Actually, you look like you're coming down with the flu." She just shook her head. "I'm fine. It's the case I'm working on."
Lower the pitch slightly, and use a heavy, deliberate, and slightly traditional, old-fashioned tone. "Things are inconclusive, and I hate that," Hannah said. "Yes, that's always a bitch, isn't it? How's your arm?" "What? Oh, my arm's fine." "How are you feeling after that hit-and-run driver nearly hit you the other day? That must have been pretty bad." "It was, but not as bad as this. I think it was just an accident. Some drunk guy who probably was so scared that he nearly hit someone that he couldn't wait to roar away from me. The cops said the 3 numbers I saw on the license plate didn't lead anywhere. Too many possibilities. It could have happened to anybody. I was just the lucky one." "Did you hurt your arm again?" "Just banged it up a bit more. No big deal." "Savich isn't busy now, is he?" "I don't know." She walked away, thinking about who had had access to all the crime details in San Francisco. She sat at her desk and stared at the blank computer screen. She heard a sound and turned to see Hannah standing by the water cooler, frowning at her. It was more than a frown, and Lacey felt a brief burst of cold run through her. She forced herself back to the Radnich case, but there was nothing new there. Another murder and her old woman theory hadn't washed. The afternoon meeting was canceled because Savich had an emergency meeting with their assistant director, Jimmy Maitland. She was still puzzling over the newest developments in the Mississippi-Alabama cases when she heard Savich behind her. "It's after 6. It's time for you to hang it up. Let's go work out."